Question 1. A contractor who holds a Class B general building contractor license may perform work in which situation? Is it A. Framing, roofing, and drywall on a new home? B. Grading and paving a parking lot only? C. Installing a new electrical panel only? D. Replacing underground water mains only? The correct answer is A. A Class B licensee may take contracts for structures and can self-perform 2 or more unrelated subcontractor trades. Installing only an electrical panel or replacing water mains would require C specialty licenses, and grading/paving is Class A work. Question 2. What is the maximum amount of the contractor license bond required by the CSLB? Is it A. $10,000? B. $15,000? C. $25,000? D. $50,000? The correct answer is C. All licensed contractors must maintain a $25,000 contractor license bond filed with the CSLB. This bond protects consumers from contractor misconduct. Question 3. A responsible managing employee, RME, may qualify how many contractor licenses simultaneously? Is it A. Unlimited licenses? B. Up to 3 licenses? C. 1 license only? D. 2 licenses maximum? The correct answer is C. An RME may qualify only 1 license at a time. This differs from a responsible managing officer, RMO, who is an owner and may be associated with multiple licenses in some circumstances. Question 4. A contractor must notify the CSLB of a change in the qualifying individual, RME or RMO, within how many days? Is it A. 30 days? B. 60 days? C. 90 days? D. 180 days? The correct answer is C. Contractors must notify CSLB within 90 days when the qualifier leaves, is replaced, or the business structure changes. Failure to notify can result in license suspension. Question 5. Which of the following business entities cannot hold a CSLB contractor license? Is it A. Sole proprietorship? B. Trust? C. General partnership? D. Corporation? The correct answer is B. Trusts cannot hold CSLB licenses. Eligible entities include sole proprietorships, partnerships, general and limited, corporations, and limited liability companies, LLCs. Question 6. A licensed contractor must display their license number on all of the following except, is it A. Business cards? B. Internal payroll records? C. Contracts? D. Advertisements? The correct answer is B. CSLB requires the license number on contracts, bids, advertisements, including online, and vehicles. Internal business records like payroll are not public-facing documents requiring license display. Question 7. If a contractor operates under a fictitious business name, DBA, the name must be, is it A. Approved by CSLB before use? B. Filed only with the county recorder? C. Posted only at the job site? D. Registered and listed on the CSLB license? The correct answer is D. Any fictitious business name used by a contractor must be registered with the CSLB and listed on the license. Operating under an unregistered DBA is a violation. Question 8. The CSLB may issue a disciplinary bond in addition to the regular license bond when, is it A. A contractor fails to pay a citation fine? B. A contractor voluntarily applies for it? C. A contractor hires an RME? D. A contractor is issued a formal citation or disciplinary action? The correct answer is D. After a formal disciplinary action, CSLB may require an additional $15,000 disciplinary bond. This bond provides extra consumer protection for contractors with a history of violations. Question 9. How often must a CSLB contractor license be renewed? Is it A. Annually? B. Every 3 years? C. Every 2 years? D. Every 5 years? The correct answer is C. CSLB contractor licenses must be renewed every 2 years. Renewal notices are sent to the address on file, so contractors must keep contact information current. Question 10. Which statement about unlicensed contractors is true? Is it A. They may legally perform work under $500? B. They cannot enforce a contract in court or collect payment? C. They may work as a subcontractor under a licensed contractor? D. They may collect payment for work already completed? The correct answer is B. Unlicensed contractors generally cannot enforce contracts or collect compensation in court. The $500 exemption applies to the total project cost, not just labor, and has strict conditions. Question 11. A contractor whose license has been expired for more than 5 years must, is it A. Pay a reinstatement fee only? B. Apply as a new applicant and meet current requirements? C. Retake and pass the trade exam? D. Simply submit a renewal application? The correct answer is B. A license expired for more than 5 years cannot be reinstated. The contractor must apply as a new applicant, which includes paying the application fee and potentially retaking exams. Question 12. A Class A general engineering contractor license authorizes work primarily involving, is it A. Residential and commercial buildings? B. Infrastructure such as highways, bridges, and dams? C. Specialty trades like electrical and plumbing? D. Home improvement projects only? The correct answer is B. Class A contractors focus on fixed works requiring engineering skills, highways, airports, dams, sewers, and other infrastructure projects. Residential buildings are primarily Class B work. Question 13. Who is responsible for verifying that a subcontractor is properly licensed before awarding them work? Is it A. The property owner? B. The CSLB? C. The prime, general, contractor? D. The local building department? The correct answer is C. The prime contractor is responsible for verifying subcontractor licensure. Using an unlicensed subcontractor can result in disciplinary action against the prime contractor's license. Question 14. A sole proprietor who wants to add a partner to their licensed contracting business must, is it A. Simply notify CSLB by phone? B. Have the partner take the law exam only? C. File a new application and the new entity must qualify? D. Do nothing, the license automatically covers new partners? The correct answer is C. Adding a partner changes the business entity, requiring a new license application. The new entity, partnership, must qualify separately. The old sole proprietor license does not transfer. Question 15. What action may the CSLB take against a contractor who abandons a project without legal excuse? Is it A. Issue a warning letter only? B. Suspend or revoke the contractor's license? C. Only notify the property owner? D. Refer the matter to the county court exclusively? The correct answer is B. Abandonment of a contract without legal excuse is grounds for license suspension or revocation. CSLB has broad disciplinary authority to protect consumers from this type of misconduct. Question 16. An employee works 10 hours on Monday. Under California law, how many overtime hours must be paid? Is it A. 0 overtime hours? B. 1 hour at 1.5 times rate? C. 2 hours at 2 times rate? D. 2 hours at 1.5 times rate? The correct answer is D. California requires overtime, 1.5 times, for hours worked beyond 8 in a single workday. Working 10 hours means 2 overtime hours at 1.5 times the regular rate. Question 17. An employee works 13 hours in one day. Under California law, how is the pay structured? Is it A, all 13 hours at straight time? B, first 8 at straight time, 5 hours at 1.5 times. C, first 8 at straight time, next 4 at 1.5 times, last one at 2 times. D, all 13 hours at 2 times? The correct answer is C, California daily overtime, hours 1 to 8 at regular rate, hours 9 to 12 at 1.5 times, hours 13 plus at 2 times, double time. So 13 hours equals 8 regular plus 4 at 1.5 times plus 1 at 2 times. Question 18. What is the maximum number of hours an employee can work in a week before weekly overtime applies in California? Is it A, 35 hours? B, 40 hours? C, 44 hours? D, 48 hours? The correct answer is B, California requires overtime pay, 1.5 times, for all hours worked beyond 40 in a workweek. This applies regardless of whether daily overtime has also been triggered. Question 19. An employee works all 7 days of a workweek. Under California law, overtime on the 7th consecutive day is it A, straight time all day? B, 1.5 times for the first 8 hours, 2 times after 8 hours? C, 2 times for all hours? D, 1.5 times for all hours? The correct answer is B. On the 7th consecutive day in a workweek, all hours up to 8 are paid at 1.5 times, and any hours beyond 8 are paid at double time, 2 times. Question 20. When must a 30-minute meal break be provided to an employee? Is it A, after 5 hours of work? B, after 4 hours of work? C, after 6 hours of work? D, after 8 hours of work? The correct answer is A. Employers must provide a 30-minute unpaid meal period no later than the end of an employee's 5th hour of work. The break can be waived by mutual agreement if the shift is 6 hours or less. Question 21. How many paid rest breaks is an employee entitled to for an 8-hour shift? Is it A, 1 10-minute break? B, 2 10-minute breaks? C, 1 15-minute break? D, 2 15-minute breaks? The correct answer is B. California requires 1 paid 10-minute rest period for every 4 hours worked, or major fraction thereof. An 8-hour shift triggers 2 10-minute paid rest breaks. Question 22. A construction employee quits without giving notice. When must the employer provide the final paycheck? Is it A, immediately? B, within 24 hours? C, within 72 hours? D, by the next regular payday? The correct answer is C. When an employee quits without at least 72-hour advance notice, the employer has 72 hours to provide the final paycheck. If the employee gave 72+ hours notice, pay is due on the last day of work. Question 23. If a contractor discharges, fires, an employee, when must final wages be paid? Is it A, within 24 hours? B, immediately at the time of discharge? C, within 72 hours? D, by the next regular payday? The correct answer is B. When an employer discharges an employee, all earned wages including accrued vacation must be paid immediately at the time of termination. Question 24. How long does an employer have to report a new hire to California's Employment Development Department, EDD? Is it A, 7 days? B, 20 days? C, 30 days? D, 60 days? The correct answer is B. California employers must report all new employees to the EDD within 20 days of their start date. This supports child support enforcement and fraud detection. Question 25. What is the ABC test used to determine in California? Is it A, whether a subcontractor is properly licensed? B, whether prevailing wage applies to a project? C, whether a worker is an employee or independent contractor? D, whether a project requires a building permit? The correct answer is C. Under AB 5, California uses the ABC test to determine worker classification. Workers are presumed employees unless the hiring entity proves A, free from control, B, outside usual business, C, independently established trade. Question 26. Prevailing wage rates on California public works projects are determined by, is it A, the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR? B, the general contractor on each project? C, the local city or county? D, the property owner? The correct answer is A. The California Department of Industrial Relations, DIR, establishes and publishes prevailing wage rates by craft and locality. These rates must be paid on qualifying public works projects. Question 27. Which of the following is not a required item on a California itemized wage statement? Is it A, total hours worked? B, gross wages earned? C, name and address of the employer? D, employee's social security number, full? The correct answer is D. Wage statements must show gross/net wages, hours, pay rates, deductions, and the last 4 digits of the SSN, but not the full social security number, to protect employee privacy. Question 28. A contractor wants to deduct the cost of a broken tool from an employee's paycheck. This is it A, illegal? Employers cannot deduct for business losses from wages. B, allowed if the employee signed a deduction authorization. C, illegal unless the employee is found negligent in a court proceeding. D, allowed for losses due to ordinary business risk? The correct answer is A. California prohibits employers from deducting ordinary business losses, breakage, shortages, faulty work, from employee wages. Employers bear the risk of business operations. Question 29. A contractor employs workers on a public works project with a contract value of $1,000. Prevailing wage requirements apply starting at what threshold? Is it A, $500? B, $1,000? C, $15,000? D, $25,000? The correct answer is B. California prevailing wage requirements apply to public works contracts of $1,000 or more. There is no exemption for small public works contracts. Question 30. To bid on a California public works project, a contractor must be registered with, is it A, the State Contractors License Board, CSLB? B, the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR? C, the local labor union? D, both CSLB and the county assessor? The correct answer is B. In addition to holding a CSLB license, contractors must register with the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR, to be eligible to bid on or be awarded public works projects. Question 31. What notice must a California employer post in the workplace? Is it A, workers' compensation notice only? B, safety data sheets only? C, personal protective equipment inventory? D, Cal/OSHA safety and health poster and other required notices? The correct answer is D. California employers must post several mandatory workplace notices including the Cal/OSHA poster, minimum wage notice, paid sick leave notice, and others. Failure to post is a violation. Question 32. Under California law, construction industry employers must pay employees at least, is it A, weekly? B, monthly? C, every 2 weeks only? D, biweekly or semi-monthly? The correct answer is D. Construction employers are required to pay employees at least every 2 weeks, biweekly, or twice per month, semi-monthly. This is stricter than some other industries. Question 33. An employer may require employees to wear a uniform. Who pays for the uniform? Is it A, always the employee? B, always the employer? C, the employee, if it can be worn as street clothes? D, the employer, if the uniform is a required condition of employment? The correct answer is D. If wearing a uniform is required as a condition of employment and it cannot be used as ordinary street clothing, the employer must provide and maintain the uniform at no cost to the employee. Question 34. A contractor's employee is injured on the job. The employee's medical expenses under workers' compensation are paid by, is it A, the employee's personal health insurance first? B, split equally between employer and employee? C, only if the employee can prove employer negligence? D, the contractor's workers' compensation insurance? The correct answer is D, workers' compensation is a no-fault system. The employer's WC insurance pays all reasonable and necessary medical expenses for work-related injuries, regardless of who was at fault. Question 35. Which document must every California employer provide to new employees at time of hire? Is it A, Wage Theft Protection Act notice, WTPA notice? B, a copy of the employee handbook? C, a copy of the workers' compensation policy? D, an OSHA 300 log? The correct answer is A. California's Wage Theft Prevention Act requires employers to give all non-exempt employees a written notice at hire specifying pay rate, pay day, employer info, and workers' comp carrier. Question 36. An employee's accrued and used vacation at termination must be, is it A, forfeited per company policy? B, paid out at the final rate of pay? C, carried over to next year only? D, paid at a reduced rate? The correct answer is B. California treats accrued vacation as earned wages. Upon termination, voluntary or involuntary, employers must pay all unused vacation at the employee's final rate of pay. Question 37. What is the penalty for each pay period that an employer willfully fails to provide a proper itemized wage statement? Is it A, $25? B, $50? C, $100? D, $250? The correct answer is C. The penalty for a knowing and intentional violation of the wage statement requirements is $100 per employee per pay period, with a maximum of $4,000 per employee. Question 38. A contractor hires a worker who is classified as an independent contractor but actually meets the definition of an employee. The main risk to the contractor is it A, the worker can refuse overtime? B, the worker can sue only in federal court? C, the contractor loses their CSLB bond? D, the contractor must pay back wages, taxes, and penalties? The correct answer is D. Misclassifying employees as independent contractors exposes contractors to liability for back wages, unpaid overtime, failure to provide benefits, unpaid payroll taxes, and significant penalties. Question 39. A contractor estimates a job will cost $80,000 in direct costs and wants a 25% markup on cost. What should the bid price be? Is it A, $95,000? B, $100,000? C, $106,667? D, $120,000? The correct answer is B. Markup on cost means adding the markup percentage to the cost. $80,000 times 1.25 equals $100,000. Markup on cost and margin on sales produce different results. Always clarify which method is being used. Question 40. What is the difference between markup and margin? Is it A, they are the same thing? B, markup is calculated on selling price, margin is calculated on cost? C, markup is calculated on cost, margin is calculated on selling price? D, markup applies only to materials, margin applies only to labor? The correct answer is C. Markup is the profit added as a percentage of cost. Gross margin, gross profit margin, is profit expressed as a percentage of the selling contract price. A 25% markup is not equal to 25% margin. Question 41. A contractor has fixed monthly overhead of $10,000 and a variable cost ratio of 70% of revenue. What monthly revenue is needed to break even? Is it A. $10,000? B. $14,286? C. $33,333? D. $70,000? The correct answer is C. Break-even equals fixed costs divided by 1 minus variable cost ratio equals $10,000 divided by 1 minus 0.70 equals $10,000 divided by 0.30 equals $33,333. At this revenue, total costs equal total revenue. Question 42. Which of the following is considered a fixed cost for a contracting business? Is it A. Subcontractor fees? B. Materials for a specific job? C. Fuel for equipment? D. Office rent? The correct answer is D. Fixed costs remain constant regardless of business volume. Office rent, insurance premiums, and loan payments are fixed. Materials, subcontractors, and job-specific fuel are variable costs. Question 43. A contractor's job cost sheet shows materials $30,000, labor $20,000, subcontractors $15,000, overhead allocation $10,000. What is the total direct job cost? Is it A. $65,000? B. $75,000? C. $50,000? D. $45,000? The correct answer is B. Total job cost includes all costs attributable to the project, $30,000 plus $20,000 plus $15,000 plus $10,000 equals $75,000. All four items are legitimate project costs. Question 44. A contractor takes out a $50,000 equipment loan at 8% annual interest. What is the simple interest owed for 6 months? Is it A. $2,000? B. $4,000? C. $8,000? D. $400? The correct answer is A. A simple interest equals principal times rate times time equals $50,000 times 0.08 times 0.5 is equal to $2,000. For 6 months, half year, use 0.5 as the time factor. Question 45. Cash flow problems in contracting most commonly occur when: is it A. Revenue is received after costs must be paid? B. Overhead is too low? C. A project completes ahead of schedule? D. Equipment is fully depreciated? The correct answer is that cash flow gaps arise when contractors must pay workers, suppliers, and subcontractors before receiving payment from the client. Managing payment schedules and draw requests is critical. Question 46. A contractor prepares an estimate and adds 15% to cover overhead and 10% profit on top of that. If direct costs are $50,000, what is the bid price? Is it A. $57,500? B. $62,500? C. $63,250? D. $65,000? The correct answer is C. $50,000 times 1.15, overhead, equals $57,500. $57,500 times 1.10, profit, equals $63,250. Overhead is applied first to the cost, then profit is applied to the overhead loaded cost. Question 47. Which financial statement shows a contractor's assets, liabilities, and equity at a specific point in time? Is it A. Income statement? B. Cash flow statement? C. Job cost report? D. Balance sheet? The correct answer is D. The balance sheet, statement of financial position, shows assets, liabilities, and owner's equity at a specific date. The income statement shows revenue and expenses over a period. Question 48. A contractor's accounts receivable are growing while cash on hand is shrinking. This most likely indicates, is it A, the business is highly profitable? B, customers are not paying on time? C, overhead is well controlled? D, the contractor is bidding too low? The correct answer is B, growing receivables with shrinking cash means customers owe money but haven't paid. This is a classic cash flow problem. The contractor has earned revenue but cannot collect it timely. Question 49. Which type of insurance protects a contractor if a third party is injured on the job site? Is it A, workers' compensation insurance? B, builder's risk insurance? C, commercial general liability, CGL, insurance? D, errors and omissions insurance? The correct answer is C, commercial general liability, CGL. Insurance covers third-party bodily injury and property damage claims. Workers' comp covers employees. Builder's risk covers the structure under construction. Question 50. A contractor uses the percentage of completion method for revenue recognition. If a job is 40% complete and the total contract value is $200,000, recognized revenue to date is it A, $40,000? B, $80,000? C, $120,000? D, $200,000? The correct answer is B. Under percentage of completion, revenue equals contract value times percentage complete equals $200,000 times 40% equals $80,000. This method matches revenue to the work actually performed. Question 1. What is the purpose of a retainage or retention clause in a construction contract? Is it A, to pay subcontractors before the general contractor? B, to fund project contingencies? C, to compensate the owner for delays? D, to allow the owner to withhold a portion of payment until project completion? The correct answer is D, retainage. Typically 5 to 10% of each progress payment is withheld by the owner as security until the project is substantially complete and defects are corrected. It motivates timely completion. Question 2. A contractor's current ratio is 0.8. This means, is it A, the company has 80 cents in current assets for every $1 in current liabilities? B, the company has more current assets than current liabilities? C, the company is highly liquid? D, the company has an 80% profit margin? The correct answer is A, current ratio equals current assets divided by current liabilities. A ratio below 1.0 means current liabilities exceed current assets, a potential liquidity problem signaling the contractor may struggle to pay short-term debts. Question 3. Before starting a project, a contractor should prepare a schedule of values in order to, is it A, calculate the contractor's overhead rate? B, establish milestone payment amounts tied to completed work? C, determine subcontractor licensing requirements? D, set the overtime schedule for workers? The correct answer is B. A schedule of values breaks the contract amount into line items by trade or work phase. It becomes the basis for progress payment requests, AIAG 702/703, ensuring payments match completed work. Question 4. A contractor receives a $5,000 deposit on a contract. Under California law for home improvement contracts, the maximum down payment is it A, $500 or 5%, whichever is less? B, $2,500 or 15%, whichever is less? C, there is no legal limit on down payments? D, $1,000 or 10%, whichever is less? The correct answer is D, California law limits down payments on home improvement contracts to the lesser of $1,000 or 10% of the contract price. Demanding more is a violation of the contractor's state license law. Question 5. Which of the following best describes overhead in construction estimating? Is it A, direct labor costs on a project? B, profit added to the job cost? C, material costs for a specific project? D, indirect costs of running the business not tied to a specific job? The correct answer is D, overhead includes indirect costs like office rent, utilities, insurance, equipment depreciation, and administrative salaries, costs incurred to keep the business running regardless of any specific project. Question 6. Under California law, a home improvement contract is required for residential work when the total contract price, labor and materials, is at least, is it A, $200? B, $500? C, $1,000? D, $2,500? The correct answer is B. California requires a written home improvement contract for any work on a residential property totaling $500 or more, including both labor and materials. Question 7. A homeowner can cancel a home improvement contract that was solicited at their home within, is it A, 24 hours? B, 3 business days? C, 5 business days? D, 7 calendar days? The correct answer is B. The 3-day right of rescission applies to contracts solicited and signed at the consumer's home. The homeowner has until midnight of the 3rd business day to cancel without penalty. Question 8. Which of the following must be included in a California home improvement contract? Is it A, architect's stamp? B, a list of all subcontractors? C, contractor's license number and expiration date? D, a performance bond number? The correct answer is C. California law requires home improvement contracts to include the contractor's name, address, license number and expiration date, description of work, project start and completion dates, and payment schedule. Question 9. A contractor and homeowner agree to change the scope of work during a project. This agreement must be, is it A, verbal, confirmed by a handshake? B, written and signed by both parties before work begins? C, approved by the local building department? D, filed with CSLB within 10 days? The correct answer is B. All changes to a home improvement contract must be documented in a written change order signed by both the contractor and homeowner before the changed work begins. Question 10. A contractor may demand final payment from the homeowner, is it A, upon substantial completion of the project? B, when 50% of the work is complete? C, after all materials are delivered to the site? D, at the start of the project? The correct answer is A. A contractor may not demand or accept final payment until the project is substantially complete. Demanding payment before this point is a violation of California contractors' law. Question 11. Which statement about arbitration clauses in construction contracts is true? Is it A, they are illegal in California? B, they can be included but must be clear and conspicuous? C, they are required in all home improvement contracts? D, they automatically waive the right to a jury trial in all cases? The correct answer is B. Arbitration clauses are permitted in construction contracts but must be clearly disclosed, written in at least 10-point boldface type in home improvement contracts, and separately initialed by the homeowner. Question 12. A contractor abandons a job without justification after receiving a substantial deposit. The contractor may face, is it A, civil fine only? B, only a requirement to refund the deposit? C, license suspension or revocation and criminal charges? D, a warning letter from CSLB? The correct answer is C. Abandonment without legal excuse exposes a contractor to license discipline, suspension/revocation, civil liability for breach of contract, and potentially criminal charges for misappropriation of funds. Question 13. Who is primarily responsible for obtaining building permits on a construction project? Is it A, the property owner? B, the architect? C, the local building department? D, the prime contractor? The correct answer is D. While permits can technically be pulled by the owner, it is the contractor's professional responsibility to ensure all required permits are obtained before work begins. Working without required permits is a license violation. Question 14. A contract clause that shifts responsibility for delays outside the contractor's control to the owner is called, is it A, a force majeure clause? B, a liquidated damages clause? C, an indemnification clause? D, a no damage for delay clause? The correct answer is A. A force majeure clause excuses a party from performance when extraordinary events beyond their control, weather, acts of God, pandemics, prevent timely completion. It protects the contractor from delay damages. Question 15. An owner includes a liquidated damages clause of $500 per day for late completion. This clause is enforceable if, is it A, the amount represents a reasonable estimate of actual damages at the time the contract was signed. B, the amount is very high to punish the contractor. C, it is approved by CSLB. D, the contractor waives their right to arbitration. The correct answer is A, liquidated damages are enforceable if 1, damages were difficult to estimate at contract signing, and 2, the amount is a reasonable estimate of probable harm, not a penalty. Question 16. A contractor must provide an owner with a notice to owner, preliminary notice, primarily to, is it A, inform the owner that work has begun? B, comply with building permit requirements? C, preserve the right to file a mechanic's lien if not paid? D, register the contract with the local court? The correct answer is C. The preliminary notice is not a demand for payment. It preserves the right to file a mechanic's lien later if the contractor or supplier is not paid. Without it, lien rights may be lost. Question 17. Under a time and materials (T&M) contract, the owner pays, is it A, a fixed price agreed upon before work starts? B, only the material costs? Labor is the contractor's responsibility. C, a set hourly rate with no material reimbursement. D, actual costs of labor and materials plus an agreed markup or fee? The correct answer is D. A T&M contract pays the contractor for actual labor hours at an agreed rate plus actual material costs, typically plus overhead and profit markup. The total cost is not fixed in advance. Question 18. Which contract type places the most financial risk on the contractor? Is it A, cost plus contract? B, fixed price, lump sum, contract? C, time and materials contract? D, unit price contract? The correct answer is B. Under a fixed price, lump sum, contract, the contractor agrees to complete the work for a set price regardless of actual costs. If costs exceed the estimate, the contractor absorbs the loss. Question 19. A subcontractor fails to complete their scope of work on a project. The prime contractor's primary recourse is it A, file a complaint with CSLB? B, withhold payment and hire another sub to complete the work, then sue for the cost difference? C, abandon the entire project? D, request a change order from the owner? The correct answer is B. The prime contractor can withhold payment from the defaulting subcontractor, hire a replacement to complete the work, and sue the original sub for any additional cost incurred above the original subcontract price. Question 20. California's prompt payment law requires owners to pay general contractors within how many days of a proper invoice? Is it A, 7 days? B, 30 days? C, 45 days? D, 60 days? The correct answer is B. On private works, owners must pay general contractors within 30 days of a proper undisputed invoice. On public works, the period is 30 days from invoice or 39 days from billing, depending on the agency. Question 21. A general contractor must pay a subcontractor within how many days of receiving payment from the owner? Is it A, 3 days? B, 7 days? C, 10 days? D, 30 days? The correct answer is C. California prompt payment law requires general contractors to pay subcontractors within 7 days of receiving payment from the owner for private works, and 10 days for public works. Question 22. A contractor is hired to build a room addition. After completion, the homeowner claims defects. The contractor's written warranty on new residential construction must be at least, is it A, 90 days? B, 1 year? C, 2 years? D, the contractor sets the term freely? The correct answer is B. California's Right to Repair Act, SB 800, establishes statutory warranties for new residential construction, 1 year for most components, 4 years for plumbing/electrical/mechanical, 10 years for structural defects. Question 23. A subcontractor begins work on a private project on March 1st. To preserve lien rights, the preliminary notice must be served by, is it A, March 1st? B, March 21st? C, April 1st? D, within 20 days of first furnishing labor or materials? The correct answer is D. On private works, preliminary notices must be served within 20 days of first furnishing labor, services, equipment, or materials. Serving late does not eliminate lien rights entirely but limits them to work performed within 20 days before service. Question 24. A preliminary notice on a private construction project must be served on, is it A, the owner, prime contractor, and construction lender, if any? B, the prime contractor only? C, the building department? D, the CSLB and the prime contractor? The correct answer is A. Preliminary notices must be served on the owner, the prime contractor, and the construction lender, if any. Serving all three is necessary to fully protect lien and stop payment notice rights. Question 25. After completion of a private project, a claimant has how many days to record a mechanic's lien if no notice of completion is filed? Is it A, 30 days? B, 60 days? C, 90 days? D, 180 days? The correct answer is C. If no notice of completion or cessation is recorded, a mechanic's lien must be recorded within 90 days of completion of the project. This is the maximum window for lien claimants. Question 26. If the owner records a notice of completion, subcontractors and suppliers must record their mechanic's lien within, is it A, 30 days? B, 45 days? C, 60 days? D, 90 days? The correct answer is A. When an owner records a notice of completion, subcontractors and material suppliers, who are not the direct contractor, have only 30 days to record their mechanic's lien. The prime contractor has 60 days. Question 27. After recording a mechanic's lien, the claimant must file a lawsuit to enforce the lien within, is it A, 30 days? B, 60 days? C, 90 days? D, 1 year? The correct answer is C. A recorded mechanic's lien expires unless the claimant files a lawsuit to enforce it within 90 days of recording. Failure to sue timely renders the lien void. Question 28. What is the purpose of a stop payment notice on a private construction project? Is it A, to require the owner or lender to withhold funds from the contractor? B, to halt all work on the project? C. To record a lien on the property. D. To notify the building department of a payment dispute? The correct answer is A. A stop payment notice, formerly stop notice, requires the owner, lender, or public entity to withhold sufficient funds from the prime contractor to satisfy the claimant's unpaid claim. Question 29. An owner can release a recorded mechanics lien by obtaining a lien release bond equal to, is it A. 100% of the lien amount? B. 150% of the lien amount? C. The exact lien amount plus 10% interest? D. 125% of the lien amount? The correct answer is D. To release a mechanics lien from a property, the owner or contractor can record a lien release bond equal to 125% of the lien amount. This shifts the claimant's security from the property to the bond. Question 30. Which of the following is not required to be included in a mechanics lien? Is it A. Claimant's name and address? B. Social security number of the claimant? C. Description of the work performed? D. Amount of the claim? The correct answer is B. A valid mechanics lien must include the claimant's name/address, employer/employee info, description of work/materials, amount of claim, description of the property, and owner's name. No SSN is required. Question 31. On a public works project, a claimant who did not serve a preliminary notice can still file a, is it A. Mechanics lien? B. Stop payment notice against the public entity? C. Both a lien and stop payment notice? D. Either. Preliminary notice is mandatory on public works? The correct answer is B. Mechanics liens cannot be recorded against public property. However, on public works, unpaid claimants can serve a stop payment notice on the public entity to hold project funds. Question 32. A general contractor typically has how many days after a notice of completion is recorded to file a mechanics lien? Is it A. 30 days? B. 60 days? C. 90 days? D. 180 days? The correct answer is B. The prime, direct, contractor has 60 days after the owner records a notice of completion to record a mechanics lien. Subcontractors and suppliers have the shorter 30-day window. Question 33. The purpose of the preliminary notice requirement is to, is it A. Start the project legally? B. Establish the contractor's priority over other creditors? C. Serve as a demand letter for payment? D. Alert the owner to potential lien claimants on the project? The correct answer is D. Preliminary notices protect owners by informing them early who is furnishing labor and materials. Owners can then ensure funds flow properly and avoid paying the general contractor if subs are unpaid. Question 34. A claimant recorded a mechanics lien but was paid in full before filing a lawsuit. The claimant must, is it A. Leave the lien on the property indefinitely? B. File a notice of completion? C. Record a lien release within 30 days of written demand or payment? D. Re-record the lien to update the amount? The correct answer is C. Once paid, the claimant must release the lien. If the owner makes a written demand, the claimant has 30 days to record a release. Failure to release can result in damages and attorney's fees. Question 35. Which statement about a joint check agreement is correct? Is it A. It is a tool owners and GCs use to ensure subcontractors and suppliers are paid directly? B. It requires CSLB approval? C. It eliminates the need for a preliminary notice? D. It applies only to public works projects? The correct answer is A. A joint check agreement requires checks to be made payable jointly to the GC and subcontractor or supplier. This ensures the sub/supplier actually receives payment and reduces lien exposure. Question 36. California law requires that contractors give residential owners a notice to owner, preliminary notice. What additional notice must contractors give homeowners on home improvement projects? Is it A mechanic's lien waiver? B. A notice of right to cancel? C. A lien release bond offer? D. A notice of commencement of construction? The correct answer is B. Home improvement contractors must provide a notice to owner regarding the contractor's right to file a mechanic's lien and a notice of right to cancel informing homeowners of their 3-day rescission right. Question 37. Which document is required for every California employer with 1 or more employees? Is it A written safety data sheet for each chemical? B. An injury and illness prevention program, IIPP? C. A confined space entry permit? D. An OSHA 300 log? The correct answer is B. California Labor Code Section 6401.7 requires every employer to establish, implement, and maintain an injury and illness prevention program, IIPP. This is the foundation of California's workplace safety system. Question 38. Cal/OSHA may inspect a workplace. Is it A. Only with 48-hour advance notice? B. Only during normal business hours with a warrant? C. Only after a written employee complaint is filed? D. Without advance notice at any reasonable time? The correct answer is D. Cal/OSHA compliance officers may inspect workplaces without advance notice at any reasonable time. Employers are generally required to grant entry. An imminent hazard inspection may occur at any time. Question 39. At what height above a lower level does California require fall protection for employees in the construction industry? Is it A. 4 feet? B. 6 feet? C. 10 feet? D. 15 feet? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA requires fall protection, guardrails, safety nets, personal fall arrest systems, when employees are working at heights of 6 feet or more above a lower level in construction. Question 40. An excavation or trench that is 5 feet deep or deeper must be, is it A. covered with steel plates? B. Inspected by the building department only? C. Roped off with caution tape only? D. Protected with a shoring system, sloping, or shielding, trench box? The correct answer is D. Cal/OSHA requires protective systems, shoring, sloping/benching, or trench boxes, for all excavations and trenches 5 feet or more deep where workers will enter. Unprotected trenches are a leading cause of fatalities. Question 41. A permit-required confined space in construction is one that, is it A. contains or has a potential to contain a hazardous atmosphere or other serious hazard? B. Has any opening smaller than 18 inches? C. Is deeper than 4 feet? D. Requires a key to enter? The correct answer is A. Permit-required confined spaces contain or may contain hazardous atmospheres, material that could engulf a worker, or other serious hazards. Special entry procedures, monitoring, and rescue plans are required. Question 42. Employers must provide safety data sheets, SDS, for all hazardous chemicals in the workplace. An SDS must contain how many sections according to the GHS standard? Is it A. 8 sections? B. 12 sections? C. 16 sections? D. 20 sections? The correct answer is C. The Globally Harmonized System, GHS, requires standardized 16-section safety data sheets, SDS. Cal/OSHA's Hazard Communication Standard, HAZCOM, aligns with this format. Question 43. Under California heat illness prevention regulations, employers must provide outdoor workers with water, shade, and access to cool down rest when the temperature reaches, is it A. 80 degrees Fahrenheit 27 degrees Celsius? B. 85 degrees Fahrenheit 29 degrees Celsius? C. 90 degrees Fahrenheit 32 degrees Celsius? D. 95 degrees Fahrenheit 35 degrees Celsius? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA's heat illness prevention standard requires water, shade, and cool-down periods for outdoor workers when temperatures reach 80 degrees Fahrenheit. High heat procedures kick in at 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Question 44. A contractor is cited by Cal/OSHA for a willful violation. This means the violation was, is it a, an accident with no prior history? B. Committed knowingly or with plain indifference to the law? C. A first offense with no injury? D. Minor and easily corrected? The correct answer is B. A willful violation is one committed knowingly, intentionally, or with plain indifference to Cal/OSHA regulations. Willful violations carry much higher penalties than other violation types. Question 45. Which type of scaffolding requires specific training before workers can erect, disassemble, or use it? Is it A. Only scaffolding over 10 feet high? B. All scaffolding regardless of height? C. Only tube and coupler scaffolding? D. Only suspended scaffolding? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA requires that all scaffolding be erected and used under the supervision of a competent person, with specific training for workers. This applies to all scaffolding types and heights. Question 46. Personal protective equipment, PPE, on a construction site must be, is it A. Purchased by the employee? B. Provided only when OSHA inspects? C. Required only for subcontractors? D. Provided by the employer at no cost to the employee? The correct answer is D. California requires employers to provide all required personal protective equipment at no cost to employees. This includes hard hats, safety glasses, gloves, hearing protection, and respirators when required. Question 47. An employer must record a work-related injury on OSHA Form 300, Log of Work-Related Injuries, if the injury results in, is it A. Any first aid treatment? B. Only if the employee files a claim? C. Injury to more than one employee? D. Days away from work, restricted work, or medical treatment beyond first aid? The correct answer is D. OSHA record-keeping requires documenting injuries and illnesses that result in death, days away from work, restricted duty, job transfer, loss of consciousness, or medical treatment beyond first aid. Question 48. What is the primary purpose of a toolbox talk on a construction job site? Is it A. To review the project schedule? B. To conduct formal OSHA training? C. To review payroll with employees? D. To provide brief safety training on specific hazards? The correct answer is D. Toolbox talks, also called tailgate meetings, are short, informal safety meetings typically held at the start of a shift to address specific hazards, near misses, or safety topics relevant to the day's work. Question 49. Which of the following is the employer's responsibility under California's Hazard Communication (HAZCOM) standard? Is it A. Train employees on chemical hazards and ensure chemicals are labeled and SDS are accessible? B. Provide labels and SDS only for chemicals purchased after 2020? C. Post chemical lists in the break room only? D. Submit annual chemical reports to Cal/OSHA? The correct answer is A. HAZCOM requires employers to maintain a written program, ensure all containers are labeled, make SDS accessible to workers, and provide employee training on chemical hazards in the workplace. Question 50. A Cal/OSHA compliance officer arrives at a job site. The contractor should, is it A. Refuse entry and demand a warrant? B. Allow entry, the officer has the right to inspect? C. Ask the officer to return the next day? D. Immediately call the CSLB? The correct answer is B. Employers are generally required to allow Cal/OSHA compliance officers to inspect their workplaces. Refusing entry without good cause can result in a warrant and additional penalties. Question 1. A contractor must keep OSHA 300 logs and related documents for, is it A, 1 year? B, 3 years? C, 5 years? D, 10 years? The correct answer is C. OSHA requires employers to retain injury and illness records, Form 300, 300A, and 301, for 5 years following the end of the calendar year they cover. Question 2. Workers' compensation insurance in California is required for, is it A, only companies with 5 or more employees? B, only employees working on public projects? C, all employers, even those with just 1 employee? D, only full-time employees? The correct answer is C. California Labor Code Section 3700 requires every employer to secure workers' compensation coverage before employing even 1 employee. There is no minimum employee threshold. Question 3. A contractor operates without workers' compensation insurance. Cal/OSHA or the Labor Commissioner may issue, is it A, a warning letter? B, only a small administrative fine? C, a referral to the CSLB for possible license revocation? D, a stop order prohibiting employment of workers? The correct answer is D. Operating without WC insurance can result in a stop order immediately prohibiting the use of employee labor, as well as substantial fines of up to $100,000. The CSLB may also suspend the license. Question 4. Workers' compensation is described as a no-fault system. This means, is it A, employees waive the right to sue for any injury? B, employers are never liable for workplace injuries? C, employees must prove employer negligence? D, benefits are provided regardless of who caused the injury? The correct answer is D. In a no-fault WC system, injured workers receive benefits regardless of whether they or the employer caused the injury. In exchange, workers' comp is generally the exclusive remedy against the employer. Question 5. When an employee reports a work injury, the employer must provide a claim form, DWC-1, within, is it A, 24 hours? B, 1 working day? C, 3 working days? D, 1 week? The correct answer is B. Upon notice of a work injury, the employer must provide the employee with a DWC-1 claim form within 1 working day. Failing to do so can result in penalties and expanded employer liability. Question 6. While a workers' compensation claim is being investigated, the employer must authorize up to how much in medical treatment? Is it A, $10,000? B, nothing until the claim is accepted? C, $1,000? D, $250? The correct answer is A. California law requires employers to authorize up to $10,000 in medical treatment within 1 working day while a claim is being investigated, the 30-day presumption period for treatment authorization. Question 7. Which of the following best describes temporary total disability, TTD, benefits in California WC? Is it A, lump sum payment for permanent injuries? B, weekly payments of 2/3 of pre-injury earnings while the worker cannot work? C, full salary continuation for 12 months? D, payment only for medical expenses? The correct answer is B. TTD benefits replace approximately 2/3 of the injured worker's pre-injury average weekly earnings while they are temporarily unable to work, subject to state minimum and maximum weekly amounts. Question 8. A permanent and stationary (PNS) status in workers' compensation means, is it A, the injury has reached maximum medical improvement and the condition is unlikely to change? B, the employee will never work again? C, the employee is permanently disabled and cannot be assigned light duty? D, the employer must pay permanent disability immediately? The correct answer is A. When a treating physician declares an injured worker permanent and stationary, PNS, also called maximum medical improvement, the acute phase of treatment has ended and permanent disability is evaluated. Question 9. A corporate officer of a corporation may be excluded from workers' compensation coverage if, is it A, the corporation has fewer than 5 employees? B, the officer's salary exceeds $100,000 per year? C, the officer is also the sole shareholder? D, the officer properly elects exclusion in writing and files the required form? The correct answer is D. Corporate officers may elect to exclude themselves from workers' comp coverage by completing the required exclusion form. This election must be made in writing and kept on file. Question 10. What penalty may an employer face for not posting the required workers' compensation notice in the workplace? Is it A, no penalty? B, up to $250? C, up to $7,000? D, license revocation? The correct answer is C. Employers are required to post the DWC notice to employees' poster in a conspicuous location. Failure to post can result in fines up to $7,000 and expanded employer liability for claims. Question 11. Under California workers' compensation, which body system injury typically qualifies for a vocational rehabilitation benefit? Is it A, any injury requiring more than one doctor visit? B, only spinal cord injuries? C, only injuries resulting in amputation? D, any injury resulting in a permanent disability that affects the employee's ability to return to their usual work? The correct answer is D. Supplemental Job Displacement Benefits, SJDB, are available when an injured worker cannot return to their usual job due to permanent partial disability and the employer doesn't offer regular, modified, or alternative work. Question 12. The exclusive remedy doctrine in workers' compensation means, is it A, the employer can only be sued for injuries if the insurance lapses? B, an injured employee's only remedy against their employer is through the WC system? C, employees can choose between workers' comp and suing the employer? D, the employer selects the treating physician exclusively? The correct answer is B. Workers' comp is the exclusive remedy against the employer for work injuries. Employees generally cannot sue their employer in civil court, though exceptions exist for serious and willful employer misconduct. Question 13. A contractor must obtain workers' compensation coverage before, is it A, the first day an employee reports to work? B, the end of the first quarter? C, filing annual taxes? D, receiving the first project payment? The correct answer is A. WC coverage must be in place before the first day any employee begins work. There is no grace period. Employing workers without coverage even for one day is a violation. Question 14. Return-to-work programs in workers' compensation are designed to, is it A, offer injured workers modified or alternative duties while they recover? B, reduce the contractor's premium immediately? C, eliminate the need for medical treatment? D, allow employers to monitor injured workers? The correct answer is A. Return-to-work programs benefit both employees, income continuation, faster recovery, and employers, reduced claims costs, retained experienced workers. Offering modified duty can significantly reduce WC costs. Question 15. A subcontractor works on a general contractor's job site without workers' compensation insurance. If the subcontractor's employee is injured, who may be liable? Is it A, only the subcontractor? B, the general contractor may be treated as the statutory employer and be liable? C, only the injured employee's family? D, the property owner exclusively? The correct answer is B. When an uninsured subcontractor's employee is injured, the general contractor, as statutory employer, may be liable for workers' comp benefits. This is why GCs should verify WC certificates before allowing subs on site. Question 16. Prevailing wage requirements apply to public works projects with a contract value of at least, is it A, $500, B, $1,000, C, $15,000, D, $25,000? The correct answer is B. California prevailing wage law applies to public works contracts of $1,000 or more. There is no exemption for small public works projects. Question 17. Who determines the prevailing wage rates that must be paid on a California public works project? Is it A, the contractor, B, the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR, C, the awarding public agency, D, the local city council? The correct answer is B. The Director of the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR, determines prevailing wage rates by craft, classification, and locality. Contractors must pay the rate in effect when the work is performed. Question 18. Before a contractor may bid on or be awarded a public works contract, the contractor must be registered with, is it A, the CSLB only? B, the local building department, C, the Department of Industrial Relations, DIR, D, the U.S. Department of Labor? The correct answer is C. In addition to holding a CSLB license, a contractor must register annually with the DIR before bidding on or being awarded a public works contract. Question 19. On a public works project, contractors must submit certified payroll records to, is it A, the CSLB, B, the IRS, C, the property owner, D, the labor commissioner, generally through the DIR? The correct answer is D. Contractors on public works must keep accurate certified payroll records and furnish them to the labor commissioner, generally through the DIR's online electronic system. Question 20. The prevailing wage that must be paid on a public works project consists of, is it A, the state minimum wage only, B, whatever the contractor and worker agree to, C, a basic hourly rate plus fringe benefits, D, the federal minimum wage plus overtime? The correct answer is C. The prevailing wage is made up of a basic hourly rate plus employer payments for fringe benefits such as health care, pension, and training. The total package must meet the DIR determination. Question 21. On a public works contract that exceeds $25,000, the prime contractor must furnish, is it A, a mechanic's lien, B, a payment bond, C, a disciplinary bond, D, no bond, bonds are not used on public works? The correct answer is B. Because subcontractors and suppliers cannot place a lien on public property, the prime contractor on a public works contract over $25,000 must provide a payment bond guaranteeing they are paid. Question 22. An unpaid subcontractor on a public works project can compel the public agency to withhold project funds by serving, is it A, a stop payment notice, B, a mechanic's lien, C, a cease and desist letter, D, a Cal/OSHA complaint? The correct answer is A. Since public property cannot be liened, an unpaid claimant on a public works project serves a stop payment notice on the public agency, which must then withhold enough project funds to cover the claim. Question 23. On most public works projects, contractors are required to, is it A, hire only union workers, B, request and employ apprentices from a state-approved apprenticeship program, C, pay double the prevailing wage, D, use only workers who live in the same county? The correct answer is B. Public works contractors must request apprentices from a state-approved apprenticeship program and employ them on the project, supporting the training of the next generation of skilled workers. Question 24. If a contractor pays less than the required prevailing wage on a public works project, the contractor may face, is it A, a warning only, B, an automatic CSLB license revocation, C, no consequence if the worker agreed to the lower rate, D. Liability for back wages plus penalties assessed by the Labor Commissioner? The correct answer is D. A contractor who underpays prevailing wage is liable for the wage shortfall plus penalties assessed by the Labor Commissioner, and may be debarred, from bidding on future public works. Question 25. A contractor on a public works project must post the applicable prevailing wage determination. Is it A, at the contractor's home office? B, on the CSLB website? C, at a conspicuous place at the job site? D, nowhere, posting is not required? The correct answer is C. The contractor must post the prevailing wage determination at a conspicuous place at the job site so workers can see the rates that apply to their craft. Question 26. Which project is generally considered public works subject to prevailing wage? Is it A, homeowner's private kitchen remodel? B, construction paid for in whole or in part with public funds? C, any commercial building over $25,000? D, a privately funded apartment complex? The correct answer is B. A public works project is construction, alteration, demolition, or repair work paid for in whole or in part out of public funds. Prevailing wage and related rules attach because public money is involved. Question 27. On a public works project, the bond that guarantees the project will be completed according to the contract is it A, payment bond? B, performance bond? C, license bond? D, bid bond? The correct answer is B. A performance bond guarantees the project will be finished according to the contract. It is separate from the payment bond, which guarantees that workers and suppliers are paid. Question 28. A contractor's registration with the DIR to perform public works must be, is it A, obtained once and never renewed? B, renewed only when the CSLB license is renewed? C, obtained separately for every project? D, renewed each year? The correct answer is D. DIR Public Works registration is an annual registration with an annual fee. A contractor must keep it current to remain eligible to bid on and perform public works. Question 29. On a covered public works project, prevailing wage must be paid to, is it A, all workers employed on the project, including those of subcontractors? B, only members of a labor union? C, only the prime contractor's own employees? D, only workers who would otherwise earn less than minimum wage? The correct answer is A, prevailing wage must be paid to all workers employed on the public works project, by the prime contractor and by every subcontractor, regardless of union membership. Question 30. On public works, the standard apprentice to journeyman ratio a contractor must meet is at least, is it A, 1 hour of apprentice work for every 1 hour of journeyman work? B, 1 apprentice for the whole project? C, there is no ratio requirement? D, 1 hour of apprentice work for every 5 hours of journeyman work? The correct answer is D. Public works contractors must employ apprentices at a ratio of not less than 1 hour of apprentice work for every 5 hours of journeyman work, using apprentices from a state-approved program. Question 31. On a $40,000 home improvement contract, what is the maximum down payment a contractor may legally demand or accept before work begins? Is it A, $4,000, 10% of the contract? B, $2,000, 5% of the contract? C, $1,000? D, $10,000, 25% of the contract? The correct answer is C. California limits the down payment on a home improvement contract to $1,000 or 10% of the contract price, whichever is less. Here 10% would be $4,000, so the smaller cap of $1,000 controls. Question 32. On a $6,000 home improvement contract, what is the maximum allowable down payment? Is it A, $600? B, $1,000? C. $1,500. D. $3,000? The correct answer is A. The down payment may not exceed $1,000 or 10% of the contract price, whichever is less. 10% of $6,000 is $600, which is less than $1,000, so $600 is the legal maximum. Question 33. Which of the following is not a required element of a California home improvement contract? Is it A. An approximate start date and completion date? B. A schedule of payments tied to work performed? C. The homeowner's annual household income? D. A description of the work to be performed? The correct answer is C. Home improvement contracts must state the work description, payment schedule, and start/completion dates, among other items. A homeowner's income is private financial information and is never a required contract term. Question 34. A home improvement contract in California must be signed by the homeowner and contractor and a copy given to the buyer. Is it A. Within 10 days after work is completed? B. Only if the buyer requests one in writing? C. Before any work is started? D. After the first progress payment is made? The correct answer is C. The contractor must furnish the buyer a fully completed and signed copy of the home improvement contract before any work begins, so the buyer can review terms and exercise cancellation rights. Question 35. A homeowner signs a $9,000 home improvement contract at their kitchen table on a Tuesday. By when must the homeowner deliver a written cancellation notice to keep the cancellation valid? Is it A. By midnight Tuesday, the day of signing? B. By midnight Wednesday, the next day? C. Within 30 days of signing? D. By midnight of the third business day after signing? The correct answer is D. A buyer may cancel a home solicitation home improvement contract until midnight of the third business day after signing. The cancellation right is exercised by written notice delivered within that window. Question 36. After the down payment, payments collected under a home improvement contract must, is it A. Always be collected in equal monthly installments? B. Be made entirely in advance of the work? C. Not exceed the value of work performed and materials delivered to that point? D. Be held in escrow by the building department? The correct answer is C. California prohibits front-loading. Each progress payment must not exceed the value of work actually performed and materials actually delivered, protecting the homeowner if the contractor stops work. Question 37. If a home improvement contract contains a binding arbitration clause, California law requires that the clause be, is it A. Printed in standard type and placed anywhere in the contract? B. In at least 10-point boldface type and separately signed or initialed by the buyer? C. Removed before the contract is signed? D. Approved in advance by an arbitrator? The correct answer is B. An arbitration clause in a contract for residential work must appear in at least 10-point boldface type, contain prescribed disclosure language, and be separately initialed or signed by the consumer. Question 38. A change order on a home improvement project that increases the price must, is it A. Only be confirmed verbally with the homeowner? B. Be filed with the CSLB within 5 days? C. Be approved by the project lender? D. Be in writing and signed by both the owner and the contractor? The correct answer is D. Any change in the contract price, scope, or terms must be documented in a written change order signed by both parties. Verbal change orders are unenforceable and a license law violation. Question 39. Section 7164 of the Business and Professions Code governs contracts for, is it A. The construction of a new single-family dwelling sold to the owner-occupant? B. Repairs to commercial office buildings? C. Public works street improvements? D. Demolition of a detached garage? The correct answer is A. BNP Code Section 7164 sets the required terms for contracts to build a new single-family residential structure sold to the person it is built for. Home improvement, remodel/repair, contracts are governed by Section 7159. Question 40. A home improvement contract must contain a heading that identifies it as A. Is it A. Service and repair agreement? B. Public works contract. C. Joint venture agreement. D. Home improvement contract? The correct answer is D. The law requires the contract to bear a clear heading identifying it as a home improvement contract so the consumer knows which set of protective rules applies to the agreement. Question 41. A home improvement salesperson who solicits, negotiates, or sells home improvement contracts for a contractor must be, is it A. Registered with the CSLB as a home improvement salesperson? B. A licensed architect. C. Bonded for $100,000. D. A relative of the contractor? The correct answer is A. A person who solicits or negotiates home improvement contracts on behalf of a contractor must be registered with the CSLB as a home improvement salesperson, unless they are an officer of the licensed entity. Question 42. A home improvement contract must include a notice informing the homeowner about, is it A. The contractor's personal credit score? B. The market value of the homeowner's property? C. The contractor's state license board, including how to check a license and file a complaint? D. The wholesale cost of all materials? The correct answer is C. The contract must contain a notice describing the CSLB, including its contact information, so consumers know how to verify a license, learn about the contractor's history, and file a complaint. Question 43. When a contract is subject to the 3-day right of cancellation, the contractor must give the buyer, is it A. A verbal explanation of the cancellation right only? B. Nothing, the right is automatic and needs no paperwork? C. 2 copies of a notice of cancellation form the buyer can use to cancel? D. A copy of the contractor's license? The correct answer is C. The contractor must attach to the contract a properly completed notice of cancellation, typically 2 copies, that the buyer can complete and mail to exercise the 3-day cancellation right. Question 44. A senior citizen, 65 or older, who signs a home solicitation contract for disaster repairs after an emergency generally has a right to cancel of, is it A. 3 business days? B. 24 hours. C. 7 business days. D. No cancellation right applies? The correct answer is C. While the standard home solicitation cancellation period is 3 business days, California extends the cancellation period to 7 business days for senior citizens, including certain disaster and emergency repair contracts. Question 45. If a buyer properly cancels a home solicitation contract within the cancellation period, the contractor must, is it A. Keep a 10% restocking fee? B. Return all payments made by the buyer within 10 days of receiving the cancellation? C. Bill the buyer for time spent preparing the contract? D. Wait 30 days before refunding any money? The correct answer is B. Upon a valid cancellation, the seller must, within 10 days, refund all payments made and return any goods traded in. The contractor may not retain a fee for a properly cancelled contract. Question 46. A homeowner asks a contractor to begin a $15,000 kitchen remodel based only on a verbal agreement. The contractor should, is it A. Begin work immediately to keep the customer happy? B. Refuse to start until a written, signed home improvement contract is in place? C. Collect a 50% deposit, then write the contract? D. Start work and write the contract after the job is finished? The correct answer is B. Any home improvement work over $500 requires a written contract before work begins. Starting on a verbal agreement violates license law and exposes the contractor to discipline and unenforceable payment claims. Question 47. Which practice by a contractor on a home improvement contract is prohibited? Is it A. Tying progress payments to completed phases of work? B. Listing the contractor's license number on the contract? C. Providing a written warranty to the homeowner? D. Demanding payment that substantially exceeds the value of work performed? The correct answer is D. It is unlawful to demand or accept a payment that exceeds the value of the work performed and materials delivered. The other choices describe proper, lawful contracting practices. Question 48. A contractor takes a deposit, performs a small amount of work, and then stops returning calls and never finishes. This conduct is best described as, is it A. lawful suspension of work? B. A force majeure event? C. Abandonment of the contract? D. Substantial completion? The correct answer is C. Willfully departing from or disregarding plans or stopping work without legal excuse and without the owner's consent is abandonment, a cause for license discipline under BNP Section 7107. Question 49. A contract bids a job at a single total price covering all labor, materials, and overhead, regardless of actual cost. This is it A. Cost plus fee contract? B. Time and materials contract? C. Unit price contract? D. Fixed price, lump sum contract? The correct answer is D. A fixed price or lump sum contract sets one total price for the entire scope. The contractor profits if costs come in low and loses if they run high, bearing the cost risk. Question 50. Under a cost plus percentage contract, the contractor's fee is calculated as, is it A. A fixed dollar amount set before work begins? B. An hourly wage for the owner's representative? C. A penalty deducted for each day of delay? D. A stated percentage applied to the actual job costs? The correct answer is D. In a cost plus percentage contract, the contractor is reimbursed for actual costs and earns a fee equal to an agreed percentage of those costs. The owner bears most of the cost risk. Question 1. A grading contract pays $4.50 per cubic yard of soil excavated, with the final quantity measured in the field. This is A. Is it a unit price contract? B. Lump sum contract? C. Cost plus contract? D. Guaranteed maximum price contract? The correct answer is A. A unit price contract sets a price per unit of work, per cubic yard, per linear foot, etc. The total contract value depends on the actual measured quantities completed. Question 2. A guaranteed maximum price, GMP, contract protects the owner because, is it A. The contractor must finish in half the normal time? B. The owner will not pay more than the agreed ceiling, even if actual costs exceed it? C. The owner pays a flat fee with no cost reporting? D. All subcontractors must be bonded? The correct answer is B. In a GMP contract, costs are reimbursed up to a negotiated ceiling. Any cost overrun above the cap is borne by the contractor, capping the owner's financial exposure. Question 3. A contractor's direct job costs are $80,000 and the contract sells for $100,000. What is the gross margin percentage on this job? Is it A. 20%? B. 25%? C. 80%? D. 125%? The correct answer is A. Margin is gross profit divided by the selling price. Profit is $100,000 to $80,000 equals $20,000. $20,000/$100,000 equals 20% margin. Markup, by contrast, divides profit by cost. $20,000/$80,000 equals 25%. Question 4. A contractor wants a 30% markup on a job whose costs are $50,000. What selling price should the contractor bid? Is it A, $53,000? B, $60,000? C, $65,000? D, $71,400? The correct answer is C. Markup is added to cost. Selling price equals cost X, 1 plus markup, equals $50,000 x 1.30 equals $65,000. The $15,000 difference is the gross profit on the job. Question 5. A contractor needs a 25% gross margin on a job. If the direct costs are $30,000, what selling price achieves that margin? Is it A, $37,500? B, $40,000? C, $45,000? D, $24,000? The correct answer is B. To find the price for a desired margin, divide cost by 1 margin $30,000 / 1 to 0.25 equals $30,000 / 0.75 equals $40,000. The $10,000 profit is 25% of the $40,000 price. Question 6. A bid includes $60,000 in labor and materials, $12,000 in overhead, and the contractor wants $8,000 profit. What is the total bid price? Is it A, $60,000? B, $68,000? C, $72,000? D, $80,000? The correct answer is D. The bid price equals direct costs plus overhead plus profit. $60,000 plus $12,000 plus $8,000 equals $80,000. Overhead and profit must both be added on top of direct job costs. Question 7. A contractor's annual overhead is $120,000 and projected annual direct job costs are $600,000. What overhead rate should be applied to each job's direct costs? Is it A, 20%? B, 16.7%? C, 5%? D, 50%? The correct answer is A. The overhead rate is total overhead divided by total direct costs. $120,000 / $600,000 equals 0.20, or 20%. Each job is marked up 20% of its direct costs to recover overhead. Question 8. A contractor's fixed overhead is $90,000 per year and the average gross profit margin on jobs is 30%. How much sales revenue is needed to break even on overhead? Is it A, $90,000? B, $117,000? C, $300,000? D, $270,000? The correct answer is C. Break-even sales equals fixed overhead divided by gross margin. $90,000 / 0.30 equals $300,000. At $300,000 in sales, the 30% margin produces exactly $90,000 to cover overhead. Question 9. A contractor adds a 5% contingency to a job estimated at $200,000 in direct costs. How much money does the contingency add to the estimate? Is it A, $1,000? B, $10,000? C, $20,000? D, $50,000? The correct answer is B. A contingency is a percentage of estimated cost set aside for unforeseen conditions. 5% x $200,000 equals $10,000. It cushions the budget against surprises without inflating the base estimate. Question 10. On a project with a $250,000 contract, the owner withholds 10% retention from each progress payment. After $150,000 of work has been billed and approved, how much retention has been withheld so far? Is it A, $1,500? B, $10,000? C, $15,000? D, $25,000? The correct answer is C. Retention is withheld as a percentage of the work billed to date. 10% x $150,000 equals $15,000. Retention is released after satisfactory completion, typically tied to project acceptance. Question 11. On a private works project, after the owner pays the general contractor a progress payment, the general contractor must pay each subcontractor its share within how many days? Is it A. 7 days, B. 14 days, C. 21 days, D. 45 days? The correct answer is A. Under California prompt payment law, a direct contractor on a private project must pay each subcontractor its portion within 7 days of receiving a progress payment from the owner. Question 12. If an owner wrongfully withholds an undisputed progress payment from a general contractor, California prompt payment law allows a penalty of, is it A. Loss of the contractor's license, B. Triple the contract price, C. 2% per month on the improperly withheld amount, plus attorney's fees, D. No penalty, the contractor can only sue for the principal? The correct answer is C. California prompt payment statutes impose a penalty of 2% per month, in lieu of interest, on amounts wrongfully withheld, and the prevailing party in an enforcement action may recover attorney's fees and costs. Question 13. After a project is satisfactorily completed and accepted on a private works job, the owner must release retention to the general contractor within, is it A. 7 days, B. 10 days, C. 30 days, D. 45 days? The correct answer is D. On private works, an owner must release retention proceeds withheld from a direct contractor within 45 days after completion of the work of improvement. Question 14. After receiving retention from the owner, a general contractor on a private works project must pass through each subcontractor's retention within, is it A. 10 days, B. 30 days, C. 45 days, D. 60 days? The correct answer is A. Once the general contractor receives retention from the owner, it must release each subcontractor's share of that retention within 10 days on a private works project. Question 15. In a construction contract, a schedule of values is best described as, is it A. A breakdown of the contract price allocated among the parts of the work, used to support progress billings, B. A list of every employee's hourly wage, C. The contractor's overhead allocation worksheet, D. A calendar showing inspection dates? The correct answer is A. A schedule of values divides the total contract sum among the various components of the work. Each progress payment application bills the percentage complete of each line item against this schedule. Question 16. On a $500,000 contract, the schedule of values shows framing as 18% of the total. If framing is 50% complete, how much may the contractor bill for framing this period? Is it A. $25,000, B. $45,000, C. $90,000, D. $250,000? The correct answer is B. Framing's total value is 18% x $500,000 equals $90,000. At 50% complete, the contractor may bill 50% x $90,000 equals $45,000 for that line item this period. Question 17. A contractor completes $80,000 of work in a billing period. The contract provides for 10% retention. How much should the contractor expect to receive for this progress payment? Is it A. $80,000, B. $8,000, C. $88,000, D. $72,000? The correct answer is D. The owner withholds 10% retention. $80,000 x 10% equals $8,000 retained, so the current payment is $80,000 to $8,000 equals $72,000. The $8,000 retention is paid later upon completion. Question 18. The primary purpose of job costing during a project is to, is it A, compare actual costs to the estimate so problems can be caught and corrected early? B, determine the contractor's annual income tax? C, set the wage rates for the next project? D, replace the need for a written contract? The correct answer is A. Job costing tracks actual labor, material, and other costs against the budget line by line, allowing the contractor to identify overruns early and take corrective action before losses grow. Question 19. A job was estimated at $40,000 in labor, but actual labor came in at $48,000. This $8,000 difference is best described as, is it A cost overrun, unfavorable variance? B, a contingency allowance? C, a retention amount? D, liquidated damages? The correct answer is A. When actual cost exceeds the estimate, the shortfall is a cost overrun, also called an unfavorable variance. Job costing flags such variances so the contractor can investigate the cause. Question 20. When a general contractor relies on a subcontractor's bid to prepare its prime bid, the sub generally, is it A, may freely withdraw the bid for any reason after the prime is awarded? B, may be bound to honor that bid under the doctrine of detrimental reliance? C, must be paid a deposit before submitting the bid? D, automatically becomes a partner of the general contractor? The correct answer is B. When a general reasonably and foreseeably relies on a sub's bid in submitting its own, the sub can be held to that bid under promissory estoppel, detrimental reliance, even without a signed contract. Question 21. The practice of a general contractor revealing one subcontractor's bid to a competitor to obtain a lower price is called, is it A, bid shopping? B, value engineering? C, scope review? D, pre-qualification? The correct answer is A. Bid shopping is using one sub's quoted price to pressure other subs to bid lower after bids are submitted. It is widely viewed as unethical and is restricted on public works to protect competitive bidding. Question 22. A contractor discovers a $20,000 arithmetic error in its bid 1 hour after submitting it, before any contract is signed. The contractor's best course of action is to, is it A, sign the contract anyway and absorb the loss silently? B, promptly notify the owner in writing of the mistake and request to withdraw or correct the bid? C, sign the contract and reduce the quality of materials to recover the error? D, ignore it because bids cannot be changed once submitted? The correct answer is B. A genuine, promptly disclosed clerical or arithmetic error generally allows a bidder to withdraw or correct the bid before contract formation. Proceeding with deficient work or hidden corner cutting would violate license law. Question 23. In project organization, the document that defines exactly what work is and is not included in a contract is the, is it A, punch list? B, lien release? C, certificate of occupancy? D, scope of work? The correct answer is D. The scope of work spells out the specific work the contractor will perform. A clear scope prevents disputes over whether a task is included in the contract price or is extra work requiring a change order. Question 24. A punch list near the end of a project is it A list of minor incomplete or corrective items to finish before final acceptance? B, a list of materials still to be ordered? C, the contractor's payroll records? D, a schedule of future projects? The correct answer is A. A punch list itemizes minor defects or unfinished details that must be completed or corrected before the owner gives final acceptance and releases final payment and retention. Question 25. Substantial completion of a construction project generally means, is it A, all materials have been ordered? B, the contract has been signed by both parties? C, exactly 90% of the contract price has been paid? D, the project is complete enough for the owner to use it for its intended purpose? The correct answer is D. Substantial completion is reached when the work is sufficiently complete that the owner can occupy or use the project for its intended purpose, even if minor punch list items remain. Question 26. A liquidated damages clause in a construction contract will most likely be unenforceable if, is it A, the stated amount bears no reasonable relationship to anticipated harm and operates as a penalty, B, the amount is a reasonable forecast of the owner's likely loss, C, actual damages would have been hard to calculate at signing, D, both parties negotiated the clause at arm's length? The correct answer is A. Under Civil Code Section 1671, liquidated damages must be a reasonable estimate of probable harm. A clause set arbitrarily high to punish, with no relation to actual anticipated loss, is an unenforceable penalty. Question 27. A contract sets liquidated damages of $400 per day for late completion. The contractor finishes 12 days late. Assuming the clause is enforceable, how much may the owner deduct? Is it A, $400, B, $4,800, C, $1,200, D, $12,000? The correct answer is B. Liquidated damages accrue per day of delay. $400 x 12 days equals $4,800. An enforceable clause fixes this amount in advance, so actual damages need not be separately proven. Question 28. Under California's Right to Repair Act, SB 800, the statutory standard for plumbing and electrical system defects in new residential construction generally applies for, is it A, 1 year, B, 2 years, C, 4 years, D, 10 years? The correct answer is C. SB 800 establishes tiered standards, most function/finish items 1 year, plumbing and electrical systems generally 4 years, and structural/major defects up to 10 years from close of escrow. Question 29. Under SB 800, the longest statutory standard period applies to which type of defect in new residential construction? Is it A, paint and stucco finishes? B, interior trim work, C, major structural components, D, cabinet hardware? The correct answer is C. The 10-year period under SB 800 applies to major structural defects. Finish and function items such as paint, trim, and hardware carry much shorter standard periods, often 1 year. Question 30. Under SB 800, before a homeowner may file a construction defect lawsuit against the builder, the homeowner generally must first, is it A, sell the home to a new owner, B, obtain a new building permit, C, wait 10 years after close of escrow, D, give the builder written notice of the claimed defect and an opportunity to inspect and repair? The correct answer is D. SB 800 establishes a pre-litigation process. The homeowner must notify the builder of the claimed violation, and the builder has the right to inspect and offer to repair before a lawsuit may proceed. Question 31. A home improvement contract states the contract price as to be determined with no total dollar amount. This contract is it A, fully valid as long as the homeowner signs it? B, valid only for emergency repairs? C, valid if the contractor is bonded? D, improper, because the contract must state the total contract price on its face? The correct answer is D. A home improvement contract must clearly state the total contract price in dollars. An open-ended or undetermined price deprives the consumer of a key disclosure and violates the contract requirements. Question 32. In a cost-plus contract, the party who bears the most risk of cost overruns is it A, owner, B, subcontractor, C, contractor, D, material supplier? The correct answer is A. Under cost-plus, the contractor is reimbursed for actual costs plus a fee, so cost increases are passed through to the owner. The owner therefore bears the bulk of the cost overrun risk. Question 33. A contractor signs a $700 repair contract with a homeowner. Which statement is correct? Is it A, no written contract is needed because it is under $1,000? B, the contract may be entirely verbal if both parties agree? C, a written contract is required only if the homeowner is a senior citizen? D, a written home improvement contract is required because the price is $500 or more? The correct answer is D. California requires a written home improvement contract whenever the combined labor and material price is $500 or more. A $700 repair clearly exceeds the threshold and must be in writing. Question 34. A contractor's bid totals $90,000, of which $54,000 is direct cost. What percentage of the bid is gross profit and overhead combined? Is it A, 40%? B, 60%? C, 20%? D, 166%? The correct answer is A. The amount above direct cost is $90,000 to $54,000 equals $36,000. As a percentage of the bid, $36,000/$90,000 equals 40%, which covers both overhead and profit. Question 35. A contractor estimates a job will take 320 labor hours at a fully burdened rate of $55 per hour. What is the estimated labor cost? Is it A, $5,818? B, $17,600? C, $1,760? D, $176,000? The correct answer is B. Estimated labor cost equals hours times the burdened hourly rate. 320x $55 equals $17,600. The burdened rate already includes payroll taxes, insurance, and benefits. Question 36. Three contractors submit sealed bids of $182,000, $176,500, and $189,300 for the same defined scope. The lowest responsive bid is it A, $176,500? B, $189,300? C, $182,000? D, the average of the three bids? The correct answer is A. Competitive bidding awards the contract to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. Among $182,000, $176,500, and $189,300, the lowest is $176,500. Question 37. A general contractor uses a critical path method, CPM, schedule mainly to, is it A, calculate sales tax on materials? B, determine the home improvement down payment limit? C, identify the sequence of activities that controls the project completion date? D, decide which subcontractor to bid shop? The correct answer is C. A CPM schedule maps task dependencies and durations to find the critical path, the longest chain of activities that determines the minimum project duration and the completion date. Question 38. On a fixed-price contract, the contractor's estimate was $100,000 but actual costs reached $112,000. The owner still pays only the agreed price. The contractor's profit or loss is it A, a $12,000 profit? B, a $12,000 loss? C, break even, no profit or loss? D, determined later by the owner? The correct answer is B. In a fixed-price contract, the price is locked. With costs of $112,000 and revenue of $100,000, the contractor absorbs a $12,000 loss. Cost risk falls entirely on the contractor. Question 39. If a contractor performs home improvement work without a written contract or with a non-compliant contract, the most likely consequence is it A, license discipline by the CSLB and difficulty enforcing payment? B. The contract is automatically converted to a public works contract. C. The homeowner must pay double the contract price. D. The CSLB issues the contractor a higher license class. The correct answer is a failure to use a compliant written home improvement contract is grounds for CSLB discipline and can make it difficult or impossible for the contractor to enforce payment in court. Question 40. An owner asks a contractor to add an unforeseen scope of work mid-project. To be paid for the extra work, the contractor should first, get a written, signed change order describing the added work and its price before performing it. B. Complete the extra work and bill it on the final invoice as a surprise. C. Stop all work until the owner pays cash up front. D. Report the owner to the CSLB. The correct answer is a extra or changed work should be authorized by a written change order signed by both parties before it is performed, so the price and scope are clear and the contractor's right to payment is protected. Question 41. California prompt payment laws are designed primarily to, set the minimum wage for construction workers. B. Determine which contractor wins a competitive bid. C. Ensure that contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers are paid in a timely manner. D. Establish license classifications. The correct answer is C. Prompt payment statutes set deadlines for owners, general contractors, and others to pay down the contracting chain, with penalties for late payment, so that everyone who performs work is paid timely. Question 42. A contractor wishes to require a larger down payment than the law allows because a custom-ordered material must be paid for upfront. The proper way to handle this is to, simply collect 50% down and note it as custom materials. B. Have the homeowner waive the down payment limit in writing. C. Use a separate finance charge or special order provision allowed by law, not an unlawful oversized down payment. D. Collect the full contract price before ordering anything. The correct answer is C. The down payment cap, $1,000 or 10%, whichever is less, cannot be waived by the homeowner. Special order or custom material costs must be handled through lawful contract provisions, not an oversized down payment. Question 43. A contractor's overhead is best described as, A. The direct labor and materials used on a specific job. B. Indirect business costs, office rent, insurance, administration not charged to one specific job. C. The profit earned on the most recent job. D. The amount of retention withheld by the owner. The correct answer is B. Overhead consists of indirect costs of running the business, office, insurance, licenses, administrative salaries, that benefit all jobs and must be recovered through markup on direct costs. Question 44. On a home improvement contract, the start date and completion date provisions exist primarily to, allow the contractor to set the price after work begins. B. Replace the need for building permits. C. Determine the contractor's license class. D. Give the homeowner a clear, enforceable expectation of the project timeline. The correct answer is D. Required start and completion, or duration. Dates give the homeowner a clear timeline, support enforcement if the contractor delays, and help establish whether abandonment has occurred. Question 45. Which item is generally considered a direct job cost rather than overhead? Is it A. The contractor's office telephone bill? B. Annual liability insurance premium? C. The salary of the company bookkeeper? D. Lumber installed on a specific framing job? The correct answer is D. Direct costs are traceable to a specific job, like lumber, job site labor, and equipment rental for that job. Office phone, general insurance, and bookkeeper salary are indirect overhead. Question 46. A contractor marks up direct costs by 35%. If the markup amount on a job is $14,000, what were the direct costs? Is it A. $40,000? B. $49,000. C. $4,900. D. $54,000. The correct answer is A. Markup amount equals direct cost times the markup rate. $14,000 equals cost x 0.35, so cost equals $14,000 slash 0.35 equals $40,000. The selling price would be $54,000. Question 47. On a unit price paving contract at $3.20 per square foot, the field measures 9,500 square feet actually paved. What is the contractor entitled to be paid? Is it A. $3.20, B. $30,400, C. $9,500, D. $3,040? The correct answer is B. Under a unit price contract, payment equals the unit price times the measured quantity. $3.20 x 9,500 square feet equals $30,400. Question 48. A contractor finishes substantially all work on a private project and submits a proper final invoice for $30,000, the retention. The owner refuses to pay although there is no genuine dispute. The contractor's best first step is to, is it A. Re-enter the property and remove installed materials? B. Immediately surrender its contractor license? C. Lower the invoice by 50% to encourage payment? D. Send a written demand for the retention and, if unpaid, pursue prompt payment remedies and lien/bond rights? The correct answer is D. Where there is no good faith dispute, the contractor should make a written demand and then enforce its rights through prompt payment penalties and mechanics lien or bond claims. Self-help removal of materials is unlawful. Question 49. An IA-style application and certificate for payment, commonly G702/G703, is used to, is it A. Cancel a home improvement contract? B. Apply for a contractor's license? C. Request a progress payment showing work completed against the schedule of values? D. Record a mechanics lien with the county? The correct answer is C. The G702 application/certificate, with its G703 continuation sheet, itemizes the schedule of values and percentage of each item completed, supporting the contractor's request for a progress payment. Question 50. A contractor budgets a job at $250,000 total cost and is 60% complete. To stay on budget, total spending to date should be approximately, is it A. $60,000, B. $150,000, C. $250,000, D. $100,000? The correct answer is B. If progress and spending track together, spending at 60% complete should be about 60% of the $250,000 budget. 0.60x $250,000 equals $150,000. Spending much above this signals a possible overrun. Question 1. A homeowner signs a home improvement contract at the contractor's place of business after visiting the showroom. Which statement is most accurate? Is it A. The 3-day home solicitation cancellation right always applies? B. Required home improvement contract terms still apply, even though it was not solicited at the home? C. The contract need not be in writing because it was signed at a business office? D. The down payment limit does not apply at a business office? The correct answer is B. The required contents and protections of a home improvement contract apply regardless of where it is signed. The 3-day home solicitation cancellation right, however, is tied to contracts solicited at the buyer's home. Question 2. A no damage for delay clause in a contract typically, is it A. Requires the owner to pay the contractor extra for every delay? B. Limits the contractor to a time extension, not money, for certain delays? C. Guarantees the contractor a bonus for early completion? D. Voids the contract whenever a delay occurs? The correct answer is B. A no damage for delay clause provides that, for covered delays, the contractor's sole remedy is additional time to perform, not monetary compensation for delay costs. Question 3. An indemnification, hold harmless, clause in a construction contract generally, is it A, sets the down payment amount, B, shifts certain liability or defense obligations from one party to another, C, establishes the project completion date, D, determines the contractor's license classification? The correct answer is B. An indemnification clause allocates risk by requiring one party to protect, defend, or reimburse another against specified claims or losses arising from the work. Question 4. A home improvement contract must disclose the contractor's license number primarily so that the homeowner can, is it A, calculate the contractor's tax liability, B, verify the license status, classification, and complaint history with the CSLB, C, determine the contractor's profit margin, D, apply for a building permit on the contractor's behalf? The correct answer is B. Listing the license number lets the homeowner check the CSLB record to confirm the license is active and properly classified and to review any disciplinary or complaint history before work begins. Question 5. A subcontract should clearly state the scope of work primarily to, is it A, increase the subcontractor's license class, B, prevent disputes over which tasks the subcontractor must perform and which are extra, C, eliminate the need for a building permit, D, set the prevailing wage rate? The correct answer is B. A precise subcontract scope avoids gaps and overlaps, making clear which work is included in the subcontract price and which is extra work requiring a change order, reducing disputes. Question 6. When an owner signs a contract by accepting a contractor's written bid exactly as offered, the agreement is formed by, is it A, a change order, B, a liquidated damages clause, C, offer and acceptance, D, a preliminary notice? The correct answer is C. A binding contract requires an offer and an acceptance of that offer's terms, supported by consideration. Accepting a written bid as offered creates the contract through offer and acceptance. Question 7. A home improvement contract may not include which of the following provisions? Is it A, a schedule of progress payments tied to completed work, B, a clear description of the materials to be installed, C, a clause requiring the homeowner to waive statutory consumer protections, D, a start date and an approximate completion date? The correct answer is C. Statutory home improvement protections cannot be waived. A contract clause purporting to make the homeowner give up these consumer rights is unlawful and unenforceable. Question 8. A contractor's bid bond on a public project primarily guarantees that, is it A, the project will be free of defects for 10 years, B, all subcontractors will be paid within 7 days, C, the owner will release retention promptly, D, if awarded the contract, the bidder will enter into the contract and provide required bonds? The correct answer is D. A bid bond guarantees that a successful bidder will honor its bid by signing the contract and furnishing the required performance and payment bonds. If it refuses, the bond covers the owner's reletting costs. Question 9. A homeowner exercises the 3-day right to cancel a home improvement contract. The contractor had already delivered some materials. The contractor, is it A, must honor the cancellation and refund payments, and may retrieve delivered materials. B, may keep the entire down payment as a cancellation fee. C, may force the homeowner to keep the materials and pay full price. D, may ignore the cancellation if work has already started. The correct answer is A. A timely cancellation must be honored. The contractor refunds the buyer's payments and may reclaim materials it delivered. The contractor cannot retain a fee or force the homeowner to proceed. Question 10. A contractor wants to recover $96,000 of annual overhead and earn 8% net profit on sales. If projected annual sales are $800,000, the profit dollars expected are, is it A, $8,000, B, $96,000, C, $104,000, D, $64,000? The correct answer is D. Net profit equals the profit rate times sales. 8% x $800,000 equals $64,000. Overhead recovery, $96,000, is separate. Profit is what remains after both direct costs and overhead are covered. Question 11. A contractor stops work on a project for 2 weeks because the owner has not made an undisputed progress payment that is clearly due. This work stoppage is it A, always abandonment, regardless of the reason? B, a criminal offense in every case? C, only allowed on public works projects? D, generally a lawful suspension, not abandonment, because there is legal justification? The correct answer is D. Abandonment requires departing the work without legal excuse. Stopping work because the owner failed to make a clearly due, undisputed payment is generally a justified suspension, not unlawful abandonment. Question 12. An estimate that totals all material and labor quantities from the plans, item by item, to build up a price is best described as, is it A, square foot or conceptual estimate? B, a liquidated damages calculation? C, a detailed, quantity takeoff estimate? D, a schedule of values? The correct answer is C. A detailed estimate is built from a quantity takeoff, measuring and pricing every material and labor item from the plans. It is more accurate than a rough square foot or conceptual estimate. Question 13. The home solicitation contract rules that give a 3-day cancellation right apply to a contract that is it A, negotiated entirely at the contractor's licensed office? B, awarded through public competitive bidding? C, only for projects exceeding $100,000? D, for goods or services solicited and signed at the buyer's home, above a small dollar threshold? The correct answer is D. Home solicitation contract rules apply to consumer contracts for goods or services solicited and signed at the buyer's residence, above a small statutory amount, triggering the 3-day right to cancel. Question 14. A contractor's bid is $120,000. After the contract is signed, the owner requests an approved change order adding $15,000 of work and a deductive change order removing $4,000. The adjusted contract price is it A, $120,000? B, $135,000? C, $116,000? D, $131,000? The correct answer is D. Change orders adjust the contract price up and down. $120,000 plus $15,000 to $4,000 equals $131,000. The adjusted price reflects all signed change orders. Question 15. Which contract type generally gives the owner the least cost certainty at the time of signing? Is it A, fixed price, lump sum, contract? B, guaranteed maximum price contract? C, stipulated lump sum contract? D, cost plus percentage contract? The correct answer is D. Under cost plus percentage, the final price is unknown until the work is done because it depends on actual costs. Fixed price and GMP contracts give the owner far more cost certainty up front. Question 16. A home improvement contract must be legible and any blank spaces should be, is it A, left blank for the contractor to complete after signing? B, filled in only by the building department? C, completed before the owner signs the contract? D, filled in after the project is finished? The correct answer is C. The contract must be fully completed before the owner signs, so the homeowner sees and agrees to all material terms. Leaving blanks to be filled in later is improper and unfair to the consumer. Question 17. An owner-contractor agreement and a subcontract are kept consistent through, is it A, ignoring the prime contract terms entirely? B, a flow-down clause that passes prime contract obligations to the subcontractor? C, a separate license for each trade? D, a liquidated damages waiver? The correct answer is B. A flow-down, or conduit, clause incorporates the prime contract's relevant terms into the subcontract, binding the subcontractor to the same obligations the general owes the owner for that scope. Question 18. A contractor's job cost report shows materials are 15% over budget while labor is on budget at the 50% completion point. The contractor should, is it A, wait until the job is done to investigate? B, immediately abandon the project? C, investigate the material variance now and adjust purchasing or take corrective action? D, bill the owner for the overage with no change order? The correct answer is C. Job costing exists to catch problems early. A 15% material overrun at mid-project should be investigated immediately so the contractor can correct purchasing practices or scope before the loss grows. Question 19. An hourly laborer earning $24 per hour works exactly 11 hours on a single workday with no other days worked that week. What is that day's gross pay? Is it A, $264? B, $288? C, $300? D, $396? The correct answer is C. First 8 hours at $24 equals $192, hours 9 to 11, 3 hours, at 1.5 times equals $36 times 3 equals $108. Total equals $192 plus $108 equals $300. Double time would only begin after 12 hours. Question 20. A carpenter earns $30 per hour and works 14 hours in one workday. What is the gross pay for that day? Is it A, $510? B, $540? C, $420? D, $630? The correct answer is B. Hours 1 to 8 at $30 equals $240, hours 9 to 12, 4 hours, at 1.5 times, $45 equals $180, hours 13 to 14, 2 hours, at 2 times, $60 equals $120. Total equals $240 plus $180 plus $120 equals $540. Question 21. An employee works 8 hours per day Monday through Friday and then 6 hours on Saturday, for a total of 46 hours in the workweek. How many hours must be paid at the overtime rate? Is it A, 6 hours at 1.5 times? B, 0 hours, no overtime is owed? C, 6 hours at 2 times? D, 2 hours at 1.5 times? The correct answer is A. No single day exceeded 8 hours, so no daily overtime applies. However, the week totaled 46 hours, and California requires 1.5 times pay for all hours over 40 in a workweek, that is 6 hours of weekly overtime. Question 22. A construction crew wants to work 4 10-hour days each week without daily overtime kicking in at hour 9. What must be in place for this to be lawful? Is it A, verbal agreement of the foreman? B, a properly adopted alternative workweek schedule approved by a secret ballot election of the affected employees? C, a written request from a single employee? D, approval from the CSLB? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 511 allows an alternative workweek, such as 4 10-hour days, only if it is adopted through a written proposal and approved by at least 2/3 of affected employees in a secret ballot election, with results reported to the state. Question 23. Under California law, how is daily overtime determined relative to the regular rate of pay? Is it A, overtime is always paid at the federal minimum wage? B, overtime is a flat $15 premium per hour regardless of base pay. C. Overtime is calculated as a multiple, 1.5 times or 2 times, of the employee's regular rate of pay. D. Overtime equals the employee's base hourly rate plus tips? The correct answer is C. California overtime is a multiplier applied to the employee's regular rate of pay, 1.5 times for daily overtime and 2 times for double time. The regular rate must include non-discretionary bonuses and similar earnings, not just the base hourly wage. Question 24. An employee is scheduled for a 12-hour shift on a construction site. How many 30-minute meal periods must the employer provide? Is it A. 2 meal periods? B. None. Meal periods are optional for shifts over 10 hours. C. 1 meal period only. D. 3 meal periods? The correct answer is A. A second 30-minute meal period is required when a shift exceeds 10 hours. A 12-hour shift triggers 2 meal periods, the first by the end of hour 5 and the second by the end of hour 10. Question 25. An employer fails to provide a legally required meal period to an employee on a given day. What does California law require the employer to pay? Is it A. Triple the employee's hourly wage for the entire shift? B. A flat $50 penalty paid to the state? C. Nothing, as long as the employee was not disciplined? D. 1 additional hour of pay at the employee's regular rate? The correct answer is D. Under Labor Code Section 226.7, if an employer fails to provide a compliant meal or rest period, it must pay the employee 1 additional hour of pay at the regular rate for each workday a meal violation occurs, and 1 more for a rest violation. Question 26. A construction worker is scheduled to work a 6-hour shift. Under what condition may the meal period be waived? Is it A. By mutual consent of the employer and employee? B. The employer may waive it unilaterally. C. It can never be waived under any circumstances. D. Only with written approval from the Labor Commissioner? The correct answer is A. For a work period of no more than 6 hours, the meal period may be waived by mutual consent of both the employer and the employee. The waiver should be voluntary, not coerced. Question 27. On a construction job site, who is generally responsible for providing potable drinking water and toilet facilities for employees? Is it A. Each employee for themselves? B. Only the project owner? C. The employer, under IWC Wage Order 16 for the construction industry? D. The local water utility? The correct answer is C. IWC Wage Order 16 governs on-site occupations in construction and requires employers to provide adequate potable drinking water and suitable toilet facilities for employees at the work site. Question 28. During a paid 10-minute rest break, an employee must be: is it A. Available by phone in case the crew needs help? B. Required to stay at their assigned workstation? C. Clocked out and unpaid for the time? D. Relieved of all duties and free to leave the work area? The correct answer is D. A rest period must be a genuine break. The employee must be relieved of all duty and free from employer control during the 10 minutes, yet it remains paid time. Requiring the worker to stay on call or at their station defeats the purpose. Question 29. An employee gives the contractor 72 hours of advance notice that they will quit. On the employee's last scheduled workday, when are final wages due? Is it A. Within 72 hours after the last day worked? B. By the next regular payday? C. Within 30 days of resignation? D. On the last day of work? The correct answer is D. When an employee quits with at least 72 hours of advance notice, final wages are due on the last day of work. The 72-hour grace period only applies when the employee quits without giving such notice. Question 30. A contractor willfully fails to pay a discharged employee's final wages on time. The employee earned $200 per day. The waiting time penalty under Labor Code Section 203 continues until paid, up to a maximum of, is it A, 10 days? B, 20 days? C, 30 days? D, 60 days? The correct answer is C. The waiting time penalty under Section 203 equals the employee's daily wage for each day final pay is late, continuing until paid, but capped at 30 days. Here that maximum would be $200 times 30 equals $6,000. Question 31. An employee earning $160 per day is discharged, and the contractor pays the final wages 8 days late without any good faith dispute. What is the waiting time penalty? Is it A, $1,280? B, $160? C, $800? D, $4,800? The correct answer is A. The Section 203 waiting time penalty is the daily wage multiplied by the number of days the payment is late. $160 times 8 equals $1,280. The penalty would continue accruing up to a 30-day maximum if the wages remained unpaid. Question 32. A contractor lays off a worker at the end of a project. With respect to final pay, a layoff is treated the same as, is it A, discharge, final wages are due immediately? B, a voluntary quit without notice? C, a leave of absence with no immediate pay required? D, a resignation with 72 hours notice? The correct answer is A. A layoff is an employer-initiated separation, so it is treated as a discharge under Labor Code Section 201. All earned and unpaid wages, including accrued vacation, are due immediately at the time of the layoff. Question 33. Which of the following must appear on an employee's itemized wage statement in California? Is it A, the employee's home address? B, the employer's federal tax return? C, the inclusive dates of the pay period? D, the names of the employee's dependents? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 226 requires wage statements to show the inclusive dates of the period for which the employee is paid, along with gross/net wages, hours, rates, deductions, employee name with last 4 SSN digits, and the employer's name and address. Question 34. How long must a California employer retain copies of employee itemized wage statements, or the data needed to reproduce them? Is it A, 6 months? B, 1 year? C, at least 3 years? D, 10 years? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 226 requires employers to keep a copy of each wage statement, or the records necessary to reconstruct it, for at least 3 years at the place of employment or a central location. Question 35. A current or former employee submits a written request to inspect or copy their payroll records. Within how many days must the employer comply? Is it A, 3 business days? B, 60 calendar days? C, 21 calendar days? D, there is no time limit? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 226, an employer must allow a current or former employee to inspect or receive a copy of their wage statement records within 21 calendar days of a written or oral request. Question 36. A contractor and a worker agree in writing to pay below the rate set in an applicable collective bargaining agreement. Under California law, this withholding of the agreed wage is it A, permitted because both parties signed? B, unlawful. An employer may not secretly pay less than the rate fixed by a wage agreement. C, permitted only on private projects. D, permitted if the worker is a probationary employee? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 222 makes it unlawful to willfully withhold any part of wages agreed upon in a collective bargaining agreement. A private side agreement to underpay does not override the protections of the law. Question 37. A bookkeeper discovers the company overpaid an employee $300 in a prior paycheck due to a clerical error. What is the lawful way to recover the money in California? Is it A, deduct the full $300 from the next paycheck without notice? B, obtain the employee's voluntary written authorization or seek repayment outside of payroll? C, deduct it automatically over the next 2 pay periods? D, withhold it from the employee's accrued vacation balance? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 221 prohibits employers from making unilateral wage deductions, even to recover an overpayment. The employer must obtain the employee's voluntary, informed written consent or pursue repayment through other lawful means. Question 38. Which of the following payroll deductions is generally permitted under California law without a separate written authorization? Is it A, the cost of a customer's damaged materials? B, taxes and other amounts required by law? C, a penalty for a late arrival to the job site? D, the contractor's cost of correcting the employee's defective work? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 224 allows deductions required by law, such as income tax withholding and payroll taxes, or expressly authorized in writing by the employee for insurance or benefits. Deductions for breakage, defective work, or business losses are unlawful. Question 39. The Wage Theft Prevention Act notice given to a new non-exempt employee must include all of the following except, is it A, the rate of pay and basis, hourly, salary, piece, etc. B, the regular payday designated by the employer. C, the name, address, and phone number of the employer. D, the employee's expected total annual earnings? The correct answer is D. The Section 2810.5 notice must state the pay rate and basis, overtime rate, allowances, regular payday, and employer contact and workers' comp carrier information. It does not require a projection of total annual earnings. Question 40. If the information on a Wage Theft Prevention Act notice changes, for example, the pay rate increases, how must the employer notify the employee? Is it A, no notice is ever required after hire? B, in writing within 7 calendar days of the change, unless the change is reflected on a timely wage statement? C, verbally at the next crew meeting? D, only at the employee's annual review? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 2810.5 requires the employer to notify the employee in writing of any changes to the notice information within 7 calendar days, unless the change is shown on a timely itemized wage statement or another required writing. Question 41. Under the ABC test, Prong B requires that, to classify a worker as an independent contractor, the worker must, is it A, carry their own license and bond? B, perform work that is outside the usual course of the hiring entity's business? C, be paid by the project rather than by the hour? D, have worked in the trade for at least 5 years? The correct answer is B. Prong B of the ABC test requires that the worker performs work outside the usual course of the hiring entity's business. A framer hired by a framing contractor would fail Prong B, because framing is the company's core business. Question 42. Under Labor Code Section 226.8, willful misclassification of an employee as an independent contractor can result in a civil penalty of, is it A, $100 to $500 per violation? B, a warning letter only for a first offense? C, up to $1,000 per violation? D, $5,000 to $15,000, or $10,000 to $25,000 for a pattern or practice, per violation? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 226.8 authorizes civil penalties of $5,000 to $15,000 for each willful misclassification violation, increasing to $10,000 to $25,000 per violation when the employer engages in a pattern or practice of misclassification. Question 43. A contractor hires a new laborer who starts work on June 1. Under California's new hire reporting law, The report to the EDD is due no later than, is it A, July 1st, within 30 days? B, June 21st, within 20 days of the start of work? C, the end of the calendar quarter? D, December 31st, year-end? The correct answer is B. Under Unemployment Insurance Code Section 1088.5, employers must report new hires to the EDD within 20 days of the employee's first day of work. A June 1st start date makes the report due by June 21st. Question 44. What is the primary purpose of the federal Form I-9 that an employer completes for each new hire? Is it A, to calculate the employee's income tax withholding? B, to register the employee with the EDD? C, to verify the employee's identity and authorization to work in the United States? D, to enroll the employee in workers' compensation coverage? The correct answer is C. Form I-9, required by the Federal Immigration Reform and Control Act, is used to verify both the identity and the employment authorization of every person hired to work in the United States. It is separate from tax forms like the W-4. Question 45. The California Fair Employment and Housing Act, FEHA, prohibits employment discrimination by employers who have at least how many employees? Is it A, 1 employee? B, 2 employees? C, 5 employees? D, 15 employees? The correct answer is C. FEHA's prohibition on discrimination and harassment generally applies to employers with 5 or more employees. Harassment provisions can apply even more broadly, but the 5-employee threshold is the standard FEHA coverage rule for discrimination. Question 46. During hiring, which interview question is most likely to violate California anti-discrimination law? Is it A, are you planning to have children in the next few years? B, can you perform the essential functions of this job with or without accommodation? C, do you have a valid driver's license for jobs that require driving? D, are you legally authorized to work in the United States? The correct answer is A. Asking about family or childbearing plans tends to elicit information about sex and pregnancy, protected characteristics under FEHA, and is improper. Job-related questions about ability to perform the work, required licenses, and work authorization are permissible. Question 47. Under California's Healthy Workplaces, Healthy Families Act, an employee who works at least 30 days in a year for the same employer is generally entitled to, is it A, no paid sick leave, it is optional? B, paid sick leave only after 5 years of service? C, paid sick leave that begins accruing at the start of employment? D, unpaid leave only? The correct answer is C. California's paid sick leave law covers employees who work at least 30 days within a year for the same employer. Sick leave begins to accrue on the first day of employment, though an employer may impose a 90-day waiting period before use. Question 48. If a city's local minimum wage ordinance sets a higher rate than the California state minimum wage, which rate must the employer pay? Is it A, the lower state rate? B, the federal minimum wage? C, an average of the local and state rates? D, the higher local rate? The correct answer is D. When multiple minimum wage laws apply, the employer must pay the highest applicable rate. A local ordinance with a higher minimum wage governs over the lower state or federal minimum. Question 49. An employer pays a non-exempt employee less than the legal minimum wage. The employee may recover the unpaid balance, and California law also allows recovery of, is it A, interest, reasonable attorney's fees, and costs of suit? B, nothing beyond the unpaid wages? C, only the cost of postage stamps? D, a criminal fine paid directly to the employee? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 1194 allows an employee paid less than minimum wage or overtime to recover the unpaid balance plus interest, reasonable attorney's fees, and costs of the lawsuit, regardless of any agreement to work for less. Question 50. California law requires employers to keep accurate records of the hours worked daily by each employee. The primary purpose of these time records is to, verify correct payment of wages, including overtime, and support wage hour compliance. B. Satisfy the employee's personal curiosity. C. Replace the need for itemized wage statements. D. Determine eligibility for unemployment benefits only. The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 1174 requires employers to maintain accurate records of hours worked and wages paid. Accurate timekeeping is essential to prove correct payment of regular wages, overtime, and meal/rest compliance. Question 1. For how long must a California employer generally keep employee time and payroll records under Labor Code Section 1174? Is it A. 30 days? B. 6 months? C. At least 3 years? D. 1 year? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 1174 requires employers to keep payroll records showing hours worked and wages paid for at least 3 years. This aligns with the general statute of limitations for many wage claims. Question 2. A construction contractor pays its field employees on a biweekly basis. Under Labor Code Section 204, wages for work performed must be paid. Is it A. Only once at the completion of the project? B. Whenever the contractor receives a draw from the owner? C. At least twice during each calendar month on regular paydays designated in advance? D. At the contractor's sole discretion? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 204 requires wages to be paid at least twice per calendar month on regular, pre-designated paydays. Construction employers commonly satisfy this with biweekly or semi-monthly pay periods. Question 3. An employee earning $20 per hour misses both a required meal period and a required rest period on the same workday. What total premium pay is owed for that day? Is it A. $20, 1 hour total? B. $40, 1 hour for the meal violation plus 1 hour for the rest violation? C. $10. D. $60, 3 hours? The correct answer is B. Premium pay is 1 additional hour of pay at the regular rate per category of violation per day, 1 hour for meal period violations and a separate hour for rest period violations. Here that is $20 plus $20 equals $40. Question 4. A licensed contractor has 3 W-2 employees. With respect to workers' compensation insurance, the contractor must, is it A. Carry it only if employees request it? B. Carry it only for employees who perform high-risk work? C. Carry no insurance because the employees can use personal health plans? D. Carry workers' compensation insurance covering all employees? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 3700 requires every California employer with 1 or more employees to secure workers' compensation coverage. A contractor with employees must maintain a valid policy and file proof with the CSLB. Question 5. An effective new employee safety orientation for a construction crew should primarily focus on, is it A. The contractor's marketing strategy and bidding history? B. The personal backgrounds of senior management? C. Hazard recognition, safe work procedures, and proper use of personal protective equipment? D. Detailed accounting and tax procedures? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 6401 and Cal/OSHA's Injury and Illness Prevention Program requirements, employers must train workers on the hazards they will face. New hire safety training centers on hazard recognition, safe procedures, and PPE use. Question 6. A contractor must post a notice informing employees about workers' compensation coverage. Where should this notice be displayed? Is it A. Only in the company's accounting office? B. In a conspicuous location frequented by employees during working hours? C. Mailed once to each employee's home with no posting required? D. Filed only with the insurance carrier? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 3550 requires employers to post a notice about workers' compensation in a conspicuous place frequented by employees, informing them of their rights and how to obtain treatment for a work injury. Question 7. An employee paid $25 per hour works the following hours in one workweek: Mon 9, Tuesday 9, Wed 9, Thursday 9, Friday 9, no day over 12 hours. How many hours of premium overtime, 1.5 times, does the week generate? Is it A. 0 hours, B. 5 hours, C. 10 hours, D. 45 hours? The correct answer is B. Each day has one daily overtime hour, hour 9, totaling 5 overtime hours. The week totals 45 hours, which is 5 hours over 40, but those same 5 hours are already paid as daily overtime, so they are not counted twice. The result is 5 overtime hours at 1.5 times. Question 8. An employer willfully fails to keep the accurate employee time and payroll records required by law. Labor Code Section 1174.5 authorizes a civil penalty of, is it A. No penalty, record keeping is voluntary, B. A criminal felony charge in every case, C. $10,000, D. $500? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 1174.5 provides for a civil penalty of $500 against an employer who willfully fails to maintain the accurate and complete records required by Section 1174. Question 9. An employer knowingly issues defective wage statements to one employee for 6 consecutive pay periods. The first violation counts as $50, each later one $100. What is the total Section 226 penalty for that employee? Is it A. $550, B. $600, C. $300, D. $100? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 226, E, sets the penalty at $50 for the initial pay period violation and $100 for each subsequent violation. Here, $50 plus $100 times 5 equals $550, well under the $4,000 per employee cap. Question 10. A California contractor employs 7 workers. Under state law, the contractor must provide sexual harassment prevention training to, is it A. No employees, because the company is too small, B. Only the owner, C. All employees, including supervisory and non-supervisory staff, within the required timeframes, D. Only employees who work in an office? The correct answer is C. Government Code Section 12950.1 requires employers with 5 or more employees to provide sexual harassment prevention training to all employees, at least 2 hours for supervisors and 1 hour for non-supervisory employees, within set timeframes and every 2 years. Question 11. A current employee submits a written request to inspect their own personnel file. Under California law, the employer must generally make the records available within, is it A. 30 calendar days, B. 24 hours, C. 6 months, D. There is no obligation to provide them? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 1198.5 gives current and former employees the right to inspect and receive a copy of their personnel records, and the employer must make them available within 30 calendar days of the request, extendable by agreement. Question 12. An employer pays an employee below the legal minimum wage. Labor Code Section 1197.1 authorizes a civil penalty for an initial intentional or negligent violation of, is it A. No penalty for a first offense, B. $25 per underpaid employee, C. $100 per underpaid employee for each pay period, D. $10,000 flat regardless of the number of employees? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 1197.1 provides a civil penalty of $100 for each underpaid employee for each pay period of an initial minimum wage violation, rising to $250 per employee per pay period for subsequent violations, plus restitution of underpaid wages. Question 13. When a contractor obtains workers from a temporary services, staffing agency, who is generally responsible for paying those workers' wages? Is it A, the client contractor, monthly? B, the workers themselves? C, the temporary services employer, staffing agency, generally on a weekly basis? D, no one is obligated, payment is optional? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 201.3, employees of a temporary services employer must generally be paid weekly by the staffing agency that is their employer of record, regardless of when the client business pays the agency. Question 14. An employee has a regular rate of $22 per hour and works 4 hours of double time, 2 times, on the 7th consecutive workday. How much is owed for those 4 double time hours? Is it A, $88? B, $176? C, $132? D, $352? The correct answer is B. Double time is 2 times the regular rate. $22 times 2 equals $44 per hour. For 4 hours, $44 times 4 equals $176. Question 15. When evaluating and supervising a crew, a contractor learns an employee will perform work that may disturb lead-based paint on a pre-1978 home. The contractor should ensure the worker is it A, paid a higher wage but given no special training? B, properly trained or certified in lead-safe work practices before performing the task? C, excused from the task entirely with no replacement? D, only verbally warned to be careful? The correct answer is B. California requires lead-safe work practices and appropriate training or certification for workers who disturb lead-based paint. A contractor supervising such work must ensure employees are properly trained, both for legal compliance and worker safety. Question 16. A contractor wants to document an employee's job performance over time. The best record-keeping practice is to, is it A, maintain accurate, contemporaneous, and objective written performance evaluations? B, rely only on memory of how the employee performed? C, keep notes only when terminating the employee? D, avoid writing anything down to limit liability? The correct answer is A. Sound employment practice and California law favor accurate, contemporaneous, and objective documentation of performance. Consistent written evaluations support fair decisions and provide evidence if a dispute later arises. Question 17. A construction employee is provided a rest period but is interrupted and called back to work after 4 minutes of a required 10-minute break. The employer has, is it A, fully complied because some rest was provided? B, failed to provide a compliant rest period and owes 1 hour of premium pay? C, no obligation because rest breaks are unpaid? D, satisfied the law if it pays the worker an extra 6 minutes? The correct answer is B. A rest period must be a full, uninterrupted 10 minutes during which the employee is relieved of duty. Cutting the break short or calling the worker back means the rest period was not provided, triggering 1 hour of Section 226.7 premium pay. Question 18. A discharged employee earned 16 hours of accrued and used vacation and was owed final hourly wages. At the moment of discharge, the contractor must pay, is it A, only the hourly wages, with vacation paid later? B, both the final hourly wages and the value of all accrued and used vacation, immediately? C, only the accrued vacation? D, nothing until the next regular payday? The correct answer is B. On discharge, Labor Code Section 201 requires immediate payment of all earned and unpaid wages. Because accrued vacation is treated as wages, both the final hourly pay and the vacation value are due at the time of termination. Question 19. Under California's paid sick leave law, an employer that uses the accrual method must provide employees at least, is it a 1 hour of sick leave for every 10 hours worked? B. 8 hours of sick leave per month regardless of hours worked. C. 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked. D. No sick leave until the employee completes 1 year. The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 246 sets the standard accrual rate at a minimum of 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked. Employers may instead use an upfront grant method that provides the full annual amount at the start of the year. Question 20. An employee reports to a state agency that the contractor is not paying legally required overtime. The contractor then fires the employee for making the report. This is it A. Permissible because employment is at will? B. Unlawful retaliation against a whistleblower? C. Permissible if the report turned out to be partly inaccurate? D. A minor issue with no legal consequence? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1102.5 prohibits retaliation against an employee for disclosing a suspected violation of law to a government agency. Firing a worker for reporting wage and hour violations is unlawful whistleblower retaliation. Question 21. A contractor wants to hire a 16-year-old during the school year to do light work after school. Before the minor may begin, the contractor generally must obtain, is it A. Nothing, minors may be hired the same as adults. B. Approval from the CSLB only. C. A valid permit to employ and work for the minor. D. A signed waiver from a coworker? The correct answer is C. California child labor law requires most minors to have a permit to employ and work, issued through the school, before starting a job. Additional restrictions limit minors' hours and prohibit them from hazardous construction tasks. Question 22. Which combination of items must a compliant California itemized wage statement include? Is it A. Only gross wages and the employer's name? B. Only the employee's net pay and bank account number? C. Gross wages, total hours worked, all applicable hourly rates, all deductions, net wages, and the pay period dates? D. Only the number of overtime hours? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 226 requires a wage statement to show gross wages, total hours worked, for non-exempt employees, all applicable hourly rates and corresponding hours, all deductions, net wages, the pay period dates, the employee's name and last 4 SSN digits, and the employer's legal name and address. Question 23. Under the California Labor Code, the term wages includes, is it A. All amounts for labor performed, whether by time, piece, commission, or other method, and the value of certain benefits? B. Only the base hourly rate? C. Only cash payments, never anything else? D. Only payments made by direct deposit? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 200 broadly defines wages as all amounts for labor performed by employees, whether the amount is fixed or based on time, task, piece, commission, or other method of calculation. This broad definition affects overtime, final pay, and deduction rules. Question 24. A construction laborer earns a regular rate of $28 per hour and works exactly 10 hours in one workday. What is the total gross pay for that day? Is it A. $280? B. $420? C. $308? D. $308 base plus 0, total $308? The correct answer is D. Hours 1 to 8 at $28 equals $224, hours 9 to 10, 2 hours, at 1.5 times, $42 equals $84. Total equals $224 plus $84 equals $308. Question 25. The waiting time penalty for late final wages does not apply when, is it A. The employer simply forgot to issue the check? B. The employer was too busy to process payroll? C. The employee did not ask for the money? D. There is a good faith dispute about whether any wages are actually due? The correct answer is D. The Section 203 waiting time penalty applies to a willful failure to pay. A good faith dispute that, if successful, would preclude any recovery means the failure is not willful, so the penalty does not apply. Mere forgetfulness or being busy does not excuse late payment. Question 26. An employee with a qualifying disability requests a reasonable accommodation to continue performing their job. Under FEHA, the employer must, is it A, engage in a timely, good faith interactive process to identify a reasonable accommodation. B, automatically terminate the employee. C, ignore the request unless a doctor sues the company. D, reduce the employee's pay to offset the cost. The correct answer is A. FEHA requires employers to engage in a timely, good faith interactive process with a disabled employee to identify a reasonable accommodation, and to provide one unless it would cause undue hardship. Question 27. A contractor employs workers on a qualifying public works project. Failure to pay the required prevailing wage can result in, is it A, no consequences if the workers agreed to less? B, a reduction in the project's scope only? C, an automatic upgrade of the contractor's license class? D, liability for wage shortfalls plus statutory penalties and possible debarment from public works? The correct answer is D. On public works subject to prevailing wage, paying less than the required rate exposes the contractor to back wage liability, statutory penalties assessed by the Labor Commissioner, and potential debarment from bidding on public works. Question 28. On a public works project subject to prevailing wage, a contractor employing journeyman workers in an apprenticeable trade generally must also, is it A, employ registered apprentices and contribute to apprenticeship training as required? B, refuse to hire any apprentices? C, pay apprentices the full journeyman rate? D, provide no training to apprentices? The correct answer is A. California Public Works law generally requires contractors using workers in an apprenticeable craft to request and employ registered apprentices in the required ratio and to make apprenticeship training fund contributions. Question 29. A foreman tells a crew they cannot stop for their meal period because the concrete pour cannot wait. If employees miss the meal period as a result, the employer is most likely, is it A, protected, because production needs always override break rules? B, excused, because the employees were paid for the time worked? C, only at risk if an employee files a federal lawsuit? D, liable for meal period premium pay, since it failed to provide a compliant meal period? The correct answer is D, production demands do not excuse meal period violations. If the employer's scheduling or instructions prevent a compliant 30-minute meal period, the employer owes 1 hour of premium pay per affected employee per day under Section 226.7. Question 30. An employee is required to use their personal cell phone for work calls and to drive their own vehicle between job sites. Under Labor Code Section 2802, the contractor must, is it A, reimburse the employee for necessary business expenses incurred in performing their job? B, provide nothing, because the employee chose those items? C, reimburse only if the expenses exceed $1,000? D, deduct the expenses from the employee's wages? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 2802 requires employers to indemnify employees for all necessary expenditures incurred in the direct discharge of their duties, such as a reasonable portion of personal cell phone costs and mileage for required work travel. Question 31. A contractor pays an independent subcontractor $4,500 during the calendar year for installation work. Which tax form must the contractor issue to that subcontractor? Is it A, Form 1099 NEC? B, Form W-2? C, Form W-4? D, Form 941? The correct answer is A, payments of $600 or more to a non-employee, independent contractor, for services require a Form 1099 NEC. A W-2 is issued only to employees, and the $4,500 exceeds the $600 reporting threshold. Question 32. What tax form does an employer issue to each employee at the end of the year to report wages and withholding? Is it A. Form 1099 NEC? B. Form 1040? C. Form W-2? D. Form W-9? The correct answer is C. Employers issue a Form W-2 to each employee, reporting annual wages and amounts withheld for income, Social Security, and Medicare taxes. The 1099 NEC is for non-employees, and the W-9 collects a payee's taxpayer identification number. Question 33. A contractor is hiring its first employee. Which federal identification number must the business obtain from the IRS to report payroll taxes? Is it A. Social Security number, SSN? B. An individual taxpayer identification number, ITIN? C. An employer identification number, EIN? D. A CSLB license number? The correct answer is C. An employer identification number, EIN, is the federal tax ID a business uses to report and deposit payroll taxes. A CSLB license number identifies the contractor for licensing, not for federal tax reporting. Question 34. An employee's gross wages for a pay period are $2,000. Using the combined employee FICA rate of 7.65%, Social Security 6.2% plus Medicare 1.45%, how much is withheld from the paycheck for FICA? Is it A. $124? B. $29? C. $153? D. $200? The correct answer is C. FICA withheld equals $2,000 times 7.65% equals $153. This combines Social Security, $2,000 times 6.2% equals $124, and Medicare, $2,000 times 1.45% equals $29. Question 35. Which payroll tax is paid entirely by the employer and never withheld from an employee's wages? Is it A. The employee's share of Social Security tax? B. Federal income tax withholding? C. Federal unemployment tax, FUTA? D. California State Disability Insurance, SDI? The correct answer is C. FUTA is funded solely by the employer. Nothing is withheld from employees for it. Income tax, the employee's Social Security share, and California SDI are all withheld from the worker's pay. Question 36. A contractor classifies an independent subcontractor as an employee by mistake, or the reverse. The most significant financial risk of misclassifying a worker is it A. A reduction in the contractor's bonding capacity? B. Liability for back payroll taxes, penalties, and interest? C. Loss of the contractor's business name registration? D. An automatic increase in materials costs? The correct answer is B. Worker misclassification can make the contractor liable for unpaid payroll taxes, Social Security, Medicare, unemployment, plus penalties and interest, and can also trigger workers' compensation and labor law exposure. Question 37. A self-employed contractor operating as a sole proprietor with no withholding generally must make federal income tax payments to the IRS. Is it A. Only once per year on April 15th? B. Monthly with Form W-2? C. Only when the business is sold? D. In quarterly estimated tax payments? The correct answer is D. Because no employer withholds tax from a sole proprietor's income, the IRS requires estimated tax payments made quarterly to cover income tax and self-employment tax as the income is earned. Question 38. How frequently a contractor must deposit withheld federal payroll taxes with the IRS is determined primarily by, is it A. The number of CSLB licenses the contractor holds? B. The type of construction work performed? C. The county where the business is located? D. The amount of the employer's payroll tax liability? The correct answer is D. The IRS sets a deposit schedule, typically monthly or semi-weekly, based on the employer's total payroll tax liability during a look-back period. Larger liabilities require more frequent deposits. Question 39. Under the cash basis of accounting, a contractor records revenue when, is it A, cash is actually received from the customer? B, the invoice is mailed to the customer? C, the contract is signed? D, the work is 50% complete? The correct answer is A. Cash basis accounting recognizes revenue when payment is received and expenses when they are paid. Accrual accounting, by contrast, records revenue when earned and expenses when incurred, regardless of cash movement. Question 40. Which accounting method records revenue when it is earned and expenses when they are incurred, even if no cash has changed hands? Is it A. Cash basis? B. Job cost basis? C. Accrual basis? D. Break-even basis? The correct answer is C. Accrual basis accounting matches revenue to the period in which it is earned and expenses to the period in which they are incurred, giving a more accurate picture of profitability than cash basis. Question 41. Which financial statement reports a contractor's revenue and expenses over a period of time and shows the net profit or loss? Is it A. Income statement, profit and loss statement? B. Balance sheet? C. Schedule of values? D. Statement of stockholders' equity? The correct answer is A. The income statement, also called the profit and loss statement, summarizes revenue and expenses over a period and ends with net profit or loss. The balance sheet, by contrast, is a snapshot at one point in time. Question 42. The fundamental accounting equation expressed on a balance sheet is it A. Revenue minus expenses equals profit? B. Assets plus liabilities equals equity? C. Assets equals liabilities plus owner's equity? D. Assets minus equity equals revenue? The correct answer is C. The balance sheet always balances because assets equals liabilities plus owner's equity. Equity equals what remains for the owner after liabilities are subtracted from assets. Question 43. A contractor's balance sheet shows total assets of $400,000 and total liabilities of $250,000. What is the owner's equity? Is it A. $150,000? B. $250,000? C. $400,000? D. $650,000? The correct answer is A. Owner's equity equals assets minus liabilities equals $400,000 minus $250,000 equals $150,000. Equity is the residual interest in the assets after liabilities are paid. Question 44. A contractor has current assets of $90,000 and current liabilities of $60,000. What is the working capital? Is it A. $1.50? B. $30,000? C. $150,000? D. $60,000? The correct answer is B. Working capital equals current assets minus current liabilities equals $90,000 minus $60,000 equals $30,000. Working capital measures the short-term funds available to operate the business. Question 45. A contractor completes a job with a contract price of $120,000 and total job costs of $90,000. What is the gross profit? Is it A. $120,000? B. $90,000? C. $30,000? D. $210,000? The correct answer is C. Gross profit equals contract price minus job costs equals $120,000 minus $90,000 equals $30,000. Gross profit is the amount remaining to cover overhead and produce net profit. Question 46. A contractor sells a job for $200,000 with total job costs of $150,000. What is the gross profit margin as a percentage of the selling price? Is it A, 33.3%, B, 25%, C, 50%, D, 75%? The correct answer is B. Gross profit equals $200,000 minus $150,000 equals $50,000. Gross margin equals gross profit divided by selling price equals $50,000 divided by $200,000 equals 25%. Question 47. A contractor wants a 20% gross margin on the selling price. If the job costs $48,000, what must the selling price be? Is it A, $57,600, B, $58,500, C, $60,000, D, $54,000? The correct answer is C. When margin is based on selling price equals cost divided by 1 minus margin equals $48,000 divided by 1 minus 0.20 equals $48,000 divided by 0.80 equals $60,000. Note this differs from simply adding 20% to cost. Question 48. A contractor applies a 25% markup on cost. Expressed as a margin on the selling price, this 25% markup equals approximately, is it A, 20%, B, 25%, C, 33%, D, 15%? The correct answer is A. A 25% markup on a cost of $100 produces a selling price of $125. The margin equals profit divided by selling price equals $25 divided by $125 equals 20%. A 25% markup always equals a 20% margin. Question 49. A contractor's annual overhead is $120,000 and the company expects $600,000 in direct job costs for the year. What overhead rate, as a percentage of direct costs, should be applied to each job? Is it A, 10%, B, 20%, C, 25%, D, 50%? The correct answer is B. Overhead rate equals total overhead divided by total direct costs equals $120,000 divided by $600,000 equals 20%. Each job is then loaded with 20% of its direct costs to recover overhead. Question 50. A contractor's direct job costs are $70,000. The overhead rate is 15% of direct costs, and the contractor wants a 10% profit on the total of direct costs plus overhead. What is the bid price? Is it A, $80,500, B, $87,500, C, $84,000, D, $88,550? The correct answer is D. Direct costs $70,000 times 1.15 equals $80,500, costs plus overhead. $80,500 times 1.10 equals $88,550, adding profit. Overhead is applied first, then profit on the loaded cost. Question 1. A contractor buys a work truck for $45,000, expects to use it for 5 years, and estimates a salvage value of $5,000. Using straight-line depreciation, what is the annual depreciation expense? Is it A, $8,000, B, $9,000, C, $10,000, D, $40,000? The correct answer is A. Straight-line depreciation equals cost minus salvage value, divided by useful life equals $45,000 minus $5,000, divided by 5 equals $40,000 divided by 5 equals $8,000 per year. Question 2. Depreciation of construction equipment is best described as, is it A non-cash expense that allocates an asset's cost over its useful life? B. A cash payment made to the equipment lender each month. C. The increase in an asset's market value over time. D. A direct cost charged to a single job. The correct answer is A. Depreciation is a non-cash accounting expense that spreads the cost of a long-lived asset across the years it is used. No cash leaves the business when depreciation is recorded. Question 3. A contractor's quick acid test view of liquidity differs from the current ratio mainly because the quick ratio, is it A. Excludes inventory from current assets. B. Includes long-term debt in the calculation. C. Adds depreciation back to assets. D. Uses annual revenue instead of assets. The correct answer is A. The quick ratio measures the ability to pay short-term debts using the most liquid assets, so it excludes inventory because inventory may not convert to cash quickly. The current ratio includes all current assets. Question 4. A contractor borrows $30,000 at 6% simple annual interest and repays it in full after 3 years. What is the total amount repaid? Is it A. $30,000? B. $1,800? C. $5,400? D. $35,400? The correct answer is D. Simple interest equals $30,000 times 0.06 times 3 is equal to $5,400. Total repaid equals principal plus interest equals $30,000 plus $5,400 equals $35,400. Question 5. A contractor's fixed monthly costs total $18,000 and variable costs run 60% of revenue. What monthly revenue is needed to break even? Is it A. $45,000? B. $30,000? C. $10,800? D. $18,000? The correct answer is A. Break-even revenue equals fixed costs divided by 1 minus variable cost ratio equals $18,000 divided by 1 minus 0.60 equals $18,000 divided by 0.40 equals $45,000. Question 6. On a $150,000 contract, the owner withholds 10% retention from each progress payment. After all work is billed, how much money is being held as retention? Is it A. $1,500? B. $15,000? C. $13,500? D. $135,000? The correct answer is B. Retention equals 10% times $150,000 equals $15,000. This amount is held by the owner until the project is accepted, which the contractor must plan for in its cash flow. Question 7. Why does retainage, create a cash flow challenge for a contractor? Is it A. It increases the contractor's overhead rate? B. It must be paid to the IRS each quarter? C. It is added on top of the contract price as a penalty? D. The contractor pays all job costs but cannot collect the withheld amount until the project is accepted? The correct answer is D. Retention is part of money the contractor has earned but cannot collect until project completion and acceptance. The contractor still must pay labor, materials, and subcontractors in the meantime, creating a cash gap. Question 8. Including a contingency line item in a project budget is intended to, is it A. Replace the contractor's profit margin? B. Avoid paying payroll taxes on the job? C. Increase the retention withheld by the owner? D. Provide a financial reserve for unforeseen costs? The correct answer is D. A contingency is a budgeted reserve set aside to cover unexpected conditions, scope surprises, or estimating errors. It is not profit and is not intended to be spent unless an unforeseen cost arises. Question 9. Which of the following is a variable cost that rises and falls with the volume of construction work performed? Is it A. Concrete and lumber purchased for active jobs? B. annual general liability insurance premium. C. Monthly office lease payment. D. The contractor's annual CSLB license renewal fee? The correct answer is A. Materials such as concrete and lumber are variable costs because the amount spent rises and falls directly with job volume. Insurance, office lease, and license fees stay the same regardless of how many jobs run. Question 10. Job costing is best described as a system that, is it A. Tracks and assigns costs to each individual project? B. Spreads all costs equally across every project in a year? C. Records only the company's overhead expenses? D. Replaces the need for an income statement? The correct answer is A. Job costing accumulates labor, materials, subcontractor, and other costs by individual project, letting the contractor compare actual costs to the estimate and judge each job's profitability. Question 11. Which of the following would be classified as a direct cost on a specific project's job cost report? Is it A. The bookkeeper's salary at the main office? B. Electricity for the company's headquarters? C. Advertising for the contracting business? D. Wages of carpenters working on that project? The correct answer is D. Direct costs are traceable to a specific project, such as the wages of workers on that job, its materials, and its subcontractors. Office salaries, headquarters utilities, and advertising are overhead, indirect. Question 12. A contractor's income statement for the year shows revenue of $800,000, job costs of $560,000, and overhead of $160,000. What is the net profit? Is it A. $240,000? B. $160,000? C. $640,000? D. $80,000? The correct answer is D. Net profit equals revenue minus job costs minus overhead equals $800,000 minus $560,000 minus $160,000 equals $80,000. Question 13. A contractor's net profit for the year is $60,000 on total revenue of $750,000. What is the net profit margin? Is it A. 8%? B. 12.5%? C. 15%? D. 80%? The correct answer is A. Net profit margin equals net profit divided by revenue equals $60,000 divided by $750,000 equals 0.08 equals 8%. Question 14. The primary purpose of preparing a business budget for the upcoming year is to, is it A. Satisfy a CSLB licensing requirement? B. Eliminate the need to file income tax returns? C. Guarantee that no job will lose money? D. Plan expected revenue and expenses so the business can manage cash and profit? The correct answer is D. A budget is a financial plan that projects revenue and expenses, allowing the contractor to anticipate cash needs, set goals, and compare actual results against the plan. It does not replace tax filings or guarantee profit. Question 15. A contractor projects $1 million in revenue and budgets overhead at 18% of revenue. How much should be budgeted for overhead? Is it A. $18,000? B. $100,000? C. $180,000? D. $820,000? The correct answer is C. Budgeted overhead equals $1 million times 18% equals $180,000. Comparing actual overhead to this budget helps the contractor control indirect costs. Question 16. A contractor compares the budget to actual results and finds materials cost $52,000 against a budgeted $45,000. This $7,000 difference is called A. Is it A. Favorable variance? B. Contingency? C. Budget variance, unfavorable? D. Net profit? The correct answer is C. The difference between budgeted and actual amounts is a budget variance. Spending $7,000 more than budgeted on materials is an unfavorable variance because it reduces profit relative to the plan. Question 17. Which financial statement specifically shows how cash moved into and out of the business during a period? Is it A, balance sheet? B, income statement? C, job cost estimate? D, cash flow statement? The correct answer is D. The cash flow statement reports cash inflows and outflows from operating, investing, and financing activities. A profitable contractor can still run short of cash, which this statement reveals. Question 18. It is possible for a contractor to show a net profit on the income statement yet still be unable to pay its bills. This situation is best explained by, is it A, poor cash flow, profit on paper does not equal cash in the bank? B, an error in the contractor's CSLB license? C, having too little overhead? D, charging too high a markup? The correct answer is A, profit is an accounting result, cash is what pays bills. Money tied up in receivables, retention, or inventory means a profitable contractor can still lack the cash needed to meet obligations. Question 19. A contractor's job is 30% complete. Total estimated job costs are $250,000 and the contract price is $320,000. Under the percentage of completion method, how much job cost should be recognized to date? Is it A, $96,000? B, $320,000? C, $75,000? D, $250,000? The correct answer is C. Cost recognized equals total estimated costs times percentage complete equals $250,000 times 30% equals $75,000. The matching revenue would be $320,000 times 30% equals $96,000. Question 20. On a balance sheet, which of the following is classified as a current asset? Is it A, accounts receivable due within 60 days? B, a construction crane owned by the company? C, the company's office building? D, a 5-year equipment loan? The correct answer is A, current assets are expected to convert to cash within 1 year, for example, cash, accounts receivable, and inventory. A crane and a building are long-term assets, a 5-year loan is a long-term liability. Question 21. A contractor has current assets of $120,000 and current liabilities of $80,000. What is the current ratio? Is it A, 1.5? B, 0.67? C, 2.0? D, 40? The correct answer is A, current ratio equals current assets divided by current liabilities equals $120,000 divided by $80,000 equals 1.5. A ratio of 1.5 means the contractor has $1.50 of current assets for every $1 of current liabilities. Question 22. California's PACE, Property Assessed Clean Energy, program allows a property owner to finance energy efficiency or water conservation improvements and repay the cost through, is it A, a reduction in the contractor's license bond? B, a deduction from the contractor's payroll taxes? C, an assessment added to the owner's property tax bill? D, a grant that never has to be repaid? The correct answer is C. Under a PACE program, the financing for qualifying efficiency improvements is repaid as a special assessment on the property owner's annual property tax bill. It is governed by the California Financial Code, not by a grant. Question 23. A contractor's job estimate includes $40,000 materials, $35,000 labor, and $25,000 subcontractors. The contractor adds 16% overhead and then 12% profit on the overhead loaded cost. What is the bid price, rounded to the nearest dollar? Is it A, $100,000? B. $116,000. C. $129,920. D. $112,000. The correct answer is C. Direct costs equals $40,000 plus $35,000 plus $25,000 equals $100,000. With overhead, $100,000 times 1.16 equals $116,000. With profit, $116,000 times 1.12 equals $129,920. Question 24. A contractor pays a worker $25 per hour for 45 hours in 1 week, with overtime at 1.5 times the regular rate for hours over 40. What are the gross wages for the week? Is it A. $1,125? B. $1,012.50. C. $1,687.50. D. $1,187.50. The correct answer is D. Regular pay equals 40 times $25 equals $1,000. Overtime equals 5 times, $25 times 1.5 equals 5 times $37.50 equals $187.50. Gross wages equals $1,000 plus $187.50 equals $1,187.50. Question 25. Beyond an employee's gross wages, a contractor must also budget for the employer's share of payroll taxes. This additional cost is commonly referred to as, is it A. Retainage? B. Labor burden? C. Contingency? D. Gross margin? The correct answer is B. Labor burden is the added cost of employing a worker beyond base wages, including the employer's payroll taxes, workers' compensation insurance, and benefits. Estimators must add labor burden to bid jobs accurately. Question 26. A worker is paid a base wage of $30 per hour. With a labor burden of 35%, what is the fully burdened hourly cost the contractor should use for estimating? Is it A. $10.50? B. $40.50? C. $30? D. $45? The correct answer is B. Burden cost equals base wage times 1 plus burden rate equals $30 times 1.35 equals $40.50. Estimating with only the base wage would understate the true cost of labor. Question 27. A contractor wins a job for $300,000 and incurs total costs of $264,000. What is the profit margin on the selling price? Is it A. 13.6%? B. 10%? C. 12%? D. 36%? The correct answer is C. Profit equals $300,000 minus $264,000 equals $36,000. Margin equals profit divided by selling price equals $36,000 divided by $300,000 equals 0.12 equals 12%. Question 28. A contractor wants to keep a cash reserve equal to 2 months of fixed overhead. If monthly fixed overhead is $14,000, how large should the reserve be? Is it A. $7,000? B. $14,000? C. $16,000? D. $28,000? The correct answer is D. Cash reserve equals 2 times monthly fixed overhead equals 2 times $14,000 equals $28,000. Maintaining a reserve helps the contractor cover overhead during slow periods or payment delays. Question 29. Accounts payable on a contractor's balance sheet represents, is it A. Money the contractor owes to suppliers and subcontractors? B. Money customers owe to the contractor? C. Cash held in the company bank account? D. The owner's investment in the business? The correct answer is A. Accounts payable is a current liability, amounts the contractor owes to vendors, suppliers, and subcontractors. Money owed to the contractor by customers is accounts receivable, an asset. Question 30. A contractor finances a $24,000 piece of equipment with a 4-year loan at 7% simple annual interest. What is the total interest paid over the life of the loan? Is it A, $1,680? B, $6,720? C, $24,000? D, $30,720? The correct answer is B. Simple interest equals principal times rate times time equals $24,000 times 0.07 times 4 is equal to $6,720. The total amount repaid would be $24,000 plus $6,720 equals $30,720. Question 31. A contractor's progress payment application bills $80,000 of completed work. The owner withholds 10% retention. How much cash will the contractor actually receive on this payment? Is it A, $80,000? B, $8,000? C, $72,000? D, $88,000? The correct answer is C. Retention withheld equals 10% times $80,000 equals $8,000. Cash received equals $80,000 minus $8,000 equals $72,000. The $8,000 is collected later when retention is released. Question 32. Which document collects an independent contractor's name, address, and taxpayer identification number so the payer can later issue a 1099 NEC? Is it A, Form W-9? B, Form W-2? C, Form W-4? D, Form 941? The correct answer is A. Form W-9 is completed by an independent contractor, payee, to provide their taxpayer identification number to the payer. The payer uses that information to prepare a 1099 NEC at year-end. Question 33. A contractor's overhead is the same each month whether it completes 2 jobs or 8 jobs. Therefore, the per-job share of overhead is lowest when the contractor, is it A, completes fewer jobs over the period? B, raises its profit margin? C, lowers its bid prices? D, completes more jobs over the period? The correct answer is D. Fixed overhead is spread across all jobs done in a period. The more jobs completed, the smaller the overhead allocation each job must absorb, which is why steady work volume improves competitiveness. Question 34. A schedule of values that allocates more value to early line items than the work actually justifies is sometimes called front-loading. From the owner's perspective, the risk of front-loading is that, is it A, the contractor will finish the job too quickly? B, the contractor may be overpaid early relative to work completed, weakening the owner's security? C, the owner will pay less retention than required? D, overhead costs will be eliminated? The correct answer is B. Front-loading shifts contract value to early activities so the contractor collects more cash up front than the completed work warrants. This leaves the owner undersecured if the contractor later fails to finish. Question 35. A contractor reviews 3 completed jobs and finds Job A earned $12,000 profit on $100,000 revenue, Job B earned $9,000 on $90,000, and Job C earned $4,000 on $80,000. Which job had the highest profit margin? Is it A, all 3 were equal? B, Job C is C, Job A, D, Job B? The correct answer is C. Margin equals profit divided by revenue. Job A equals $12,000 divided by $100,000 equals 12%. Job B equals $9,000 divided by $90,000 equals 10%. Job C equals $4,000 divided by $80,000 equals 5%. Job A has the highest margin. Question 36. A contractor that fails to make required quarterly estimated tax payments to the IRS during the year is most likely to face, is it A, automatic suspension of the CSLB license? B, a reduction in the contractor's bonding limit? C, a requirement to switch to accrual accounting? D, an underpayment penalty when the annual return is filed? The correct answer is D. When a taxpayer does not pay enough tax through estimated payments or withholding during the year, the IRS may assess an underpayment penalty. Estimated payments are meant to keep tax current as income is earned. Question 37. A contractor's fixed overhead is $9,000 per month and variable costs are 75% of revenue. If the contractor produces $30,000 of revenue in a month, what is the net result for that month? Is it A, profit of $1,500? B, break even, 0. C, a loss of $1,500? D, a profit of $7,500? The correct answer is C. Variable costs equals 75% times $30,000 equals $22,500. Total costs equals $22,500 plus $9,000 fixed equals $31,500. Result equals $30,000 minus $31,500 equals a $1,500 loss, because revenue is below the break-even point of $36,000. Question 38. A contractor purchases materials on 30-day terms with a 2% discount if paid within 10 days. On a $20,000 invoice, how much is saved by paying within 10 days? Is it A, $200? B, $400? C, $600? D, $2,000? The correct answer is B. Early payment discount equals 2% times $20,000 equals $400. Taking supplier discounts when cash allows is a simple way to reduce material costs and improve job margins. Question 39. A contractor's job came in with actual costs of $88,000 against an estimate of $80,000, while the contract price stayed at $95,000. The most useful lesson from this job cost comparison is that, is it A, the contractor should stop tracking job costs? B, the estimate should have been lower? C, the contract price was set too high? D, the estimate underestimated costs, so future bids should be reviewed for accuracy? The correct answer is D. Comparing actual costs to the estimate revealed an $8,000 cost overrun. Reviewing why the estimate fell short helps the contractor bid more accurately on future jobs and protect profit. Question 40. An employee on a contractor's job site suffers a serious injury that requires hospitalization. Within how many hours must the employer report it to Cal/OSHA? Is it A, within 24 hours? B, within 72 hours? C, within 48 hours? D, within 8 hours? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 6409.1 requires an employer to report any serious injury, illness, or death of an employee to the nearest Cal/OSHA district office within 8 hours of learning of it. Question 41. Which of the following is not a required element of a written injury and illness prevention program, IIPP? Is it A system for identifying and evaluating workplace hazards? B, procedures for investigating occupational injuries and illnesses? C, a list of every contract the company has bid on? D, a system for communicating with employees about safety? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires an IIPP to include hazard identification, accident investigation, hazard correction, training, communication, and an assignment of responsibility. A list of bid contracts is unrelated to the IIPP. Question 42. Under the IIPP standard, when must an employer provide safety training to employees? Is it A, only once per year for all employees? B, when the program is first established, to all new hires, and whenever new hazards are introduced. C. Only after an accident has occurred. D. Only when Cal/OSHA requests proof of training. The correct answer is B. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires training when the IIPP is first established, to each new employee, whenever a new substance or process creates a new hazard, and whenever an employee is given a new job assignment for which they were not trained. Question 43. A contractor's IIPP must identify a person responsible for implementing the program. What is this requirement intended to ensure? Is it A, that only the company owner handles all safety issues? B, that a specific, named person has the authority and accountability to carry out the program? C, that the safety program is reviewed by an outside consultant? D, that Cal/OSHA approves the program before work begins? The correct answer is B. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires the IIPP to identify the person or persons with authority and responsibility for implementing the program, so that safety responsibilities are clearly assigned and not left to chance. Question 44. Cal/OSHA classifies a violation as general when it, is it A, has a relationship to occupational safety and health but is not likely to cause death or serious physical harm? B, is committed knowingly and intentionally by the employer? C, could realistically result in death or serious physical harm? D, involves only paperwork or posting requirements? The correct answer is A. A general violation has a direct relationship to job safety and health but is not likely to cause death or serious physical harm. A serious violation involves a substantial probability of death or serious harm. A willful violation is committed knowingly. Question 45. A contractor is cited by Cal/OSHA for the same violation it was cited for 2 years earlier. This is most likely classified as A, is it a regulatory violation? B, general violation? C, repeat violation? D, de minimis violation? The correct answer is C. A repeat violation occurs when an employer is cited for a substantially similar violation within a defined look-back period after a previous final citation. Repeat violations carry substantially increased penalties. Question 46. A worker on a job site finds a container of solvent with no label. Under the Hazard Communication Standard, what should the worker do? Is it A, use the container, since unlabeled chemicals are exempt from HazCom? B, pour the contents into a labeled container and use it? C, not use the container and report it so it can be properly labeled or identified? D, assume it is water until proven otherwise? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 5194 requires every container of a hazardous chemical to be labeled with the identity of the chemical and appropriate hazard warnings. An unlabeled container should not be used until it is properly identified and labeled. Question 47. Who is responsible for obtaining and maintaining the safety data sheets, SDS, for hazardous chemicals used at a job site? Is it A, the employer, who must keep them readily accessible to employees? B, the chemical manufacturer alone? C, Cal/OSHA? D, each individual employee? The correct answer is A. Under 8 CCR Section 5194, the employer must obtain or develop an SDS for each hazardous chemical used and ensure that SDSs are readily accessible to employees during their work shifts in their work area. Question 48. A contractor performs renovation that disturbs lead-based paint in a building. Cal/OSHA's lead in construction standard requires the employer to, is it A, take no action unless an employee reports feeling ill? B, notify only the building owner? C, assess employee lead exposure and provide protective measures such as training, monitoring, and respiratory protection? D, wait for an annual Cal/OSHA inspection before acting? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 1532.1, lead in construction, requires employers to assess worker exposure to lead, and where exposure exceeds limits, to provide controls, training, respiratory protection, hygiene facilities, and medical surveillance. Question 49. Before disturbing material in a building constructed in the 1960s that may contain asbestos, a contractor should first, is it A, have suspect materials surveyed or tested to determine if asbestos is present? B, begin demolition and stop only if dust appears? C, assume the material is asbestos-free because the building is old? D, wet the material so no testing is needed? The correct answer is A, asbestos-containing materials were common in older construction. Cal/OSHA requires that suspect materials be presumed asbestos-containing or tested before disturbance, and asbestos work must be performed by properly registered and trained personnel. Question 50. A contractor with employees plans to perform asbestos abatement work. Before doing so, the contractor must be, is it A, bonded for an additional $100,000? B, registered as an asbestos-related work contractor with the appropriate state agency? C, approved in writing by every adjacent property owner? D, licensed only as a Class B general building contractor? The correct answer is B, contractors performing asbestos-related work involving 100 square feet or more must be registered to perform asbestos work and use trained, certified workers. This protects workers and the public from asbestos exposure. Question 1. Under California's heat illness prevention standard, when the temperature reaches 95 degrees Fahrenheit, an employer must implement high heat procedures. These procedures include, is it A, sending all workers home for the day? B, doubling the workers' hourly pay? C, stopping all work until temperatures drop below 80 degrees Fahrenheit? D, effective observation/monitoring of employees, frequent reminders to drink water, and an emergency response plan? The correct answer is D, 8 CCR Section 3395 high heat procedures, triggered at 95 degrees Fahrenheit, include effective communication, observing employees for heat illness signs, reminding workers to drink water, and ensuring an effective emergency response. Question 2. When shade is required under the heat illness prevention standard, the shade provided must be, is it A, located at least 1 mile from the work area? B, available only during the designated lunch break? C, open to the air or ventilated, and large enough to accommodate the workers on a recovery or rest period? D, provided only for supervisors? The correct answer is C, 8 CCR Section 3395 requires shade that is either open to the air or provided with ventilation/cooling, located as close as practicable to the work area, and sufficient to accommodate the number of employees on a recovery, rest, or meal period. Question 3. The heat illness prevention standard requires employers to provide outdoor workers with how much drinking water? Is it A, enough fresh, pure, and suitably cool water to allow each worker to drink at least 1 quart per hour? B, 1 quart per worker for the entire shift? C, water only when workers ask for it? D, bottled water for supervisors only? The correct answer is A, 8 CCR Section 3395 requires employers to provide enough fresh, pure, and suitably cool potable water so that each employee can drink at least 1 quart, 4 8-ounce cups, per hour for the entire shift. Question 4. A roofer is working on a low-slope roof 12 feet above the ground with no guardrails or safety nets in place. To comply with Cal/OSHA, the employer must ensure the worker, is it A, uses an approved personal fall arrest system or other approved fall protection? B, works quickly to limit time at height? C, has at least 5 years of roofing experience? D, carries a fire extinguisher? The correct answer is A, 8 CCR Section 1670 requires fall protection for construction work at 6 feet or more above a lower level. Acceptable methods include guardrails, safety nets, or a personal fall arrest system. At 12 feet, fall protection is mandatory. Question 5. Before workers enter a trench 6 feet deep, who must classify the soil and select an appropriate protective system? Is it A, any worker available on site? B, the property owner? C, a competent person designated by the employer? D, the equipment rental company? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 1541.1 requires a competent person, one capable of identifying hazards and authorized to take prompt corrective action, to classify soil and select protective systems such as sloping, shoring, or shielding for excavations. Question 6. When a trench is 4 feet or more deep, Cal/OSHA requires a safe means of egress, such as a ladder or ramp, to be located within how far of any worker? Is it A, within 25 feet of lateral travel? B, within 100 feet of lateral travel? C, within 75 feet of lateral travel? D, no egress requirement applies to trenches? The correct answer is A. 8 CCR Section 1541 requires that for trench excavations 4 feet or more deep, a stairway, ladder, ramp, or other safe means of egress be located so workers travel no more than 25 feet laterally to reach it. Question 7. Before excavation begins, a contractor is required to determine the location of underground utility lines. The contractor should, is it A, contact the Regional Underground Service Alert, call before you dig, at least 2 working days in advance? B, dig first and stop if a line is struck? C, rely only on memory of past projects in the area? D, skip this step if the trench is shallow? The correct answer is A. California law requires excavators to notify the Regional Notification Center, USA/811, at least 2 working days before excavating so utilities can be marked, preventing strikes that cause injury and service disruption. Question 8. Before a worker enters a permit-required confined space, the employer must first, is it A, have the worker sign a liability waiver? B, test the atmosphere for oxygen content, flammable gases, and toxic substances? C, notify the building owner in writing? D, provide the worker with a hard hat only? The correct answer is B. 8 CCR Section 5157 requires that the atmosphere of a permit-required confined space be tested before entry for oxygen levels, flammable gases/vapors, and toxic air contaminants, with continuous or periodic monitoring as needed. Question 9. During a permit-required confined space entry, the role of the attendant is to, is it A, remain stationed outside the space, monitor entrance, and summon rescue if needed? B, perform the work inside the space? C, sign the entry permit and then leave the site? D, test the air only once before entry? The correct answer is A. 8 CCR Section 5157 requires an attendant to remain outside the confined space during entry operations, maintain communication with entrance, monitor conditions, and order evacuation and summon rescue when a hazard is detected. Question 10. Which of the following injuries would generally not be recordable on the Cal/OSHA Form 300 log? Is it A, an injury requiring days away from work? B, an injury resulting in restricted duty? C, an injury requiring prescription medication? D, a minor cut treated only with a bandage and antiseptic from a first aid kit? The correct answer is D. Under 8 CCR Section 14300, a case is recordable if it results in death, days away, restricted work, job transfer, loss of consciousness, or medical treatment beyond first aid. A minor cut treated with only first aid is generally not recordable. Question 11. The OSHA Form 300A is the annual summary of work-related injuries and illnesses. When must an employer post this summary in the workplace? Is it A, only during the month of December? B, only when an employee requests it? C, from February 1st through April 30th of the year following the year covered? D, continuously, all year, every year? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 14300.32 requires the Form 300A annual summary to be posted in a conspicuous location from February 1st to April 30th of the year following the year the records cover. Question 12. Employers in California must provide required personal protective equipment, PPE, to employees at, is it A, half the cost, split with the employee? B, no cost to the employee? C, full cost, charged to the employee's paycheck? D, no cost only for managers? The correct answer is B. California law requires employers to provide required PPE to employees at no cost. Charging employees for required protective equipment is not permitted. Question 13. On a construction site, who is primarily responsible for keeping the work area free of debris, scrap material, and tripping hazards? Is it A, the employer, through good housekeeping practices? B, the building inspector? C, the material supplier? D, only the workers who created the debris? The correct answer is A. Cal/OSHA construction safety orders require employers to maintain good housekeeping, keeping work areas, passageways, and stairs free of debris and obstructions to prevent slips, trips, and falls. Question 14. A contractor's employee reports an unsafe condition on the job. Under the IIPP communication requirement, the employer must, is it A, encourage employees to report hazards without fear of reprisal and address the reported condition? B, ignore the report unless it is submitted in writing? C, discipline the employee for stopping work? D, forward the report to the CSLB? The correct answer is A. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires a system for communicating with employees on safety matters, including encouraging employees to report hazards without fear of reprisal. Retaliation against employees for raising safety concerns is unlawful. Question 15. An employee files a safety complaint with Cal/OSHA. The employer then fires the employee because of the complaint. This action is it A, permitted, since employers may dismiss at-will employees for any reason? B, permitted if the complaint was later found to be unsubstantiated? C, permitted as long as the employee was given 2 weeks' notice? D, unlawful retaliation, which is prohibited by California law. The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 6310 prohibits an employer from discharging or discriminating against an employee for filing a safety complaint or otherwise exercising rights under occupational safety laws. Such retaliation is unlawful. Question 16. A scaffold platform must generally be capable of supporting, without failure, its own weight plus at least, is it A, 2 times the intended load? B, its own weight only? C, 4 times the intended load? D, 10 times the intended load? The correct answer is C. Cal/OSHA scaffold standards require scaffolds and their components to support, without failure, their own weight plus at least 4 times the maximum intended load. This safety factor guards against collapse. Question 17. A portable straight ladder must extend how far above the upper landing surface it is used to access? Is it A, at least 36 inches, 3 feet? B, it does not need to extend above the landing? C, at least 6 inches? D, at least 10 feet? The correct answer is A. Cal/OSHA ladder safety orders require a portable ladder used to access an upper landing to extend at least 36 inches above the landing surface, providing a secure handhold for getting on and off the ladder. Question 18. When using an extension ladder leaned against a wall, the recommended angle places the base of the ladder approximately what fraction of the working length away from the wall? Is it A, about 1/2? B, about the full working length? C, about 1/4, the 4-to-1 rule? D, directly against the wall with no offset? The correct answer is C. The 4-to-1 rule recommends that for every 4 feet of ladder working length, the base should be set 1 foot out from the wall. This roughly 75-degree angle provides stability and reduces the risk of the ladder slipping. Question 19. Lockout/tagout, LOTO, procedures are used during the servicing of machinery or equipment primarily to, is it A, track which employees are working overtime? B, reduce the cost of electricity on the job site? C, document equipment for tax purposes? D, prevent the unexpected startup or release of hazardous energy while work is being performed? The correct answer is D. Lockout/tagout procedures control hazardous energy sources, electrical, hydraulic, mechanical, etc., by isolating and locking them during servicing, so equipment cannot start unexpectedly and injure a worker. Question 20. What is the minimum safe clearance a worker or piece of equipment must maintain from overhead power lines carrying up to 50,000 volts? Is it A, 1 foot? B, 3 feet? C, 10 feet? D, there is no minimum clearance? The correct answer is C. Cal/OSHA high-voltage safety orders require a minimum clearance of at least 10 feet from overhead lines rated up to 50 kV. Greater clearances are required for higher voltages. Contacting power lines is a leading cause of electrocution. Question 21. Ground fault circuit interrupters, GFCIs, are required on construction site power outlets primarily to protect workers from, is it A, theft of power tools? B, electric shock caused by ground faults in tools and equipment? C, excessive noise levels? D, overheated extension cords catching fire only? The correct answer is B. GFCIs detect imbalances in electrical current, ground faults, and quickly cut power, protecting workers from electric shock. Cal/OSHA requires GFCI protection or an assured equipment grounding program on construction sites. Question 22. Cal/OSHA requires construction employers to have a written, site-specific document addressing the hazards of the particular job. This document is the, is it A, annual budget report? B, code of safe practices, as part of or accompanying the IIPP? C, subcontractor agreement? D, building permit application? The correct answer is B. 8 CCR Section 1509 requires every construction employer to have an effective IIPP and a code of safe practices relevant to the employer's operations, posted at the job site or readily available to employees. Question 23. The recognized order of preference for controlling a workplace hazard, the hierarchy of controls, places which method last, as the least preferred? Is it A, personal protective equipment, PPE? B, eliminating the hazard entirely? C, engineering controls such as guarding? D, substituting a less hazardous material? The correct answer is A. In the hierarchy of controls, elimination and substitution are most effective, followed by engineering controls and administrative controls. PPE is the least preferred because it relies on worker behavior and does not remove the hazard. Question 24. Under the Hazard Communication Standard, the standardized pictograms found on chemical container labels are used to, is it A, indicate the manufacturer's brand? B, show the price of the chemical? C, list the chemical's expiration date? D, quickly convey the type of physical or health hazard the chemical presents? The correct answer is D. 8 CCR Section 5194 adopts the GHS label system, which uses standardized pictograms, such as flame, skull and crossbones, or corrosion symbols, to communicate at a glance the physical and health hazards of a chemical. Question 25. An employee transfers a hazardous cleaning solvent from its original labeled drum into a portable spray bottle for use during the same shift. Under HAZCOM, the spray bottle, is it A, generally does not require a label if used only by the worker who filled it during that shift? B, must be discarded after 1 hour of use? C, must always be sent to a laboratory for analysis? D, may never be filled from a labeled drum? The correct answer is A. 8 CCR Section 5194 allows an exemption for portable containers into which a hazardous chemical is transferred for the immediate use of the employee who performs the transfer within that work shift. Otherwise, secondary containers must be labeled. Question 26. A crew encounters a buried drum of unknown liquid material while excavating. The safest course of action is to, stop work in the area, restrict access, and have the material properly identified by qualified personnel. B. Open the drum to identify the contents by smell. C. Continue digging around the drum and ignore it. D. Load the drum into a pickup and dispose of it in regular trash. The correct answer is A. Unknown materials must be treated as potentially hazardous. Cal/OSHA and hazardous waste rules require stopping work, restricting access, and having qualified personnel identify and handle the material before disturbing or disposing of it. Question 27. Silica dust generated by cutting, grinding, or drilling concrete is a serious health hazard. An effective way to reduce worker exposure to respirable crystalline silica is to, use wet cutting methods or tools with dust collection, vacuum, systems. B. Have workers hold their breath while cutting. C. Cut only on windy days. D. Increase the speed of the saw. The correct answer is A. Respirable crystalline silica can cause silicosis and lung disease. Cal/OSHA requires engineering controls such as water, wet methods, and vacuum dust collection systems, plus respiratory protection where exposures remain high. Question 28. Before an employee may be required to wear a respirator on the job, Cal/OSHA's respiratory protection standard generally requires, a medical evaluation, fit testing, and training on proper use. B. Nothing, since any worker may use any respirator. C. Only that the worker sign a waiver. D. Approval from the project's general contractor only. The correct answer is A. Cal/OSHA's respiratory protection standard requires a written program, a medical evaluation to determine the worker can safely wear a respirator, fit testing for tight-fitting respirators, and training on proper use and maintenance. Question 29. After a workplace accident, the IIPP standard requires the employer to, only file an insurance claim. B. Take no action if the injury was minor. C. Investigate the accident to determine its cause and correct any contributing hazards. D. Wait for Cal/OSHA to perform the investigation. The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires the IIPP to include procedures for investigating occupational injuries and illnesses, so the employer can identify causes and correct hazards to prevent recurrence. Question 30. A contractor employs workers across several job sites. The IIPP training records the contractor keeps should include, A. Documentation of training, including who was trained, the training dates, and the subjects covered. B. Only the date the company was founded. C. Only the names of supervisors. D. Only photographs of the job sites. The correct answer is that Cal/OSHA expects employers to document IIPP training, including employee names, training dates, and the topics covered. Good records demonstrate compliance and help verify that training requirements have been met. Question 31. A willful violation of a Cal/OSHA standard that causes the death of an employee can subject the employer to, only a written warning. B. Criminal penalties, including potential fines and imprisonment. C. A reduction in the company's bond amount. D. No consequences if it was a first offense. The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 6425 provides that an employer who willfully violates an occupational safety standard, causing death or permanent serious injury, may be subject to criminal prosecution, including substantial fines and possible imprisonment. Question 32. If a Cal/OSHA inspection reveals an imminent hazard that could cause death or serious harm, Cal/OSHA may, order the affected operation or area shut down until the hazard is corrected. B. Do nothing until the next scheduled inspection. C. Only mail the employer a brochure. D. Require the employees to fix the hazard on their own time. The correct answer is A. When Cal/OSHA finds an imminent hazard, it may issue an order prohibiting use, restricting or shutting down the dangerous operation, equipment, or area until the hazard is abated to protect workers from immediate danger. Question 33. When a Cal/OSHA inspection results in a citation, the employer is generally required to, is it A. Post the citation at or near the place of the violation and abate the hazard by the deadline, or appeal it? B. Ignore the citation if it disagrees with it. C. Immediately close the business permanently. D. Pay double the penalty within 24 hours? The correct answer is A. An employer that receives a Cal/OSHA citation must post it at or near the site of the violation so employees are informed, and must either correct, abate, the hazard by the stated deadline or file a timely appeal. Question 34. On a construction site, a floor or roof opening through which a person could fall must be, is it A. Marked only with spray paint? B. Covered with a secured cover able to support the loads placed on it, or guarded with railings? C. Left open if work is in progress nearby? D. Reported to the CSLB before being covered? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA requires floor, roof, and skylight openings to be protected by covers capable of supporting the intended loads and secured against displacement, or by guardrails, to prevent fall-through injuries. Question 35. A standard guardrail system used for fall protection on a construction site generally consists of, is it A. A top rail approximately 42 inches high, a mid-rail, and toe boards where needed? B. A single rope at waist height? C. Caution tape only? D. A 6-foot fence around the entire site? The correct answer is A. Cal/OSHA standard guardrails generally consist of a top rail roughly 42 inches above the walking surface, a mid-rail at about half that height, and toe boards where there is a danger of falling objects, supported to withstand required loads. Question 36. A personal fall arrest system used on a construction project must include which of the following components? Is it A. A full-body harness, a connecting device, lanyard/lifeline, and a secure anchorage point? B. A body belt worn around the waist only? C. A hard hat and safety glasses only? D. A rope tied around the worker's tools? The correct answer is A. A compliant personal fall arrest system consists of an anchorage, connectors, and a full-body harness, and may include a lanyard, deceleration device, or lifeline. Body belts are not acceptable for fall arrest. Question 37. California's heat illness prevention regulation requires employers to provide training to supervisors and employees on, is it A. Tax withholding procedures? B. How to operate heavy machinery? C. Company marketing strategy? D. The risk factors for heat illness, how to recognize symptoms, and the employer's procedures for responding? The correct answer is D. 8 CCR Section 3395 requires employers to train all supervisory and non-supervisory employees on heat illness risk factors, prevention, the importance of water and rest, recognizing symptoms, and emergency response procedures. Question 38. An employee shows signs of heat exhaustion, heavy sweating, dizziness, and nausea while working outdoors. The employer's most appropriate immediate response is to, is it A. Tell the worker to push through and finish the task? B. Send the worker back to work after a 5-minute break in the sun? C. Ignore the symptoms unless the worker collapses? D. Move the worker to a cool, shaded area, provide water, and monitor them, seek emergency care if symptoms worsen? The correct answer is D. Heat illness can progress rapidly to a life-threatening emergency. Cal/OSHA heat illness procedures require relieving the worker, moving them to shade, providing water and cooling, monitoring, and obtaining emergency medical services if symptoms do not improve or worsen. Question 39. On a job site where workers are exposed to high noise levels for extended periods, the employer should, is it A, tell workers to get used to the noise over time? B, provide hearing protection and implement a hearing conservation program when noise exposure exceeds permissible limits? C, provide hearing protection only to office staff? D, take no action because noise is not a recognized hazard? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA requires employers to control occupational noise exposure. When exposures exceed action levels, employers must provide hearing protection and implement a hearing conservation program including monitoring and audiometric testing. Question 40. A contractor must ensure that a portable fire extinguisher on a construction site is it A, locked in the contractor's truck at all times? B, of the appropriate type for the hazards present, accessible, and regularly inspected and maintained? C, used only by the project owner? D, replaced with a bucket of sand? The correct answer is B. Cal/OSHA fire protection orders require employers to provide portable fire extinguishers appropriate to the type of fire hazard, keep them readily accessible, and ensure they are regularly inspected, maintained, and in working condition. Question 41. A general contractor on a multi-employer construction site is generally responsible for, is it A, only the safety of its own direct employees and nothing else? B, nothing, since each subcontractor is solely responsible for all site conditions? C, only safety hazards discovered after the project is complete? D, coordinating site safety and addressing hazards it creates or controls, even where subcontractors' employees are exposed? The correct answer is D. Under Cal/OSHA's multi-employer worksite policy, a controlling employer such as a general contractor can be cited for hazards it creates, controls, or has the authority to correct, even when the exposed workers are employed by subcontractors. Question 42. When required to wear head protection on a construction site, a worker must use A, is it A, hard hat that meets the applicable ANSI/industry standard? B, cloth baseball cap? C, standard winter beanie? D, any hat of the worker's choice? The correct answer is A. Cal/OSHA requires approved head protection where there is a risk of head injury from falling or flying objects or electrical hazards. Hard hats must meet recognized industry, ANSI, standards for impact and, where needed, electrical protection. Question 43. Excavated soil, spoil pile, and other materials must be kept at least how far from the edge of a trench? Is it A, right at the trench edge for convenience? B, 6 inches from the edge? C, 1 foot from the edge? D, at least 2 feet from the edge, or be restrained by other means? The correct answer is D. 8 CCR Section 1541 requires excavated material and equipment to be kept at least 2 feet back from the edge of an excavation, or otherwise restrained, to keep loads from falling on workers and adding surcharge load that can cause cave-ins. Question 44. A trench excavation must be inspected by a competent person. Is it A, only once before the project starts? B, only after a cave-in occurs? C, daily before each shift, and as needed after rain or other conditions that increase hazards? D, only when Cal/OSHA is on site? The correct answer is C. 8 CCR Section 1541.1 requires a competent person to inspect excavations, adjacent areas, and protective systems daily before each shift, and as needed throughout the shift after rainstorms or any occurrence that could increase hazards. Question 45. A contractor receives a Cal/OSHA citation it believes is incorrect. The contractor's proper remedy is to, is it A, refuse to pay and continue working as before? B, reapply for the contractor's license? C, file a timely appeal with the Occupational Safety and Health Appeals Board? D, demand a refund from the CSLB? The correct answer is C. An employer that disagrees with a Cal/OSHA citation may appeal it to the California Occupational Safety and Health Appeals Board within the time allowed. The appeal must be filed timely to preserve the right to contest. Question 46. Section 2 of a 16-section safety data sheet is titled Hazard Identification. Which section would a worker check to find first aid measures? Is it A, Section 1, Identification? B, Section 4, First aid measures? C, Section 16, Other information? D, Section 9, Physical and chemical properties? The correct answer is B. The standardized 16-section SDS format places first aid measures in Section 4. Knowing the consistent SDS layout helps workers quickly find critical safety information in an emergency. Question 47. After identifying an unsafe condition on a job site, the IIPP standard requires the employer to, is it A, note the hazard but leave it uncorrected indefinitely? B, correct the hazard in a timely manner based on the severity of the risk? C, correct it only after an injury occurs? D, transfer responsibility for correction to the employees? The correct answer is B. 8 CCR Section 3203 requires the IIPP to include procedures to correct unsafe or unhealthy conditions in a timely manner based on the severity of the hazard, with imminent hazards corrected immediately. Question 48. A contractor wants to install only plumbing systems in residential homes. Which license classification is appropriate? Is it A Class C Specialty, C36 Plumbing? B, Class A General Engineering? C, Class B General Building? D, no license is required for plumbing work? The correct answer is A, Class C licenses cover specialty trades, each limited to a specific craft. Plumbing is the C36 specialty classification under Section 7058, separate from the General Engineering and General Building classes. Question 49. A responsible managing officer, RMO, of a corporation that holds a contractor license must own at least what percentage of the company's voting stock to be exempt from filing the bond of qualifying individual? Is it A, 20% or more? B, exactly 25%? C, a majority, over 50%? D, 10% or more? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7068, an RMO who owns 10% or more of the voting stock is generally not required to file a separate bond of qualifying individual. An RMO owning less than 10% must file that bond. Question 50. An unlicensed person places an advertisement offering to perform construction work that requires a license. Under California law, this is it a violation, even if no work is actually performed? B, permitted if the ad states unlicensed? C, permitted as long as no contract is signed? D, permitted if the work will be under $500? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7027.1, it is unlawful for an unlicensed person to advertise for construction work requiring a license. The violation occurs upon advertising itself, regardless of whether any work is performed. Question 1. Under the minor work exemption, an unlicensed person may perform a construction job only if the aggregate contract price for labor, materials, and all other costs is it A, less than $1,000? B, less than $750? C, less than $250? D, less than $500? The correct answer is D. Section 7048 exempts work where the aggregate contract price for labor and materials is less than $500. The threshold applies to the total job cost, not just the labor portion, and a larger job cannot be split to evade licensing. Question 2. A licensed contractor preparing a written bid for a project must include which of the following? Is it A, only the contractor's phone number? B, only the contractor's business address? C, the contractor's CSLB license number? D, the contractor's federal tax identification number? The correct answer is C. Section 7030 requires a licensed contractor to include the license number in contracts, subcontracts, and bids. This allows consumers to verify the license status with the CSLB before agreeing to the work. Question 3. Which of the following business entities is eligible to hold a CSLB contractor license? Is it A. a revocable living trust? B. an unincorporated charitable association? C. a self-directed individual retirement account? D. a limited liability company, LLC? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7065, eligible entities include sole proprietorships, partnerships, corporations, and limited liability companies. Trusts and similar arrangements are not eligible to hold a contractor license. Question 4. When the CSLB issues a citation against a licensed contractor, how long is that citation generally disclosed to the public? Is it A. for 5 years after the citation is resolved? B. for 1 year after issuance? C. permanently with no removal? D. it is never disclosed to the public? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7124.6, citations are disclosed on the contractor's public license record for 5 years from the date the citation is resolved. This gives consumers access to a contractor's recent disciplinary history. Question 5. The bond of qualifying individual is required primarily in which situation? Is it A. whenever any contractor renews a license? B. when the qualifier is an RME, or an RMO owning less than 10% of the company? C. when a contractor hires its first employee? D. only when a contractor performs public works? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7071.9, a bond of qualifying individual is required when the license is qualified by an RME or by an RMO who owns less than 10% of the voting stock. It supplements the standard contractor license bond. Question 6. A corporation's contractor license is qualified by an RMO who resigns. To keep the license valid, the corporation must, is it A. continue operating? A qualifier is optional after the first year. B. wait until the next renewal to address the qualifier. C. designate any current employee, licensed or not, as qualifier. D. associate a new qualifier who meets experience and exam requirements? The correct answer is D. Every contractor license must be continuously qualified by an individual who has met the experience and examination requirements under Section 7068. If the qualifier leaves, a qualified replacement must be associated with the license or it cannot remain active. Question 7. The qualifying individual of a contractor license has a duty to, is it A. personally perform all the physical labor on every job? B. guarantee that the company never loses money? C. exercise direct supervision and control over the construction operations? D. sign every employee's weekly time card? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7068.1, the qualifying individual is responsible for exercising direct supervision and control over the contractor's construction operations. A qualifier who acts in name only, without genuine supervisory involvement, violates the law. Question 8. A homeowner hires an unlicensed contractor who completes a $40,000 remodel and is fully paid. Under Section 7031, the homeowner may, is it A. sue to recover all compensation paid to the unlicensed contractor? B. recover nothing because the work was completed? C. recover only the cost of any defects? D. recover only the contractor's profit margin? The correct answer is A. Section 7031 allows a person who used an unlicensed contractor to recover, through disgorgement, all compensation paid for the work, even if the work was completed satisfactorily. Being unlicensed is a powerful penalty under California law. Question 9. A general building, Class B, contractor takes a contract that involves only a single specialty trade. Under California law, the Class B contractor must, hold the appropriate Class C specialty license or subcontract that trade to a properly licensed specialist. B. Perform the work freely. Class B covers all specialty trades. C. Apply to upgrade the Class B license to Class A. D. Decline the contract entirely. Class B contractors cannot do specialty work? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7057, a Class B contractor generally takes prime contracts requiring at least 2 unrelated trades. For a job involving only one specialty trade, the Class B contractor must hold that C classification or subcontract the work to a licensed specialty contractor. Question 10. A licensed contractor begins using a new trade name Buildright Pros on its trucks and contracts without listing it on the CSLB license. This practice is it acceptable, because trade names are governed only by county recorders? B. Acceptable, as long as the trucks also show the license number. C. Acceptable, because the contractor is still licensed. D. A violation, because a fictitious business name must be registered with the CSLB? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7083, any fictitious business name or DBA a contractor uses must be reported to and registered with the CSLB so it appears on the license. Using an unregistered business name on contracts and advertising violates the law. Question 11. A contractor's license expires and the contractor renews it 30 days later, within the renewal grace period. During the grace period, the contractor, may continue contracting normally with no penalty. B. May contract only on jobs already started. C. May contract but must pay double the bond amount. D. May not lawfully contract until the license is renewed and active? The correct answer is D. An expired license does not authorize contracting. Although Section 7141 permits late renewal with a delinquent fee within the grace period, the contractor may not perform or bid on work requiring a license while the license is expired. Question 12. A contractor licensed as a partnership has one partner leave the business. The contractor must notify the CSLB of this change within, A. 10 days. B. 30 days. C. There is no deadline to notify. D. 90 days? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7076, a contractor must notify the CSLB within 90 days of any change in personnel listed on the license, including the departure of a partner. The change in partnership membership affects the validity of the license. Question 13. What is the key difference between a responsible managing employee, RME, and a responsible managing officer, RMO? Is it A. An RME must own at least 51% of the business? B. Only an RMO is required to pass the licensing examinations? C. An RME may qualify an unlimited number of licenses? D. An RMO is an officer or owner of the business. An RME is a bona fide employee? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7068, an RMO is a responsible managing officer or owner of the licensed business, while an RME is a bona fide full-time employee who qualifies the license. An RME may qualify only one active license at a time. Question 14. A contractor advertises its services on a website and on social media. Regarding the CSLB license number, the contractor must, A. Include the license number in the online advertising. B. Include it only in print newspaper ads. C. Include it only if the ad mentions a specific price. D. Omit it from online ads to avoid identity theft? The correct answer is A. Section 7030.5 requires the license number to appear in all forms of advertising, including websites and social media. Online advertising is treated the same as print and broadcast advertising for this requirement. Question 15. What is the primary purpose of the $25,000 contractor license bond required by Section 7071.6? Is it A, to protect consumers, employees, and subcontractors harmed by the contractor's violations? B, to guarantee the contractor's profits on each project? C, to pay the contractor's renewal fees automatically? D, to replace workers' compensation insurance? The correct answer is A. The Section 7071.6 contractor license bond provides a source of recovery for consumers, employees who are owed wages, and others harmed by a contractor's violation of the contractor's state license law. It is not insurance for the contractor's own benefit. Question 16. An individual holds a contractor license as a sole proprietor and decides to incorporate the business. Regarding the license, the individual must, is it A, simply mail a name change form to the CSLB? B, transfer the existing sole proprietor license number to the corporation? C, file a new application, because the corporation is a separate legal entity? D, do nothing, since the same person controls the business? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7075, a contractor license is not transferable between entities. A corporation is a distinct legal entity from the sole proprietor, so the business must apply for a new license in the corporate name. Question 17. A contractor is hired to build a new highway interchange involving grading, paving, drainage, and structural concrete. Which license classification is required as the prime contractor? Is it A, Class B General Building Contractor? B, a single Class C specialty license? C, no license, because it is a public project? D, Class A General Engineering Contractor? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7056, a Class A General Engineering Contractor handles fixed works requiring specialized engineering knowledge, such as highways, interchanges, and drainage systems. A highway interchange is classic Class A work. Question 18. A prime contractor awards part of a project to a subcontractor without checking whether the subcontractor is licensed. The subcontractor turns out to be unlicensed. The prime contractor, is it A, bears no responsibility, since the subcontractor signed a contract? B, is protected because the property owner approved the subcontractor? C, may face disciplinary action for using an unlicensed subcontractor? D, faces consequences only if the subcontractor's work is defective? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7068.1 and related law, the prime contractor must verify subcontractor licensure. Using an unlicensed subcontractor can expose the prime contractor to discipline against its own license, regardless of work quality. Question 19. A contractor's license has been expired for 6 years. To resume contracting, the contractor must, is it A, pay only a small renewal fee plus a late penalty? B, request that the old license number be reactivated? C, wait until the license has been expired for 10 years? D, submit a new application and satisfy all current licensing requirements? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7141.5, a license that has been expired for more than 5 years generally cannot be renewed. The contractor must apply as a new applicant and meet all current requirements, which may include retaking examinations. Question 20. A consumer reviews a contractor's license record on the CSLB website. Which of the following information is the consumer most likely to see disclosed publicly? Is it A, the contractor's personal bank account balance? B, the contractor's home mortgage details? C, the contractor's individual income tax return? D, citations issued within the past 5 years in the license status? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7124.6, the CSLB publicly discloses license status and citations for 5 years after they are resolved. private financial details such as bank balances and tax returns are not part of the public license record. Question 21. An unlicensed handyman advertises home repairs of any size in a local newspaper. Under Section 7027.1, which statement best describes the legal limit on his advertising? Is it A, he may advertise any project size as long as he is honest about price? B, he may advertise without restriction because newspapers are exempt? C, he may advertise only for work where the total price is under $500 and must state he is unlicensed? D, he may advertise large projects if he plans to get licensed later? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7027.1, an unlicensed person who advertises for construction work must limit advertising to jobs whose aggregate price is below the $500 minor work threshold and must state in the advertisement that he or she is not licensed. Question 22. Approximately how many Class C specialty contractor classifications does the CSLB issue? Is it A, about 5? B, about 12? C, about 25? D, about 40 or more? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7058, the CSLB issues more than 40 separate Class C specialty classifications, each covering a distinct trade such as electrical, plumbing, roofing, landscaping, or painting. Question 23. When a contractor license is held by a partnership and the qualifying individual is one of the general partners, the license is valid only. Is it A, for projects within the partner's home county? B, while that partnership and its membership remain as listed with the CSLB? C, for 1 year, after which it must be reissued to a corporation? D, for residential work only? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7065, a license is issued to a specific entity. When a partnership holds the license, a material change in the partnership's membership affects the license, and the contractor must report the change to the CSLB. Question 24. An RME for a contractor company stops actually working for that company but allows the company to keep using his name to maintain the license. This arrangement is it A, unlawful, because an RME must be a genuine employee actively supervising the work? B, lawful, as long as the RME is paid a small fee? C, lawful, because the company is otherwise properly insured? D, lawful, provided the RME visits a job site once a year? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7068, an RME must be a bona fide employee who is permanently employed and actually supervises the contractor's construction operations. Renting out a qualifier's name without genuine involvement is unlawful and can lead to discipline. Question 25. Which document is not required to display the contractor's CSLB license number? Is it A, an invoice sent to a materials supplier for goods purchased? B, a written construction contract? C, a written bid submitted to a customer? D, a subcontract agreement with a specialty trade? The correct answer is A. Section 7030 requires the license number on contracts, subcontracts, and bids presented to potential or actual customers. An ordinary purchase invoice sent to a supplier is not one of the documents the statute targets. Question 26. A contractor leaves a residential remodel only 40% complete, stops all work for 2 months, and refuses to return without legal justification. Under Section 7107, this conduct is it A, acceptable as long as the contractor refunds part of the deposit? B, permitted because the homeowner can simply hire someone else? C, a purely civil matter that the CSLB cannot address? D, project abandonment, which is grounds for disciplinary action? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7107, the willful departure from or abandonment of a construction project without legal excuse, and without the consent of the owner, is a cause for disciplinary action against the contractor's license. Question 27. Compared to the standard $25,000 contractor license bond, the disciplinary bond under Section 7071.17 is set at, is it A, $5,000, B, $10,000, C, $12,500, D, $15,000? The correct answer is D. Under Section 7071.17, a contractor subject to a disciplinary order may be required to file a disciplinary bond of $15,000, which is in addition to the standard $25,000 contractor license bond required of all licensees. Question 28. A homeowner asks an unlicensed person to do several small repairs. The person quotes them separately, $300, $250, and $200, all part of the same overall job. Under Section 7048, this is it A, improper, because the work cannot be split to stay under the $500 limit? B, proper, because each separate quote is under $500. C, proper, because all the repairs are minor in nature. D, proper, as long as the homeowner agrees to the arrangement? The correct answer is A. Section 7048 applies the $500 threshold to the aggregate contract price. Splitting a single project into smaller quotes to appear under the limit is a way of evading the licensing law and does not qualify for the exemption. Question 29. To qualify a contractor license, the qualifying individual generally must demonstrate at least how many years of journey level or equivalent experience in the classification applied for? Is it A, 1 year, B, 2 years, C, 4 years, D, 8 years? The correct answer is C. Under the experience requirements tied to Section 7068, an applicant's qualifier must generally show at least 4 years of journey level, foreman, supervising, or contractor experience in the trade within the prior 10 years. Question 30. One person serves as the qualifying individual for an existing licensed company. That same person now wants to also qualify a second, separate company. Under California law, this is it A, never permitted under any circumstances? B, automatically permitted for any number of companies? C, permitted only if the second company does residential work? D, permitted only in limited situations, such as common ownership, with CSLB approval? The correct answer is D. A qualifier is generally limited in how many active licenses he or she may qualify. Qualifying more than one license is allowed only in limited circumstances defined by law, such as substantial common ownership between the firms, subject to CSLB rules. Question 31. A licensed contractor wants its company vehicles to comply with CSLB requirements. The vehicles used in the contracting business must display, is it A, only the contractor's home address? B, only the names of all corporate officers? C, only the words licensed contractor? D, the business name and the contractor's license number? The correct answer is D. Commercial vehicles used by a contractor must be marked with the business name and the contractor's CSLB license number. This helps the public identify and verify the licensed status of the contractor performing the work. Question 32. Which CSLB enforcement action is the least severe and typically used to address a minor first-time concern without a formal penalty? Is it A, license revocation? B, license suspension? C, an advisory or warning notice? D, a formal citation with a civil penalty? The correct answer is C. CSLB enforcement ranges from least to most severe, an advisory or warning notice, then a citation with a penalty, then suspension, then revocation. An advisory notice addresses minor issues without a formal penalty or public discipline. Question 33. An unlicensed contractor completes a project but is not fully paid, then sues the customer for the unpaid balance. Under Section 7031, the court will most likely, is it A, award the contractor the full unpaid balance? B, award the contractor the cost of materials only? C. Bar the contractor from recovering any compensation for the work. D. Order the customer to pay 50% of the balance. The correct answer is C. Is Section 7031 bars an unlicensed contractor from bringing or maintaining an action to collect compensation for work that required a license. The contractor cannot recover the unpaid balance, regardless of work quality. Question 34. A husband and wife want to operate a contracting business together and share equal responsibility. Which entity structures are available to them under Section 7065? Is it A. Only a sole proprietorship? B. A partnership, a corporation, or an LLC, among the eligible entity types? C. Only a corporation. D. Only a trust held jointly? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7065, eligible license-holding entities include sole proprietorships, partnerships, corporations, and LLCs. Two people sharing a business may form a partnership, corporation, or LLC. A trust is not an eligible entity. Question 35. Which of the following best describes when a person may serve as the qualifying individual for a contractor license? Is it A. Only if that person personally finances the entire business? B. If that person passes the required examinations and meets the experience requirements? C. Only if that person is over the age of 40. D. Only if that person has never owned another business? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7068, a qualifying individual must demonstrate the required trade experience and pass the law and trade examinations. Personal financing, age above 40, or prior business ownership are not the legal criteria. Question 36. A licensed C10 electrical contractor advertises that it can also perform general roofing work, although it does not hold a C39 roofing classification. This advertising is it A. Acceptable, because the contractor holds at least one valid license? B. Acceptable, because roofing and electrical are related trades? C. Acceptable, as long as the roofing jobs stay under $5,000. D. Improper, because a contractor may advertise only for work its license classification authorizes? The correct answer is D. A contractor may advertise only for work within the classifications it actually holds. Advertising roofing work without a roofing classification misleads consumers and can be treated as unlawful advertising for unlicensed work. Question 37. If a contractor fails to notify the CSLB within 90 days that its sole qualifying individual has left, the most likely consequence is that, is it A. The contractor receives an automatic 90-day extension? B. The license may be suspended for lack of a qualifier? C. Nothing happens until the next license renewal? D. The contractor is automatically upgraded to a Class A license? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7076, a contractor must report a qualifier change within 90 days. If the license is left without a qualifying individual and the contractor fails to act, the CSLB may suspend the license until a qualified replacement is associated. Question 38. A general partnership holds a contractor license. One of the two partners dies. With respect to the license, the surviving partner should understand that, is it A. The license automatically continues unchanged in the surviving partner's name? B. The license is permanently void and the trade can never be resumed? C. The death dissolves the partnership, so the license must be addressed with the CSLB? D. The deceased partner's heirs automatically become licensees? The correct answer is C. A contractor license is issued to a specific entity under Section 7065. The death of a general partner dissolves the partnership as it was constituted, so the surviving partner must notify the CSLB and, typically, apply for a license for the new business form. Question 39. A person engages in the business of contracting on a project requiring a license without holding any contractor license. Under California law, this is it a, permitted if the person is supervised by a licensed friend? B, permitted if the person carries general liability insurance? C, a misdemeanor, and subsequent offenses carry increased penalties? D, permitted if the project is for a relative? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7028, it is a misdemeanor to engage in the business or act in the capacity of a contractor without a license when one is required. Repeat violations carry escalating penalties, including higher fines and possible jail time. Question 40. A licensed contractor allows the $25,000 contractor license bond to lapse because the bond premium was not paid. The effect on the license is that, is it a, nothing changes, the bond is optional after the first renewal? B, the license may be suspended until a valid bond is again in effect? C, the license is upgraded to inactive status with full work rights? D, the contractor simply pays a $100 fee with no other effect? The correct answer is B. Maintaining the Section 7071.6 contractor license bond is a condition of an active license. If the bond lapses, the CSLB may suspend the license, and the contractor cannot lawfully contract until a valid bond is reinstated. Question 41. A specialty, Class C, contractor takes on a project. Which statement best describes the proper scope of work for that contractor? Is it A, it should perform work within its specialty classification and may take other trades only as incidental and supplemental to that work? B, it may perform any trade because all C licenses are interchangeable? C, it may freely act as a general building contractor on any project? D, it may perform engineering work such as dams and highways? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7059 and CSLB regulations, a specialty contractor performs work within its classification and may handle other trades only when they are incidental and supplemental to the performance of the specialty work for which the license is held. Question 42. A contractor wants to keep a license on file but does not intend to contract for a period of time. The contractor may, is it A, place the license on inactive status, which suspends the right to contract but keeps the license on record? B, simply stop renewing the license with no consequences? C, transfer the license to a friend until business resumes? D, keep contracting because inactive licenses still allow work? The correct answer is A. A licensee may request inactive status to retain the license without maintaining a bond or contracting. An inactive license does not authorize the holder to engage in contracting until it is reactivated to active status. Question 43. A prime contractor planning a large remodel wants the simplest reliable way to confirm a prospective subcontractor is properly licensed and in good standing. The best method is to, is it A, accept the subcontractor's verbal assurance? B, rely on the subcontractor's printed business card? C, assume any subcontractor who owns tools is licensed? D, check the subcontractor's license status on the CSLB's public website? The correct answer is D. Because the prime contractor is responsible for using only licensed subcontractors, the most reliable method is to verify the subcontractor's license number and status directly through the CSLB's public license lookup. Question 44. A specialty contractor wants to use the word general in its company name and advertising, even though it does not hold a Class A or Class B license. Under California law, this is it A, generally prohibited, because it can mislead consumers about the contractor's classification? B, always permitted, because business names are not regulated? C, permitted as long as the contractor explains it verbally to customers? D, permitted only if the company name is in a foreign language? The correct answer is A. Under Section 7059.1, a specialty contractor generally may not use the term general in its name or advertising in a way that implies it holds a general engineering or general building license. Such usage can mislead consumers about the contractor's actual classification. Question 45. When CSLB enforcement representatives have probable cause to believe an unlicensed person is acting as a contractor, they may, immediately seize the person's home. B. Issue a citation to the unlicensed person for contracting without a license. C. Revoke a license the person never held. D. Order the local court to jail the person without a hearing. The correct answer is B. Under Section 7028.7 and related provisions, CSLB enforcement staff may issue citations to unlicensed individuals who act in the capacity of a contractor. The citation can include a civil penalty and an order to stop the unlicensed activity. Question 46. An LLC applying for a CSLB contractor license must satisfy an additional financial requirement that does not apply to most other entities. That requirement is maintaining a separate liability insurance policy specifically for an LLC. B. Depositing $1 million in cash with the CSLB. C. Hiring exactly 5 RMOs. D. Operating for at least 10 years before applying. The correct answer is A. A limited liability company seeking a contractor license must carry liability insurance specific to LLCs, in addition to the standard contractor license bond, and must also file an LLC employee/worker bond. This added requirement reflects the LLC's distinct liability structure. Question 47. Which of the following is the best example of lawful advertising by a licensed contractor? Is it A. An online ad for a licensed contractor that omits the license number? B. An unlicensed person's ad for a $9,000 kitchen remodel? C. A licensed contractor's website ad that includes the business name and CSLB license number for work within its classification? D. A specialty contractor advertising trades outside its classification? The correct answer is C. Lawful contractor advertising includes the CSLB license number, accurately reflects the contractor's classification, and is placed by a properly licensed contractor. Omitting the license number or advertising work the contractor cannot legally perform violates the law. Question 48. A contractor changes the business address and main telephone number for the licensed business. With respect to the CSLB, the contractor should, notify the CSLB so the official license record stays current. B. Do nothing, because address changes do not affect a license. C. Apply for an entirely new license number. D. Wait until renewal and ignore any mail in the meantime. The correct answer is A. Contractors must keep the CSLB informed of current contact information. Reporting an address or telephone change ensures the contractor receives renewal notices and official correspondence and that the public record is accurate. Question 49. A qualifying individual disassociates from a contractor license. The contractor wants to keep operating. Under California law, the contractor generally has a limited window to replace the qualifier. If it fails to do so, the license, is automatically transferred to the CSLB for safekeeping. B. Remains fully active indefinitely with no qualifier. C. Is downgraded to a home improvement salesperson registration. D. May be suspended or invalidated for lack of a qualifying individual. The correct answer is D. Under Section 7068.2, when a qualifier disassociates, the contractor must notify the CSLB and replace the qualifier within the time allowed. Failure to associate a new qualifying individual can result in suspension or invalidation of the license. Question 50. A homeowner needs only interior and exterior painting on a house. The appropriate contractor classification for a contractor performing only this trade is it A Class A General Engineering License? B. A Class B General Building License, which is mandatory for painting? C. A Class C Specialty License, C33 Painting and Decorating? D. No license at all, regardless of the contract price? The correct answer is C. Painting is a recognized Class C specialty trade, C33, under Section 7058. A contractor performing only painting work above the $500 minor work threshold needs the C33 specialty classification, not a general engineering or general building license. Question 1. Which statement most accurately summarizes the licensing rule a contractor must satisfy to recover compensation in a lawsuit over a construction contract? Is it A, the contractor needs a license only when filing the lawsuit? B, the contractor must have been duly licensed at all times during the performance of the work? C, the contractor needs a license only at the time of final payment? D, licensing is irrelevant if the work was done well? The correct answer is B. Under Section 7031, a contractor suing to recover compensation must allege and prove that it was a duly licensed contractor at all times during performance of the contract. A lapse during the work can bar recovery. Question 2. Why does the CSLB require each separate business entity to hold its own license rather than allowing one license to cover several businesses? Is it A, because the license identifies the specific responsible legal entity and its qualifier to the public? B, to increase the number of examinations administered each year? C, because federal law prohibits shared licenses? D, to make renewal fees higher for large companies? The correct answer is A. A contractor license under Section 7065 is tied to a specific legal entity and its qualifying individual. Issuing one license per entity ensures the public and the CSLB can identify exactly who is legally responsible for the contracting work. Question 3. A contractor receives a formal citation, pays the civil penalty, and corrects the violation. Regarding the public record, the citation, is it A, is removed from the public record immediately upon payment? B, was never part of the public record in the first place? C, remains disclosed on the public license record for 5 years after it is resolved? D, stays on the public record permanently and can never be removed? The correct answer is C. Under Section 7124.6, even after a contractor pays a citation penalty and corrects the violation, the citation continues to be disclosed on the public license record for 5 years from the date it is resolved. Question 4. A contractor accepts a substantial down payment, performs almost no work, and then walks away from the project without legal excuse. In addition to disciplinary action against the license, the harmed homeowner may also, is it A, take possession of the contractor's personal residence automatically? B, have the contractor jailed without any hearing? C, make a claim against the contractor's $25,000 license bond? D, force the CSLB to personally rebuild the project? The correct answer is C. Project abandonment is grounds for discipline under Section 7107, and a homeowner harmed by the contractor's violation may also file a claim against the Section 7071.6 contractor license bond to recover damages caused by the misconduct. Question 5. A contractor hires their very first employee, a part-time helper. When must the contractor carry workers' compensation insurance? Is it A, immediately? Coverage is required for every employer with even one employee. B, only after the helper works more than 40 hours per week. C, only once the business has 3 or more employees. D, only if the helper requests it in writing? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 3700 requires every California employer to secure workers' compensation coverage, even for a single part-time employee. There is no minimum hours or minimum headcount exemption. Question 6. A contractor with employees knowingly operates without workers' compensation insurance. Under California law, this failure to insure is it A misdemeanor, punishable by fine and/or imprisonment? B, a minor infraction punishable by a written warning? C, a purely civil matter handled only by the insurance carrier? D, permitted as long as the contractor self-insures informally? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 3700.5 makes it a misdemeanor for an employer to be unlawfully uninsured for workers' compensation. It is punishable by a fine, imprisonment in county jail, or both. Question 7. Cal/OSHA's Division of Labor Standards Enforcement discovers a contractor employing uninsured workers. What immediate action can it take at the job site? Is it A. Issue a stop order prohibiting the use of employees until coverage is obtained? B. Revoke the contractor's CSLB license on the spot? C. Seize the contractor's tools and equipment permanently? D. Order the property owner to pay the workers directly? The correct answer is A. Under Labor Code Section 3722, the state may issue a stop order halting use of employees until the employer secures workers' compensation coverage. Penalties for being uninsured can reach up to $100,000. Question 8. Workers' compensation in California is described as a no-fault system. What does this mean for an injured employee? Is it A. Benefits are paid regardless of who caused the work-related injury? B. The employee receives benefits only if the employer was negligent? C. The employee receives benefits only if the employee was free of any fault? D. Benefits are paid solely by the state, never the employer? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 3600 establishes workers' compensation as a no-fault system. An employee injured in the course of employment receives benefits without having to prove the employer was at fault, and even if the employee was partly at fault. Question 9. An employee covered by workers' compensation is injured on the job. Generally, the employee's exclusive remedy against the employer is it A. A personal injury lawsuit for pain and suffering? B. A claim against the contractor's license bond? C. Workers' compensation benefits? D. A claim under the employer's commercial general liability policy? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 3602 makes workers' compensation the exclusive remedy for an employee against the employer for a work-related injury. In exchange for guaranteed benefits, the employee generally cannot sue the employer in civil court. Question 10. A roofing corporation has 2 shareholders who are also its only officers, and no other workers. Regarding workers' compensation coverage for themselves, they may, is it A. Never obtain coverage, officers are always excluded? B. Elect in writing to be excluded from coverage if they meet the ownership requirements? C. Be covered only if they each earn less than minimum wage? D. Be excluded automatically without filing anything? The correct answer is B. Under Labor Code Section 3351, qualifying corporate officers and directors who own stock may elect, in writing, to be excluded from workers' compensation coverage. The exclusion is not automatic, it requires a signed waiver filed with the insurer. Question 11. After an employee reports a work injury, within what time must the employer provide a workers' compensation claim form, DWC-1? Is it A. Within 24 hours of the injury? B. Within 30 days of the injury? C. Only after the employee sees a doctor? D. Within 1 working day of learning of the injury? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 5401 requires the employer to provide the DWC-1 claim form to the injured employee within 1 working day after the employer knew or should have known of the injury. Question 12. While a workers' compensation claim is being investigated and has not yet been accepted or denied, the employer's insurer must authorize medical treatment up to, is it A. $1,000? B. $5,000? C. An unlimited amount? D. $10,000? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 5402 requires the insurer to authorize and pay for medical treatment up to $10,000 while the claim is being investigated, so the injured worker is not left without care during the decision period. Question 13. An employee is unable to work while recovering from a job injury. Temporary disability benefits generally replace approximately what portion of the worker's lost wages? Is it A, two-thirds of average weekly wages? B, one-half of average weekly wages? C, the full amount of average weekly wages? D, a flat $100 per week regardless of wages? The correct answer is A. Temporary total disability benefits generally equal two-thirds of the worker's average weekly wages, subject to statutory minimums and maximums. They replace lost income while the worker recovers. Question 14. An injured worker's doctor finds the worker can no longer return to their old job, and the employer offers no alternative work. The worker may be entitled to a supplemental job displacement benefit, which is it A, a lump sum cash payment equal to 1 year of wages? B, free legal representation in a civil lawsuit? C, lifetime medical care unrelated to the injury? D, a voucher to pay for retraining or skill enhancement? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 4658.7 provides a supplemental job displacement benefit in the form of a voucher that helps pay for retraining or skill enhancement when an injured worker does not return to work and is not offered suitable alternative employment. Question 15. Every California employer subject to workers' compensation must, in the workplace, do what regarding coverage? Is it A, read the policy aloud to employees each year? B, mail a copy of the policy to each employee's home? C, file the policy with the local building department? D, post a notice stating that the employer carries workers' compensation insurance? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 3550 requires employers to post a notice, in a conspicuous location, informing employees that the employer carries workers' compensation insurance and explaining basic employee rights. Question 16. A general contractor hires an unlicensed subcontractor who brings their own crew to the job site. If one of that crew is injured, who is most likely treated as the employer for workers' compensation purposes? Is it A, no one? Unlicensed crews have no workers' compensation rights? B, the injured worker, who must self-insure? C, the general contractor, because the unlicensed person is deemed an employee? D, the property owner, in every case? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 2750.5, a person performing work requiring a contractor's license without one is presumed to be an employee, not an independent contractor. The general contractor can therefore be liable as the employer for the unlicensed sub and its workers. Question 17. A contractor's workers' compensation policy is cancelled and the contractor has not filed an exemption certificate. What is the consequence for the CSLB license? Is it A, nothing changes as long as no claims are filed? B, the license converts to an inactive engineering license? C, the contractor receives an automatic 90-day grace period with full rights? D, the license is automatically suspended? The correct answer is D. Under Bus and Professor Code Section 7125, a contractor with employees must keep a valid workers' compensation certificate on file with the CSLB. If coverage lapses and no exemption is on file, the license is automatically suspended. Question 18. A property owner is injured when a wall built by the contractor's crew collapses on her. Which of the contractor's policies is designed to respond to this third-party bodily injury claim? Is it A, the contractor's workers' compensation policy? B, the $25,000 contractor license bond? C, commercial general liability, CGL, insurance? D, builder's risk insurance? The correct answer is C, commercial general liability, CGL. Insurance covers third-party bodily injury and property damage caused by the contractor's operations. Workers' compensation covers the contractor's own employees, not third parties. Question 19. Which type of insurance is specifically designed to cover a structure and its materials against fire, theft, and weather damage while it is still under construction? Is it A. Commercial general liability insurance? B. Builder's risk insurance? C. Commercial auto insurance? D. Errors and omissions insurance? The correct answer is B. Builder's risk insurance, also called course of construction insurance, protects the building project and its materials from physical loss such as fire, theft, vandalism, and certain weather events during construction. Question 20. Which statement best describes the key difference between an insurance policy and a surety bond? Is it A. A surety bond is a three-party agreement, while insurance is a two-party agreement? B. Insurance is required by the CSLB, while bonds are entirely optional. C. A bond pays the contractor for losses, while insurance never does. D. There is no practical difference, the terms are interchangeable? The correct answer is A. Insurance is a two-party contract between the insurer and the insured that transfers risk of loss. A surety bond involves three parties, principal, obligee, surety, and guarantees the principal's performance or obligations. The surety can seek reimbursement from the principal for amounts it pays out. Question 21. A general contractor requires each subcontractor to provide proof that they currently carry liability and workers' compensation insurance. The document the subcontractor's insurer issues to verify this coverage is called A. Is it A. Certificate of insurance? B. Notice of completion? C. Preliminary notice? D. Conditional lien waiver? The correct answer is A. A certificate of insurance is a document issued by an insurer summarizing the existence, types, and limits of a policyholder's coverage. General contractors routinely require certificates from subcontractors before allowing them on the job. Question 22. A project owner asks to be named an additional insured on the general contractor's liability policy. What does this accomplish for the owner? Is it A. It transfers ownership of the policy to the owner? B. It guarantees the owner a refund of premiums at project completion? C. It replaces the owner's need for any property insurance? D. It extends the contractor's liability coverage to protect the owner for claims arising from the contractor's work? The correct answer is D. Naming a party as an additional insured extends the policyholder's liability coverage to that party for covered claims connected to the named insured's work. Owners commonly require this so they are protected if a third party sues over the contractor's operations. Question 23. A contractor's employee causes an accident while driving a company truck to a job site. Which policy is primarily intended to respond to the resulting third-party vehicle and injury claims? Is it A. Builder's risk insurance? B. The contractor license bond? C. Errors and omissions insurance? D. Commercial auto insurance? The correct answer is D. Commercial auto insurance covers liability and damage arising from vehicles used in the contractor's business. Personal auto policies generally exclude vehicles used for business purposes. Question 24. A design-build contractor makes a professional design error that causes a client financial loss but no bodily injury or property damage. Which coverage is specifically intended for this kind of claim? Is it A. Commercial general liability insurance? B. Workers' compensation insurance? C. Errors and omissions, professional liability, insurance? D. The $25,000 contractor license bond? The correct answer is C. Errors and omissions, E&O, or professional liability. Insurance covers financial losses to clients arising from negligent professional services such as design errors. A standard CGL policy typically excludes purely professional negligence. Question 25. Which of the following parties is generally not entitled to record a mechanic's lien on a private construction project? Is it A. A bank that loaned the owner money but furnished no labor or materials? B. A subcontractor who furnished labor? C. A material supplier who delivered lumber to the site? D. An equipment lessor who rented equipment used on the project? The correct answer is A. Mechanics' lien rights belong to those who furnish labor, services, equipment, or materials that improve the property, such as contractors, subcontractors, laborers, suppliers, and equipment lessors. A lender that merely provided financing has no mechanics' lien right. Question 26. On a private project where no notice of completion or cessation is recorded, what deadline applies to all claimants for recording a mechanics' lien? Is it A. 30 days after completion for everyone? B. 60 days after the contract is signed? C. 1 year after the last day of work? D. 90 days after completion of the work of improvement? The correct answer is D. When no notice of completion or cessation is recorded, every claimant, whether the prime contractor or a subcontractor, has 90 days after actual completion of the work of improvement to record a mechanics' lien. The shorter 30/60th day periods only apply once such a notice is recorded. Question 27. A subcontractor served a proper preliminary notice but the owner never paid. Before recording a mechanics' lien, the subcontractor should make sure the lien claim states an amount that is it A. double the contract price, to account for interest? B. The full original contract price even though most was paid? C. No more than the reasonable value of the labor or materials actually furnished and unpaid? D. Equal to the property's market value? The correct answer is C. A mechanics' lien may only secure the reasonable value of the work, services, equipment, or materials actually furnished and not yet paid for. Willfully overstating the lien amount can render the entire lien unenforceable. Question 28. On a private project, an owner who wants to shorten the time claimants have to record liens should, is it A. refuse to pay the contractor until all liens expire? B. Demand that subcontractors waive their lien rights verbally? C. Wait 1 full year before paying anyone? D. Record a notice of completion after the work is finished? The correct answer is D. Recording a notice of completion shortens the lien recording period. The direct contractor then has 60 days and subcontractors/suppliers have 30 days, instead of the 90-day period that applies when no such notice is recorded. Question 29. A contractor recorded a valid mechanics' lien but, 100 days later, has neither been paid nor filed a foreclosure lawsuit. What is the status of the lien? Is it A. It remains fully enforceable for 1 year from recording? B. It has expired and is no longer enforceable? C. It automatically converts into a stop payment notice? D. It can still be enforced if the contractor records it a second time? The correct answer is B. Under Civil Code Section 8460, a recorded mechanics' lien must be enforced by filing a foreclosure lawsuit within 90 days of recording. Because more than 90 days passed with no lawsuit, the lien has expired and become unenforceable. Question 30. A subcontractor signs a lien waiver in exchange for a progress payment that has not yet actually cleared. Which type of waiver is appropriate so the waiver only takes effect once payment is received? Is it A. An unconditional waiver and release? B. A notice of completion? C. A conditional waiver and release? D. A lien release bond? The correct answer is C. A conditional waiver and release becomes effective only when the claimant actually receives the payment. An unconditional waiver releases lien rights immediately and should not be signed until payment has truly cleared. Question 31. A subcontractor records a $40,000 mechanics lien on a home that the owner is trying to sell. To clear title so the sale can close, the owner records a lien release bond. The bond amount must be, is it A. $40,000 equal to the lien? B. $20,000 half the lien? C. $50,000, which is 125% of the lien? D. $80,000, which is double the lien? The correct answer is C. Under Civil Code Section 8424, a lien release bond must be 125% of the claimed lien amount. For a $40,000 lien, that is $50,000. The bond substitutes as security, so the claimant's recovery shifts from the property to the bond. Question 32. An owner of a private residential project withholds final payment because of disputed change order work. Absent a genuine good faith dispute, the owner must generally pay the direct contractor the final retention within how long after completion? Is it A, 10 days? B, 20 days? C, 30 days? D, 45 days? The correct answer is D. Under Civil Code Section 8800, on a private work the owner must pay the direct contractor any retention within 45 days after completion of the work of improvement, unless there is a good faith dispute. Wrongful withholding can expose the owner to a penalty plus the amount withheld. Question 33. On a private work of improvement, a supplier serves a stop payment notice on the construction lender. To make the notice bonded so the lender is obligated to withhold funds, the supplier should provide a bond equal to, is it A, 100% of the claim? B, 125% of the amount of the claim? C, 150% of the claim? D, 10% of the project's total value? The correct answer is B. Under Civil Code Section 8506, a stop payment notice served on a construction lender must be accompanied by a bond of 125% of the claim amount to obligate the lender to withhold funds. The bond protects the lender if the claim is later found invalid. Question 34. A contractor abandons a private project before it is finished and the owner records a notice of cessation after work stops for a continuous period. The notice of cessation primarily serves to, is it A, cancel all lien rights of every subcontractor immediately? B, start the shortened lien recording periods even though the project was never completed? C, transfer the contractor's license to the owner? D, extend the lien recording period to 1 full year? The correct answer is B. When a project stalls, a recorded notice of cessation, after work has ceased for a continuous statutory period, triggers the same shortened lien recording deadlines as a notice of completion, giving the owner certainty even though the work was never finished. Question 35. On a public works project, a worker who works more than 8 hours in a single day must generally be paid, is it A, at least 1.5 times the basic hourly prevailing rate for the hours over 8? B, the straight time prevailing wage for all hours? C, nothing extra unless the work exceeds 40 hours in the week? D, double the prevailing wage for every hour worked? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 1815 requires that work performed on public works in excess of 8 hours per day be compensated at not less than 1.5 times the basic hourly prevailing rate. Daily overtime applies even if the weekly total is under 40 hours. Question 36. Under Labor Code Section 1813, what penalty applies to a contractor for each worker for each day that worker is required to work more than the legal maximum hours without proper overtime pay on a public works project? Is it A, $10 per worker per day? B, $25 per worker per day? C, $100 per worker per day? D, $200 per worker per day? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1813 sets a forfeiture of $25 for each worker for each calendar day during which that worker is required or permitted to work more than the legal maximum hours without the required overtime pay. This penalty is in addition to paying the overtime owed. Question 37. Why can an unpaid subcontractor not record a mechanic's lien against a completed public school building? Is it A, mechanics liens expired in California decades ago? B, public property cannot be sold to satisfy a private lien, so liens cannot attach to it? C, only the prime contractor is allowed to record a lien on any project? D, liens are barred on any project that exceeds $25,000? The correct answer is B. A mechanic's lien works by allowing a forced sale of the property to satisfy the debt. Because public property is held for public use and cannot be sold off to pay a private claim, liens cannot attach to it, which is why the law instead provides payment bonds and stop payment notices on public works. Question 38. A contractor bidding on a city public works contract is asked to submit a bid bond. The primary purpose of a bid bond is it a, guarantee that workers and material suppliers will be paid? B. Guarantee that the finished project will meet code. C. Replace the contractor's CSLB license bond on the project. D. Guarantee the bidder will enter into the contract and provide required bonds if awarded the job. The correct answer is D. A bid bond protects the public agency by guaranteeing that, if the contractor is the successful low bidder, it will sign the contract and furnish the required performance and payment bonds. If the bidder backs out, the bond covers the extra cost of awarding to the next bidder. Question 39. In addition to penalties and back wages, a contractor who willfully violates prevailing wage law on public works may be subject to debarment, which means the contractor, loses its CSLB license permanently. B. Must pay triple the contract value to the state. C. Is prohibited from bidding on or being awarded public works contracts for a set period. D. Is barred only from federal public works, not state projects. The correct answer is C. Debarment is a period, typically up to 3 years, during which a contractor, and its responsible officers, is prohibited from bidding on or being awarded any public works contract. It is a separate consequence from monetary penalties and back wage liability. Question 40. When a member of the public requests a contractor's certified payroll records from a public works project, the records that are released to the public must have which information redacted? Is it A. The names of all crafts and classifications worked? B. Each worker's name, address, and social security number? C. The hours each worker performed and the wage rates paid? D. The name of the awarding public agency? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1776 requires certified payroll to be available for inspection, but copies provided to the public must have personal identifying information, such as each worker's name, address, and social security number, redacted to protect worker privacy. Question 41. A general contractor on a public works job pays a laborer the basic hourly rate in cash but provides no health, pension, or training contributions. To comply with the prevailing wage determination, the contractor must, ignore the fringe portion because cash payment of the base rate is enough. B. Wait until the project ends and pay the fringe amounts in a lump sum. C. Report the worker as exempt from prevailing wage. D. Pay the dollar value of the required fringe benefits directly to the worker as additional wages? The correct answer is D. Under Labor Code Section 1773.1, the prevailing wage is the basic hourly rate plus employer payments for fringe benefits. If the employer makes no qualifying fringe benefit contributions, the dollar value of those benefits must be paid to the worker as additional cash wages so the total package meets the determination. Question 42. Which type of insurance coverage is a contractor required to carry for its employees on a California public works project, just as on private jobs? Is it A. Title insurance? B. Course of construction, builder's risk, insurance only? C. Workers' compensation insurance? D. Key person life insurance? The correct answer is C. Any contractor with employees in California must carry workers' compensation insurance, and this requirement applies fully to public works. A public agency cannot award the contract to a contractor that lacks valid workers' compensation coverage. Question 43. A contractor on a public works project knowingly fails to employ apprentices in the required ratio. The most likely consequence is it A. Automatic forfeiture of the entire contract price? B. Criminal felony charges in every case? C. No penalty, since apprenticeship ratios are only a recommendation. D. Civil penalties assessed by the Labor Commissioner and possible ineligibility to bid on public works. The correct answer is D. Violating the apprenticeship requirements of Labor Code Section 1777.5 exposes the contractor to civil penalties under Section 1777.7, and a knowing violation can also make the contractor ineligible to bid on or be awarded public works contracts for a period of time. Question 44. On a public works project, a subcontractor who has stopped work serves a stop payment notice on the public entity. The notice must generally be served, is it A, before the expiration of the period for recording a notice of completion or cessation, or within the time the law allows after that event? B, within 10 days after the contract is awarded. C, only after the entire project is fully accepted by the agency. D, at any time, even years after the project is finished? The correct answer is A. Stop payment notices on public works are time-limited. A claimant must serve the notice within the statutory window tied to completion or cessation of the work. A notice of completion or acceptance triggers a shorter deadline. Serving late means the public entity is not obligated to withhold funds. Question 45. The payment bond required on a public works contract over $25,000 must be issued by, is it A, any bank chosen by the contractor? B, the contractor's own insurance agent personally? C, an admitted surety insurer authorized to do business in California? D, the awarding public agency itself? The correct answer is C. The payment bond on public works must be furnished by an admitted surety insurer, a surety company licensed and authorized to transact surety business in California. This ensures the bond is backed by a financially responsible, regulated guarantor. Question 46. Which prevailing wage determination applies to the workers on a public works project? Is it A, the rates in effect on the day the contractor submitted its bid? B, the rates in effect for the locality and craft when the work is actually performed? C, the lowest rates published anywhere in California that year? D, whatever rate the awarding agency wrote into the original budget? The correct answer is B. Under Labor Code Section 1773 and the DIR's determinations, workers must be paid the prevailing wage rate in effect for their craft and locality at the time the work is performed. Determinations are issued by craft and geographic area and can change over the life of a project. Question 47. A contractor has current assets of $240,000, including $60,000 in inventory and $20,000 in prepaid expenses, and current liabilities of $100,000. What is the quick acid test ratio? Is it A, 2.40? B, 1.60? C, 1.80? D, 2.20? The correct answer is B, quick ratio equals current assets minus inventory minus prepaid expenses, divided by current liabilities equals $240,000 minus $60,000 minus $20,000, divided by $100,000 equals $160,000 divided by $100,000 equals 1.60. The quick ratio is stricter than the current ratio because it removes assets that cannot be converted to cash quickly. Question 48. When is the quick ratio more meaningful than the current ratio for a construction company? Is it A, when the company carries no inventory or work in progress? B, when evaluating long-term solvency over multiple years? C, when a large portion of current assets is tied up in slow-moving materials or unbilled WIP? D, when the company is profitable and growing quickly? The correct answer is C. The quick ratio excludes inventory and other less liquid current assets. It is more meaningful when a contractor's balance sheet is loaded with materials inventory or work in progress that cannot be converted to cash on short notice to pay bills. Question 49. A contractor has annual credit sales of $1,825,000 and an average accounts receivable balance of $250,000. What is the days sales outstanding, DSO? Is it A, 50 days? B, 37 days? C, 60 days? D, 73 days? The correct answer is A, DSO equals average accounts receivable divided by annual credit sales, times 365 equals $250,000 divided by $1,825,000, times 365 is equal to 0.13699 times 365, almost equals 50 days. DSO measures how long it takes to collect from customers. A rising DSO indicates collection problems. Question 50. A contractor's annual cost of goods sold is $1,460,000, average accounts payable is $200,000, and average inventory turns are 36 days. What is the days payable outstanding, DPO? Is it A, 25 days? B, 36 days? C, 40 days? D, 50 days? The correct answer is D, DPO equals average accounts payable divided by annual COGS, times 365 equals $200,000 divided by $1,460,000, times 365 is equal to 0.13699 times 365 is equal to 50 days. A higher DPO means the contractor takes longer to pay suppliers, which can improve cash flow but risk supplier relationships. Question 1. A contractor has DSO of 55 days, days inventory outstanding, DIO, of 30 days, and DPO of 40 days. What is the cash conversion, working capital, cycle? Is it A, 35 days? B, 45 days? C, 65 days? D, 125 days? The correct answer is B, cash conversion cycle equals DSO plus DIO minus DPO equals 55 plus 30 minus 40 is equal to 45 days. This is how long cash is tied up between paying suppliers and collecting from customers. Shorter cycles reduce the need for working capital. Question 2. A contract has a total contract price of $500,000 and an estimated total cost of $400,000. To date, the contractor has incurred $300,000 in actual cost and billed the owner $360,000. Using the cost-to-cost percentage of completion method, what is the percent complete and the revenue earned to date? Is it A, 60% complete, $300,000 earned? B, 72% complete, $360,000 earned? C, 75% complete, $375,000 earned? D, 80% complete, $400,000 earned? The correct answer is C, percent complete equals cost incurred divided by estimated total cost equals $300,000 divided by $400,000 equals 75%. Revenue earned equals 75% times $500,000 contract price equals $375,000. Because billings, $360,000, are less than earned revenue, $375,000, the contract is underbilled by $15,000. Question 3. A contractor has earned $400,000 in revenue under percentage of completion accounting, but has billed the customer $450,000 to date. How is this $50,000 difference reported on the balance sheet? Is it A, as a current liability called billings in excess of costs and estimated earnings, overbilling? B, as a current asset called costs and estimated earnings in excess of billings, underbilling? C, as deferred revenue under long-term liabilities? D, as a reduction to accounts receivable? The correct answer is A. When billings exceed earned revenue, the difference is overbilling and is reported as a current liability, billings in excess of costs and estimated earnings, because the contractor effectively owes the customer work for amounts already invoiced. Question 4. Under current IRS rules, which form must a contractor file to report $1,500 paid to an unincorporated independent subcontractor for services performed during the tax year? Is it A. Form 1099 MISC, due February 28? B. Form 1099 NEC, due January 31? C. Form W-2, due January 31? D. Form 1096, due April 15? The correct answer is B. Beginning with 2020 tax year, non-employee compensation of $600 or more is reported on Form 1099 NEC, non-employee compensation, due to both the recipient and the IRS by January 31. Form 1099 MISC is now used for rents, royalties, and other miscellaneous payments. Question 5. Under IRS rules, when does a contractor's payroll tax liability require deposits by electronic funds transfer (EFTPS) rather than by check? Is it A. Once the business has more than 10 employees? B. Only when the contractor is a corporation? C. When aggregate annual federal tax deposits exceed $200,000? D. Whenever the contractor is paid by the federal government? The correct answer is C. IRS regulations require electronic deposit through EFTPS for businesses with more than $200,000 in aggregate annual federal tax deposits in a prior year. Once required, EFTPS use continues even if amounts later drop below the threshold. Question 6. Under Section 530 of the Revenue Act of 1978, Section 530 Safe Harbor, a contractor may continue treating workers as independent contractors for federal employment tax purposes only if which of the following is true? Is it A. The workers each earn less than $600 per year? B. The workers sign a contract waiving employee status? C. The contractor pays them through a separate payroll service? D. The contractor has a reasonable basis for the classification, has consistently treated the workers, and similar workers, as contractors, and has filed all required Form 1099s? The correct answer is D. Section 530 Safe Harbor protects employers from reclassification penalties only if all three prongs are met. 1. Reasonable basis for treating workers as contractors. 2. Substantive consistency in classifying similar workers. And 3. Reporting consistency through timely 1099 filings. Question 7. Under California AB 5, what must a hiring contractor demonstrate to classify a worker as an independent contractor under the ABC test? Is it A. The worker is free from the hirer's control, B. Performs work outside the hirer's usual course of business, and C. Is customarily engaged in an independently established trade? B. Only that the worker signed a 1099 acknowledgement form? C. That the worker provides their own tools and sets their own hours? D. That the worker has earned at least $5,000 per year for 3 years? The correct answer is A. California's ABC test, codified by AB 5, Labor Code Section 2775, requires all three prongs: A. Freedom from control, B. Work outside the usual course of the hirer's business, and C. Independently established trade. Failing any prong defaults the worker to employee status, unless an exception applies, in which case the older Borrello multi-factor test may apply. Question 8. California Form DE 542 must be filed by a contractor with the Employment Development Department, EDD, within how many days of paying or contracting with an independent contractor for $600 or more in services? Is it A. 10 days? B. 20 days? C. 30 days? D. 60 days? The correct answer is B. California requires businesses to file the DE 542, Report of Independent Contractors, with the EDD within 20 days of either making payments totaling $600 or more or entering a contract for $600 or more, whichever is earlier. This helps the state enforce child support obligations. Question 9. What is the key difference between IRS Form 941 and Form 944 for payroll tax reporting? Is it A, 941 is for federal income tax, 944 is for state income tax? B, 941 is filed by S corporations, 944 is filed by sole proprietors? C, 941 is filed quarterly, 944 is filed annually by very small employers whose annual payroll tax liability is $1,000 or less, when designated by the IRS. D, 941 is for employees, 944 is for independent contractors? The correct answer is C. Form 941 is the quarterly federal payroll tax return used by most employers. Form 944 is an annual version for the smallest employers, annual employment tax liability of $1,000 or less, and is only available when the IRS notifies the employer in writing that it may use 944 instead of quarterly 941s. Question 10. A contractor purchases a $50,000 piece of equipment that is expected to generate $20,000 of net cash inflow each year. What is the simple payback period? Is it A, 2.0 years? B, 2.5 years? C, 3.0 years? D, 4.0 years? The correct answer is B. Payback period equals initial investment divided by annual net cash inflow equals $50,000 divided by $20,000 equals 2.5 years. Payback ignores time value of money and post-payback cash flows. It is used as a quick liquidity risk screen for capital expenditures. Question 11. A contractor estimated a job at $120,000 in total cost. Actual costs at completion were labor $55,000, estimated $50,000, materials $48,000, estimated $45,000, and equipment $22,000, estimated $25,000. What is the total cost variance, and is it favorable or unfavorable? Is it A, $5,000 unfavorable? B, $5,000 favorable? C, $8,000 unfavorable? D, $3,000 favorable? The correct answer is A. Estimated total equals $50,000 plus $45,000 plus $25,000 equals $120,000. Actual total equals $55,000 plus $48,000 plus $22,000 equals $125,000. Variance equals actual minus estimated equals $125,000 minus $120,000 equals $5,000 over budget, which is unfavorable. Labor and materials overruns more than offset the equipment savings. Question 12. What is the FUTA rate after the standard state credit, and how does it compare to California's state unemployment insurance, SUI, for new employers? Is it A? FUTA is 6% on all wages, California SUI is 1.5%. B. FUTA is 0.6% on the first $14,000, California SUI is 6.2%. C. FUTA is 6% on the first $14,000, California SUI is 0.6%. D. FUTA is 0.6% on the first $7,000 of wages after the state credit, California new employer SUI is 3.4% on the first $7,000 of wages? The correct answer is D. Federal unemployment tax, FUTA, is statutorily 6% on the first $7,000 of each employee's wages, but employers in states that pay timely SUI receive a 5.4% credit, leaving an effective FUTA rate of 0.6%. California's SUI new employer rate is 3.4% on the first $7,000. Experience-rated employers can range roughly 1.5% to 6.2%. Question 13. A self-employed contractor pays federal estimated income taxes quarterly. For income earned during a normal calendar year, which set of due dates is correct? Is it A. March 15th, June 15th, September 15th, December 15th? B. April 1st, July 1st, October 1st, January 1st? C. April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th of the following year? D. January 15th, April 15th, July 15th, October 15th? The correct answer is C. Federal estimated tax installments for individuals, including self-employed contractors, are due April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, and January 15th of the following year, or the next business day if a weekend/holiday. California estimated payments also follow a similar schedule but with different installment percentages. Question 14. A licensed limited liability company, LLC, contractor in California is required to carry a separate liability insurance policy intended to compensate employees and workers injured by the LLC's actions. What is the minimum aggregate amount of this policy? Is it A. $50,000? B. $1 million, plus $100,000 per additional employee beyond 5, up to $5 million? C. $250,000 flat regardless of payroll. D. $10,000 per employee? The correct answer is B. Under BNP Section 7071.19, referenced in Section 7065.1 Licensing Rules for LLCs, an LLC contractor must maintain liability insurance with an aggregate of at least $1 million for licensees with 5 or fewer staff, plus $100,000 per additional employee, up to a $5 million cap. This is in addition to the LLC's $100,000 employee/worker bond. Question 15. An LLC contractor must file a special bond, distinct from the standard $25,000 contractor's license bond, specifically intended to satisfy wage and benefit claims of the LLC's employees. What is the amount of this LLC employee/worker bond? Is it A. $25,000? B. $50,000? C. $100,000? D. $15,000? The correct answer is C. BNP Section 7065.1 requires an LLC applicant or licensee to maintain a separate $100,000 bond for the benefit of its employees damaged by the LLC's failure to pay wages, interest on wages, or fringe benefits. This bond is in addition to the regular $25,000 contractor license bond. Question 16. A qualifier, RMO, leaves a contractor licensee on June 1st. By what date must the licensee notify the registrar of the disassociation to avoid automatic suspension of the license? Is it A. within 90 days of the disassociation, by approximately August 30th? B. within 30 days, by July 1st? C. within 1 year, by the following June 1st? D. Notification is optional unless the registrar requests it? The correct answer is A. Under BNP Section 7068.2, when a qualifying individual is disassociated from a license, the licensee must notify the registrar in writing within 90 days. Failure to do so or to replace the qualifier within the statutory window subjects the license to automatic suspension. Question 17. Under the substantial supervision requirement, a qualifying individual, RME or RMO, must be responsible for which of the following on behalf of the contractor licensee? Is it A. personally performing all field labor? B. reviewing only the company's marketing materials? C. only signing the original license application? D. exercising direct supervision and control of the licensee's construction operations to secure compliance with the contractor law? The correct answer is D. BNP Section 7068.1 imposes a duty of bona fide or substantial supervision on the qualifier. The qualifier must actively direct and control the day-to-day construction operations of the license, not serve as a paper-only name. Renting out one's license violates this duty and is a separate crime. Question 18. An unlicensed person performs $5,000 of contracting work and is cited by the CSLB for the first time. Under Section 7028.7, what is the maximum administrative civil penalty the registrar may impose for this citation, separate from any criminal prosecution? Is it A, $1,000? B, up to $15,000, treble the unlawful contract amount, capped per statute? C, $200. D, $50,000? The correct answer is B. BNP Section 7028.7 and related sections authorize a civil penalty up to triple the amount of the unlawful contract for unlicensed contracting, with a statutory cap, currently up to $15,000 for unlicensed activity citations. The registrar may issue this citation independently of any criminal misdemeanor charge under Section 7028. Question 19. A contractor obtained his Class C10 license by submitting forged journeyman certifications and a falsified experience affidavit. Once the registrar discovers the fraud, what is the most likely outcome under Section 7106? Is it A, only a written warning since the work performed has been adequate? B, reduction of the bond requirement? C, disciplinary action including suspension or revocation of the license for obtaining the license by fraud or misrepresentation? D, mandatory automatic reinstatement after 6 months? The correct answer is C. BNP Section 7106 makes the procurement of a contractor's license by fraud or misrepresentation grounds for disciplinary action, including license revocation. The remedy is corrective discipline, not a mere warning, because the license itself was obtained illegitimately. Question 20. A general contractor, without obtaining the owner's written consent or any change order, deliberately deviates from the engineer-stamped structural plans by substituting smaller beams. Which statute most directly addresses this as a ground for discipline? Is it A, Section 7110, willful departure from or disregard of plans or specifications? B, Section 7066, fictitious business names? C, Section 7048, minor work exemption? D, Section 7031, recovery of compensation? The correct answer is A. BNP Section 7110 makes it a cause for disciplinary action when a licensee willfully departs from or disregards plans or specifications in a material respect without the consent of the owner or person entitled to have the work performed as agreed. The substitution of smaller beams in defiance of stamped plans falls squarely within this section. Question 21. A subcontractor abandons a project after pouring a defective foundation and refuses to return calls or correct the defects, leaving the owner to hire someone else at greater cost. Which provision most directly supports CSLB discipline? Is it A, Section 7066, DBA rules? B, Section 7113, willful or deliberate disregard or violation of building laws, or failure to complete construction in a workmanlike manner? C, Section 7058.7, specialty class rules? D, Section 7011, board composition? The correct answer is B. BNP Section 7113 authorizes discipline for failure to complete a construction project for the contract price, and Section 7109/Section 7113 together cover willful or deliberate disregard of safety, building, or labor laws and substandard workmanship. The fact pattern of abandonment plus defective work fits Section 7113. Question 22. Maria, a sole proprietor licensed contractor, wants to do business under the name Bay Area Premier Builders. What does BNP Section 7066 require regarding this fictitious name? Is it A, she must form an LLC before using any trade name? B, she may use any name without notifying the CSLB? C, she must apply to have the fictitious business name, style, added to her contractor's license with the registrar before contracting under it? D, only corporations need to register fictitious names with the CSLB? The correct answer is C. BNP Section 7066 requires that any name, style, or designation used by a licensee in contracting be reported to and recorded with the registrar on the license. Filing a fictitious business name statement with the county is not a substitute for this CSLB filing, both may be required. Question 23. Which of the following parties is not a permissible claimant against a contractor's $25,000 license bond under BNP Section 7071.5? Is it a homeowner damaged by the contractor's willful violation of construction laws? B. A material supplier furnishing materials directly to the licensed contractor on a residential job? C. An employee for unpaid wages earned in the course of contracting business? D. A competing contractor seeking lost profit damages for being underbid on a public job? The correct answer is D. BNP Section 7071.5 limits bond claims to specified categories: homeowners injured by violations of the contractor law, persons damaged by failure to complete a construction project, employees for unpaid wages, and certain express trust fund contributions. A competitor's lost profit claim is not a covered category. Question 24. Under Section 7090, which scenario gives the registrar the clearest basis for suspending or revoking a contractor's license? Is it A. The contractor was found, after a hearing, to have violated provisions of the contractor law, the labor code, or the building laws applicable to the work? B. The contractor changed his home address without notifying the post office? C. The contractor decided not to bid on a particular public works project? D. A customer left a critical online review about scheduling delays? The correct answer is A. BNP Section 7090 empowers the registrar to suspend or revoke a license after a hearing upon a finding that the licensee violated any provision of the contractor's state license law or related construction, safety, or labor statutes. Mere negative reviews or bidding choices are not statutory grounds. Question 25. The contractor's state license board itself is composed of members appointed under Section 7011. Which statement best describes its statutory composition? Is it A. It is composed entirely of 7 licensed general contractors? B. It consists of 15 members, a mix of licensed contractors and public/non-industry members, appointed by the Governor, Senate Rules Committee, and Speaker of the Assembly? C. It is appointed solely by the Attorney General and consists of judges? D. Membership is determined by annual election of all licensees? The correct answer is B. Under BNP Section 7011, the CSLB consists of 15 members, a statutory mix of contractor and public, non-industry, members. The Governor appoints most members and the Senate Rules Committee and Speaker of the Assembly each appoint public members. The board is not composed solely of contractors, judges, or elected by licensees. Question 26. Specialty, Class C, license classifications are established under Section 7058.7 and board regulations. Which of the following is the best description of what a C specialty license authorizes? Is it A. It authorizes any construction work the licensee feels qualified to perform? B. It is interchangeable with a Class A engineering license? C. It authorizes only work in the craft or trade for which the licensee is classified, and incidental and supplemental work to that classification? D. It authorizes only work valued under $500 regardless of trade? The correct answer is C. BNP Section 7058 and Section 7058.7, with board regulations, define each specialty, Class C, classification narrowly. The licensee is authorized only to perform work within that craft or trade and any work that is incidental and supplemental to it. Performing work outside one's classification is grounds for discipline. Question 27. An unlicensed person posts online ads offering kitchen remodel services for $20,000 and lists a fake license number. Which 2 distinct statutes most directly apply, and how do they differ? Is it A. Only Section 7031 applies, and it bars recovery of compensation? B. Only Section 7068 applies, and it requires a qualifier? C. Section 7066, DBA, and Section 7011, Board Composition, both procedural? D. Section 7028.16 makes it unlawful for an unlicensed person to advertise contracting services, While Section 7027.1 separately governs misleading advertising and license number disclosure by licensees and unlicenses? The correct answer is D. BNP Section 7028.16 specifically targets unlicensed persons who advertise as contractors, whereas Section 7027.1 governs misleading advertising and the obligation of any person, licensed or not, to disclose license status accurately. The two operate together to capture both the act of advertising without a license and any deceptive content. Question 28. A subcontractor signs a conditional waiver and release on progress payment under Civil Code Section 8132 in exchange for a check that later bounces. What is the legal effect on the waiver? Is it A, the waiver is fully enforceable because it was signed in writing? B, the waiver does not become effective until the check is actually honored by the bank? C, the waiver is automatically converted to an unconditional waiver after 30 days. D, the waiver is enforceable but the subcontractor may sue separately for the bounced check? The correct answer is B. A conditional waiver under Civil Code Section 8132 only becomes effective when there is evidence of actual payment, meaning the check clears the bank. If payment fails, the waiver has no legal force and the subcontractor retains full lien rights. Question 29. A prime contractor's subcontract requires the subcontractor to indemnify the prime for all claims, including those arising from the prime's sole negligence. Under Civil Code Section 2782, this broad-form indemnity provision is it A, enforceable if signed by a licensed subcontractor? B, enforceable only on public works projects? C, void and unenforceable as against public policy? D, enforceable only when the subcontract is over $50,000? The correct answer is C. Civil Code Section 2782 voids any construction contract clause that purports to indemnify a party for liability caused by its sole negligence or willful misconduct. This anti-broad-form indemnity rule cannot be waived. Question 30. A homeowner verbally asks the contractor to upgrade tile during a bathroom remodel. The contractor proceeds without a written change order. Under BNP Section 7159(j), the contractor's ability to collect the extra $3,200 is it A, at risk because every change order must be in writing, signed by both parties, and attached to the contract? B, guaranteed if the contractor documents the change in a daily log? C, guaranteed because verbal change orders are valid up to $5,000. D, at risk only if the homeowner files a CSLB complaint? The correct answer is A. Under BNP Section 7159(j), any change to a home improvement contract must be in writing, signed by both the contractor and the owner, and incorporated into the contract. Verbal change orders are unenforceable as home improvement contract modifications. Question 31. An owner records a valid notice of completion 12 days after actual completion of the work under Civil Code Section 8182. What is the effect on the time direct contractors have to record a mechanic's lien? Is it A, direct contractors have 90 days from the recording of the notice of completion? B, direct contractors lose all lien rights immediately upon recording? C, direct contractors have 30 days because the notice was not recorded within 15 days. D, the notice of completion is invalid because it must be recorded within 15 days after actual completion? The correct answer is D. Under Civil Code Section 8182, a notice of completion must be recorded within 15 days after actual completion. A notice recorded after the 15-day window has no effect on shortening lien deadlines, so the standard 90-day from completion deadline applies. Question 32. On a private works project, when a valid notice of completion is timely recorded, a direct, prime, contractor must record its mechanic's lien within how many days under Civil Code Section 8412? Is it A, 30 days? B, 60 days? C, 90 days? D, 120 days? The correct answer is B. Under Civil Code Section 8412, a direct contractor has 60 days after recording of a notice of completion or notice of cessation to record a mechanic's lien. Without such a notice, the period is 90 days after actual completion. Question 33. A drywall subcontractor on a private works project finished its scope on March 1. No notice of completion has been recorded. Under Civil Code Section 8414, the latest date the subcontractor may record a mechanic's lien is approximately, is it A, March 31, 30 days after its own completion? B, April 30, 60 days after its own completion? C, May 30, 90 days after actual completion of the project? D, August 29, 180 days after its own completion? The correct answer is C. Under Civil Code Section 8414, when no notice of completion or cessation is recorded, a non-direct claimant, subcontractor or supplier, has 90 days after actual completion of the work of improvement to record its lien. If a notice were recorded, the period would shorten to 30 days for subcontractors. Question 34. Work on a private project ceases for 35 continuous days due to a financing dispute. The owner records a notice of cessation under Civil Code Section 8174. What is the effect on subcontractor lien deadlines? Is it A, subcontractors must record liens within 30 days after the notice of cessation is recorded? B, subcontractors must record liens within 90 days after the notice of cessation is recorded? C, the notice of cessation is invalid because work must cease for at least 60 days. D, the notice of cessation has no effect on subcontractor lien rights? The correct answer is A. A notice of cessation under Civil Code Section 8174 can be recorded after work has ceased for at least 30 continuous days. When validly recorded, it shortens the subcontractor and supplier lien deadline to 30 days from recording, the same effect as a notice of completion. Question 35. A consumer home improvement contract includes a clause forcing the homeowner to pay all of the contractor's attorney fees in any dispute, while barring the homeowner from recovering her own. Under Civil Code Section 1670.5, a court reviewing this provision may, is it A, enforce the clause because both parties signed? B, refuse to enforce the clause, limit its application, or strike it as unconscionable? C, award triple damages to the homeowner automatically? D, refer the matter to the CSLB for mandatory arbitration? The correct answer is B. Civil Code Section 1670.5 authorizes a court to refuse enforcement of an unconscionable contract or any unconscionable clause, or to limit its application, to avoid an unconscionable result. One-sided fee shifting in a consumer contract is a classic example. Question 36. A general contractor receives a joint check made payable to both the subcontractor and its material supplier. Best practice in California is for the GC to, is it A, endorse the check and deposit it into the GC's own account first? B, deliver the check directly to the supplier and ignore the subcontractor? C, obtain a joint check agreement up front allocating the funds and require lien waivers from both payees before release? D, cash the check and pay each party in proportion to the GC's discretion? The correct answer is C. A joint check agreement protects all three parties. The GC ensures the supplier is paid, reducing lien risk, the supplier confirms receipt, and the subcontractor receives credit. Conditional lien waivers under Civil Section 8132 should be exchanged for the joint check before endorsement. Question 37. A prime contractor receives a $200,000 progress payment from the owner. The subcontract calls for $40,000 to a plumbing sub for completed work that was approved in the payment. Under BNP Section 7108.5, the prime must pay the sub within how many days of receipt? Is it A, within 30 days? B, within 21 days? C, within 15 business days? D, within 7 days, or face a 2% per month penalty? The correct answer is D. BNP Section 7108.5 requires a prime contractor to pay each subcontractor its proportionate share of any progress payment within 7 days of receipt from the owner. Wrongful withholding may trigger a 2% per month penalty plus attorney fees. Question 38. A subcontractor on a private project completes its work and the prime contractor withholds 10% retention. The owner has accepted the project and released all retention to the prime. Under BNP Section 7107, the prime must release the sub's retention within how many days? Is it A, within 10 days of receipt from the owner? B, within 30 days of receipt from the owner? C, within 60 days of subcontractor completion? D, only after final acceptance by all subcontractors? The correct answer is at BNP Section 7107 requires that a prime contractor release any retention proceeds withheld from a subcontractor within 10 days after receipt of the retention from the owner. Wrongful withholding triggers a 2% per month penalty and possible attorney fees. Question 39. A home improvement contract has a total contract price of $48,000. Under BNP Section 7159(d), the maximum down payment the contractor may demand or accept before any work or material delivery is it A, $2,500, B, $1,000, C, $4,800, 10% of contract, D, $5,000 or 10%, whichever is greater? The correct answer is B. BNP Section 7159(d) caps the down payment on a home improvement contract at the lesser of $1,000 or 10% of the contract price, exclusive of finance charges. Here 10% would be $4,800, so the lesser amount of $1,000 controls. Question 40. A consumer signs a home solicitation contract for solar panel installation at her residence on a Tuesday at 6 p.m. Under Civil Code Section 1689.5 to seek, she may cancel without penalty until midnight on, is it A, Wednesday, next day? B, Thursday, 48 hours later? C, Friday, the third business day after signing? D, Tuesday of the following week, 7 calendar days later? The correct answer is C, Civil Code Section 1689.5 to seek. The Home Solicitation Sales Act gives the buyer the right to cancel a home solicitation contract until midnight of the third business day after signing. Counting Tuesday signing, WED equals 1, Thursday equals 2, Friday equals 3. Question 41. A contractor wishes to collect progress payments on a home improvement contract. Under BNP Section 7159.5, each progress payment must, is it A, equal exactly 10% of the contract regardless of work completed? B, be payable upon material delivery regardless of installation? C, be paid in cash to avoid bank delays? D, not exceed the value of work performed and materials delivered to the site? The correct answer is D. BNP Section 7159.5 prohibits front-loading. Progress payments may not exceed the value of work performed and materials actually delivered to the job site. Demanding payment in excess of work completed is a violation of contractor licensing law. Question 42. A commercial construction contract has a liquidated damages clause of $2,500 per day for late completion. Under Civil Code Section 1671(b), this clause is presumed, is it A, valid unless the party seeking to invalidate it proves the amount is unreasonable under circumstances existing at contract formation? B, void as a penalty unless equal to actual daily damages? C, valid only if it appears in 14-point bold type? D, void unless approved in advance by the CSLB? The correct answer is A. Civil Code Section 1671(b) presumes liquidated damages clauses in non-consumer contracts to be valid. The burden is on the party challenging them to prove unreasonableness measured as of the time of contracting. Consumer contracts under Section 1671(d) are treated more strictly. Question 43. A residential construction contract over $500 contains a mandatory arbitration clause. Under BNP Section 7191, that clause must, is it A, be located in the signature section only. B, appear in at least 8-point bold, capitalized type, with a separately initialed disclosure that the owner is waiving the right to a jury trial. C, be approved by the CSLB before use. D, be void in all residential contracts? The correct answer is B. BNP Section 7191 requires that arbitration clauses in residential construction contracts include a specific disclosure in at least 8-point bold capital type, and that the owner separately initial the provision to waive the right to jury trial. Question 44. A homeowner contracts with a Class B contractor to build a new single-family home for $425,000. Under BNP Section 7164, residential new construction, the contract must include, is it A, an arbitration clause? B, a 30-day rescission period? C, a schedule of payments showing the amount of each payment as a sum in dollars and cents and a description of the work or services to be performed and materials to be provided? D, a liquidated damages amount no greater than $500 per day? The correct answer is C. BNP Section 7164 governs contracts for new residential construction. Among other items, the contract must include a payment schedule with each payment expressed in dollars and cents and tied to specific work/services or materials to be furnished. Question 45. A new single-family home built in 2022 develops water intrusion at exterior windows in 2025. Under Civil Code Section 896, SB 800/Right to Repair Act, the homeowner's primary remedy is it A, immediately file a lawsuit for breach of contract? B, file a mechanic's lien against the builder? C, report the builder to the CSLB before any other action? D, serve a pre-litigation claim notice on the builder and allow the statutory inspection and repair process before filing suit? The correct answer is D. Civil Code Section 896 and Section 910E to seek. SB 800 require a homeowner with a covered construction defect to first serve written notice on the builder and allow the statutory inspection and repair process. Direct litigation is generally barred until that process is complete or waived. Question 46. A subcontract contains a flow-down clause stating the sub assumes toward the prime all obligations the prime owes the owner under the prime contract. The effect of this clause is that the subcontractor, is it A, is bound to the prime by the same scope, schedule, and quality terms the prime owes the owner, to the extent applicable to the sub's work. B, becomes a direct party to the prime contract with the owner. C, may sue the owner directly for non-payment. D, is released from any contract provisions not specifically repeated in the subcontract? The correct answer is a flow-down, or pass-through. Clauses incorporate the prime contract obligations into the subcontract to the extent they apply to the sub's scope. They do not create privity between sub and owner, but they do bind the sub to schedule, quality, indemnity, and dispute resolution terms of the upstream contract. Question 47. A subcontract requires the sub to name the prime contractor and owner as additional insureds on the sub's commercial general liability policy and to provide a waiver of subrogation. The primary purpose of the waiver of subrogation is to, is it A, increase the policy limits available to the prime? B, prevent the sub's insurer from suing the prime to recover what it paid out on a covered loss caused by the prime? C, allow the sub to be released from indemnity obligations? D, require the prime to pay the sub's premium? The correct answer is B. A waiver of subrogation prevents the insurance carrier, after paying a loss, from stepping into the insured's shoes and pursuing the prime, or owner, for reimbursement. Combined with additional insured status, it shifts risk fully to the sub's carrier without circular litigation. Question 48. Before a contractor can implement a 4-day, 10-hour alternative workweek schedule without paying daily overtime, what employee approval is required? Is it a written agreement signed individually by each affected employee? B. Approval from a simple majority of the company's owners. C. Secret ballot election with at least 2/3 approval by the affected work unit. D. Notice to employees at least 30 days before the schedule begins? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 511, an alternative workweek schedule, e.g., April 10th, must be approved in a secret ballot election by at least 2/3 of the affected work unit. Notice, posting, and DIR reporting are required, but individual signatures or owner approval do not satisfy the statute. Question 49. A laborer reports to a job site as scheduled but is sent home after only 1 hour because of a delivery delay. Under IWC Wage Order 16's reporting time pay rule, what is the minimum the contractor must pay for that day? Is it A. Only the 1 hour actually worked? B. Half the scheduled day, but not less than 2 hours and not more than 4 hours at the regular rate? C. A full 8 hours at the regular rate? D. Nothing additional, because the employee was paid for time worked? The correct answer is B. Wage Order 16 Section 5 requires that when an employee reports as scheduled and is furnished less than half the usual day's work, the employer must pay for half the scheduled hours, with a minimum of 2 hours and a maximum of 4 hours at the regular rate. Question 50. An employee works 4 hours in the morning, has a 3-hour unpaid break, and returns to work 4 more hours in the evening. The state minimum wage is $16 per hour and the employee earns $20 per hour. How much split shift premium is owed? Is it A. 1 hour at the state minimum wage, $16? B. 1 hour at the employee's regular rate, $20? C. 3 hours at the minimum wage for the unpaid gap? D. Nothing, because the employee earns more than minimum wage? The correct answer is A. When a non-exempt employee works a split shift, a schedule interrupted by a non-paid, non-working period other than a meal, 1 additional hour of pay at the state minimum wage is owed. The premium is paid at minimum wage, not the employee's higher rate, and even employees paid above minimum wage are still owed the premium so long as their wages for the day do not already exceed minimum wage times hours worked plus 1. Question 1. On a construction site covered by Wage Order 16, when is a 10-minute paid rest period required? Is it A. Only when an employee works more than 8 hours? B. Only when requested in writing by the employee? C. Once per shift, regardless of length? D. For each 4-hour work period, or major fraction thereof? The correct answer is D. Wage Order 16 Section 11 requires a net 10-minute paid rest period for each 4 hours worked, or major fraction thereof, i.e., more than 2 hours. The rest period must, insofar as practicable, be taken in the middle of each work period. Question 2. Under California's Healthy Workplaces, Healthy Families Act, what is the standard statutory accrual rate for paid sick leave? Is it A. 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 20 hours worked? B. 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked? C. 2 hours of paid sick leave for every 40 hours worked? D. 8 hours of paid sick leave per month? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 246 requires accrual of at least 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked. Employers may use the accrual method or, alternatively, front-load at least 40 hours per 5 days at the beginning of each year. Question 3. An employer using the accrual method for paid sick leave may legally cap an employee's total accrued and used balance at no less than, is it A. 24 hours or 3 days? B. 40 hours or 5 days? C. 80 hours or 10 days? D. 120 hours or 15 days? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 246, J, an employer using the accrual method may cap total accrual at 80 hours or 10 days, whichever is greater. The annual usage cap is separate and is at least 40 hours per 5 days. Question 4. A field supervisor is required by the contractor to use her personal cell phone to call subs and receive job site photos. Under Labor Code Section 2802, the contractor must, is it A, reimburse a reasonable percentage of the employee's cell phone bill? B, reimburse only if the employee asks in writing each month? C, provide nothing, because the phone plan is the employee's personal expense? D, pay only the cost of incoming calls that exceed her monthly minutes? The correct answer is A. Section 2802 requires employers to indemnify employees for all necessary expenditures incurred in direct consequence of their duties. California case law, Cochran v. Schwann's Home Service, holds that when employees are required to use personal cell phones for work, the employer must reimburse a reasonable percentage of the bill, even if the employee incurred no extra out-of-pocket charge. Question 5. Which of the following expenses is least likely to be reimbursable under Labor Code Section 2802? Is it A, mileage on an employee's personal truck driven between job sites during the workday? B, an employee's daily commute from home to a single fixed job site? C, specialized hand tools the employer requires the employee to provide? D, safety boots beyond ordinary work shoes that the employer requires? The correct answer is B. Section 2802 covers necessary work-related expenses. An employee's ordinary commute from home to a single, fixed workplace is generally not reimbursable. Travel between job sites during the workday, required specialty tools, and required safety equipment beyond ordinary shoes are all reimbursable. Question 6. A job site electrician informs the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health that her contractor employer is bypassing GFCI requirements. The contractor fires her 2 weeks later, citing attitude problems. Which protection most directly applies? Is it A, workers' compensation exclusive remedy under Section 3600? B, wage garnishment limits under Section 706? C, whistleblower retaliation protection under Section 1102.5? D, right to cure construction defect notice under Section 910? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 1102.5 prohibits employer retaliation against an employee who discloses information to a government or law enforcement agency that the employee has reasonable cause to believe reveals a violation of law. Reporting safety violations to Cal/OSHA is a classic protected disclosure. Question 7. Labor Code Section 6310 protects employees from retaliation when they, is it A, refuse to attend a non-mandatory company picnic? B, decline to join the company's elective bonus program? C, file a complaint about parking lot lighting at corporate headquarters? D, make an oral or written complaint to the employer or Cal/OSHA about unsafe working conditions? The correct answer is D. Section 6310 prohibits discharge, threats, discrimination, or retaliation against an employee who makes any oral or written complaint to the employer, a government agency, or Cal/OSHA about unsafe or unhealthful working conditions, or who participates in a related proceeding. Question 8. Under Labor Code Section 6311, an employee who refuses to perform work that would create a real and apparent hazard violating an occupational safety order may not, is it A, be laid off or discharged for that refusal? B, continue to receive other assignments from the employer? C, file a complaint with the Labor Commissioner? D, be reassigned to safe work in the interim? The correct answer is A. Section 6311 expressly bars layoff or discharge of any employee who refuses to perform work in violation of an occupational safety or health order where the violation would create a real and apparent hazard to the employee or fellow employees. Question 9. What is the civil penalty range a contractor faces for each willful misclassification of an employee as an independent contractor under Labor Code Section 226.8? Is it A, $500 to $2,500 per violation? B, $5,000 to $15,000 per violation, with pattern or practice penalties up to $25,000? C. $100 to $500 per violation. D. $50,000 fixed per misclassified worker? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 226.8 imposes a civil penalty of $5,000 to $15,000 for each willful misclassification, increasing to $10,000 to $25,000 per violation where the Labor Commissioner finds a pattern or practice of such misclassification. Question 10. Under the Labor Code Section 2776 business-to-business exemption from the ABC test, all of the following are required except, is it A, the business service provider is free from control and direction of the contracting business? B, the business service provider has a business license, if required. C, the two businesses must share an owner with at least 25% common equity. D, the business service provider customarily engages in an independently established business of the same nature? The correct answer is C. Section 2776 lists numerous conditions that must all be met for the business-to-business exemption, including freedom from control, separate business location, valid business license, independently established business, and contracting directly with the business, but does not require any common ownership between the two businesses. Question 11. A contractor lays off 3 carpenters on Wednesday at the end of a framing project. Their final wages must be paid, is it A, immediately at the time of layoff? B, by the next regular payday? C, within 72 hours? D, within 7 calendar days? The correct answer is A. Under Labor Code Section 201, when an employer discharges or lays off an employee, all earned and unpaid wages are due and payable immediately. The 72-hour rule applies only to employees who quit without notice, Section 202. Question 12. A drywall finisher quits without giving any prior notice on a Monday morning. When are her final wages due? Is it A, immediately when she walks off the job? B, within 72 hours of quitting? C, by the next regular payday? D, within 7 calendar days? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 202 provides that an employee who quits without notice is entitled to final wages within 72 hours. An employee who gives at least 72 hours notice is entitled to final wages on the last day of work. Question 13. A contractor willfully fails to pay a discharged employee's final wages on time. The employee's daily wage was $240. Final wages are paid 12 days late. What is the maximum waiting time penalty under Section 203? Is it A, $240, 1 day? B, $720, 3 days? C, $1,920, 8 days? D, $2,880, 12 days, up to a 30-day cap? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 203 imposes a waiting time penalty equal to the employee's daily wage for each day final wages remain unpaid, up to a maximum of 30 days. Here, 12 days times $240 equals $2,880. The 30-day cap was not reached. Question 14. Under Labor Code Section 201.3, a temporary services employer that assigns workers to a contractor must generally pay those workers, is it A, once per month? B, bi-monthly only? C, weekly, on a regular designated payday for the calendar week worked? D, whenever the assignment ends, regardless of length? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 201.3 generally requires temporary services employers to pay weekly, on a regular designated payday, for wages earned in the preceding calendar week. Certain day labor and daily assignments must be paid at the end of the day's work. Question 15. Under Wage Order 16, may a construction contractor take a credit against the minimum wage for lodging it provides to a remote site employee? Is it A, yes, the full market rental value may be credited? B, only up to specific maximum amounts set in the wage order, and only with the employee's voluntary written agreement? C. No, lodging credits are prohibited entirely in California. D. Yes, but only if the lodging is on the actual job site. The correct answer is B. Wage Order 16 Section 10 permits a meal and lodging credit against the minimum wage only up to the specific maximums fixed by the IWC, and only with a voluntary written agreement signed by the employee. The credit is capped, full market value cannot be charged. Question 16. An employee accrues paid sick leave under the statutory method, but does not use any of it by the end of the year. Under Labor Code Section 246, D, what must happen? Is it A, accrued and used sick leave carries over to the following year, subject to the accrual cap? B, and used balances must be cashed out at year-end like vacation. C, accrued sick leave is forfeited at year-end. D, the employer may unilaterally reset the balance to zero on January 1st. The correct answer is A. Section 246(d) requires accrued paid sick days to carry over to the following year of employment, subject only to the employer's permissible accrual cap, typically 80 hours per 10 days. Unlike vacation, sick leave does not have to be paid out at termination. Question 17. Which of the following items is not required to appear on an itemized California wage statement under Labor Code Section 226? Is it A, gross wages earned and total hours worked? B, all deductions and net wages earned? C, the inclusive dates of the period for which the employee is paid? D, the employee's full Social Security number? The correct answer is D. Section 226 requires wage statements to show gross wages, total hours, deductions, net wages, pay period dates, employee name and only the last 4 digits of the SSN, or an employee ID, employer name and address, and applicable rates. Full Social Security numbers are not allowed. Question 18. An employee is injured on the job while working for an employer who has unlawfully failed to obtain workers' compensation insurance. Under California Labor Code Section 3706, the injured employee may, is it A, recover only the WC schedule of benefits and nothing more? B, recover only unpaid wages, but cannot sue for the injury? C, bring a civil action for damages against the employer in addition to pursuing WC benefits? D, recover only from the contractor's $25,000 license bond? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 3706 strips an uninsured employer of the exclusive remedy shield. The injured worker may sue the employer in civil court for damages, with several presumptions favoring the employee, on top of seeking benefits from the uninsured employer's benefit trust fund. Question 19. An employee injured while working for an uninsured employer cannot collect from the employer because the employer is insolvent. The worker may apply for benefits from, is it A, the CSLB License Bond Fund? B, the Uninsured Employers Benefit Trust Fund, UEBTF? C, the State General Fund through the Department of Insurance? D, the Federal Social Security Disability Program? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 3715 allows an injured worker of an uninsured employer to file a claim against the Uninsured Employers Benefit Trust Fund administered by the Department of Industrial Relations. The fund pays benefits and then pursues the uninsured employer for reimbursement. Question 20. Under California workers' compensation, medically necessary treatment by chiropractors, physical therapists, and occupational therapists for a single industrial injury is generally capped at, is it A, 10 visits per provider type? B, an unlimited number of visits? C, 12 visits combined for all 3 provider types? D, 24 visits per provider type, absent specific exceptions? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 4600 generally limits treatment to 24 visits each for chiropractors, physical therapists, and occupational therapists per industrial injury. Surgical and certain post-surgical exceptions apply, but the 24-visit cap is the rule for ordinary cases. Question 21. The amount a doctor or hospital may bill the workers' compensation insurer for treating an injured worker is governed primarily by, is it A, the official medical fee schedule, OMFS, adopted by the Division of Workers' Compensation? B, the doctor's customary cash rates? C, whatever the employee's group health plan would pay? D, negotiation case by case between the worker and provider? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 139.6 directs the Administrative Director of the Division of Workers' Compensation to adopt and update an official medical fee schedule. Providers treating WC patients are generally limited to the OMFS rates, regardless of their usual cash or group health pricing. Question 22. When temporary disability indemnity is owed, the first payment is generally due, is it A, within 30 days of the date of injury? B, within 14 days of the employer's knowledge of the injury and disability? C, only after the claim is formally accepted in writing? D, within 60 days of the date of injury? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 4650 requires the first temporary disability payment to be made within 14 days after the employer knows of both the injury and the disability. Late payments without genuine dispute carry an automatic self-imposed 10% increase under the same section. Question 23. On a builder's risk policy covering a new commercial building during construction, which of the following losses is most likely excluded from coverage? Is it A, fire damage to framing lumber on site? B, theft of installed copper plumbing? C, faulty workmanship of the contractor that causes the defective component itself to fail? D, wind damage to the partially completed structure? The correct answer is C. Builders' risk policies cover physical loss to the project, fire, theft, vandalism, wind, etc., but standard forms exclude the cost of repairing or replacing components that fail due to the contractor's own faulty workmanship. Resulting damage to other property may still be covered, but the defective work itself is not. Question 24. A general contractor is the named insured on a builder's risk policy for a custom home. The property owner asks why their own homeowner's policy is not enough. Which statement is the best explanation? Is it A, homeowners' policies always cover construction projects automatically? B, builder's risk is only required when the project exceeds $1 million? C, a homeowner's policy covers third-party injuries, builder's risk covers lawsuits? D, standard homeowners' policies generally exclude or sharply limit coverage for property under construction? The correct answer is D. Most standard homeowners' policies either exclude or sharply restrict coverage for new construction and renovation in progress. A builder's risk policy is purpose-built for the construction phase and covers materials, fixtures, and the structure itself against physical loss until the project is complete. Question 25. A subcontractor is added as a named insured rather than only as an additional insured on the prime contractor's builder's risk policy. Practically, the named insured status differs because the named insured, is it A, has direct rights and duties under the policy, including the right to make a claim and the obligation to pay premium. B, is automatically barred from any recovery if a covered loss occurs. C, is treated like a third-party claimant with no direct policy rights. D, loses any protection once the project is more than 50% complete? The correct answer is A. A named insured is a primary party to the policy with direct rights to file claims, receive notices, etc., and obligations, such as premium payment and cooperation. An additional insured has narrower, derivative coverage tied to the named insured's work and policy terms. Question 26. An architect prepared plans for a project that the owner ultimately decided not to build, and the architect's fees went unpaid. Under California law, the architect may record a special lien against the property known as A, is it A, mechanic's lien for completed labor? B, design professional's lien? C, stop payment notice on the construction lender? D, public works payment bond claim? The correct answer is B. Civil Code Section 8484 creates a design professionals lien for licensed architects, registered engineers, and licensed land surveyors who have prepared plans for a work of improvement that is never commenced. It is distinct from a mechanic's lien, which generally requires that improvements actually be made to the property. Question 27. On a California public works project, a second-tier supplier was not paid by the subcontractor. Because no mechanic's lien can attach to public property, the supplier's primary recovery vehicle is generally, is it A, a claim against the prime contractor's payment bond required for the public works contract? B, a mechanic's lien recorded directly against the public building? C, a claim against the CSLB's contractor license bond? D, a claim against the architect's E&O insurance? The correct answer is A. On California public works of $25,000 or more, the prime contractor must furnish a payment bond. Civil Code Section 9100 lists those entitled to make claims on that bond, including subcontractors, laborers, and suppliers down the chain. The bond, not a lien on the public property, is the principal source of recovery. Question 28. Which statement best captures the practical difference between a mechanic's lien and a stop payment notice on a private project? Is it A, a mechanic's lien is recorded against the contractor's license, a stop payment notice is recorded against the property? B, both attach to the property and have identical procedures and deadlines? C, a mechanic's lien attaches to the real property, a stop payment notice intercepts construction funds held by the owner or lender? D, a stop payment notice replaces the lien once payment is received? The correct answer is C. A mechanic's lien creates an encumbrance on the real property that can be foreclosed. A stop payment notice does not attach to the property. Instead, it directs the owner or lender to withhold construction funds otherwise payable to the contractor, giving the claimant a claim against those funds. Question 29. A subcontractor prepares a mechanic's lien claim. Which of the following items is required on the face of the lien? Is it A, the owner's mortgage account number? B, the contractor license number of every subcontractor on the job? C, a copy of the original written contract attached as an exhibit? D, a description of the site sufficient for identification, signed and verified by the claimant? The correct answer is D. Civil Code Section 8410 specifies the required contents of a mechanic's lien, including the claimant's name and address, the amount unpaid, the owner's name, if known, a description of the work, and a description of the site sufficient for identification. The claim must be signed and verified by the claimant or their agent. Question 30. A subcontractor records a mechanic's lien but fails to serve a copy of the lien, with the required proof of service affidavit, on the owner. Under California's strict compliance rule, the most likely consequence is that the lien, is it A, remains fully enforceable because recording is the only requirement. B, is unenforceable as a matter of law because service is a prerequisite to enforcement. C, automatically converts into a stop payment notice. D, is converted into a money judgment against the contractor? The correct answer is B. Civil Code Section 8416 requires that a recorded mechanic's lien be served on the owner, or reputed owner, along with a proof of service affidavit. Failure to comply with this strict compliance step renders the lien unenforceable, even if the lien is otherwise valid in form and timing. Question 31. On a private project where no notice of completion is recorded, a subcontractor who served a proper preliminary notice must generally serve a stop payment notice on the construction lender within, is it A, 30 days after the subcontractor's last day of work? B, 60 days after the prime contractor's last billing? C, 90 days after completion or cessation of the work of improvement? D, 180 days after the project's first day of work? The correct answer is C. Stop payment notices on private projects must be served within the same outer deadlines that apply to mechanic's liens. generally within 90 days after completion or cessation of the work of improvement if no notice of completion or cessation is recorded. Recording such a notice shortens these deadlines. Question 32. Within how many days after award of a public works contract must the awarding body provide a project notice, der PwC 100 filing, identifying the project to the Department of Industrial Relations? Is it A, within 24 hours? B, within 10 days? C, within 5 days? D, within 30 days? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 1773.3 requires the awarding body to file a separate notice, commonly the PwC 100, with the DIR within 5 days of awarding any public works contract, providing the project identification number used for certified payroll reporting. Question 33. Under Labor Code Section 1813, a contractor on a public work who requires a worker to labor more than 8 hours in a day or 40 hours in a week without proper overtime pay is subject to a statutory penalty of how much per worker per day of violation? Is it A, $10? B, $25? C, $100? D, $200? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1813 imposes a $25 penalty per worker for each calendar day during which the worker was required or permitted to work more than the legal hours without paying the required overtime rate on public works. Question 34. A contractor who knowingly commits a second violation of apprenticeship requirements within a 3-year period under Labor Code Section 1777.7 may be debarred from bidding on public works for up to, is it A, 6 months? B, 1 year? C, 2 years? D, 3 years? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 1777.7 authorizes debarment from bidding on or being awarded public works contracts for up to 3 years for a knowing second violation of apprenticeship standards within a 3-year period, in addition to civil penalties. Question 35. On a California public works project, a subcontractor who has not been paid wishes to file a stop payment notice against funds held by the awarding body. The notice must generally be served no later than how many days after recording of a notice of completion or cessation? Is it A, 30 days? B, 60 days? C, 90 days? D, 120 days? The correct answer is A. Under Civil Code Section 9356 and Section 9558, a claimant other than the direct contractor must serve a stop payment notice within 30 days after recording of a notice of completion, acceptance, or cessation on a public work. If no such notice is recorded, the deadline extends to 90 days after actual completion or cessation. Question 36. Maria's Masonry Company is bidding on a $1,500 project to repair a privately owned strip mall. The owner is paying entirely with private funds. Are prevailing wages required? Is it A, yes, because the contract exceeds $1,000? B, no, because the project is not a public work paid for in whole or in part out of public funds? C, yes, because all construction work in California requires prevailing wage. D, only if the city issues a building permit? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1720 defines public works as construction paid for in whole or in part out of public funds. A privately owned, privately funded project is not a public work and Section 1771's prevailing wage requirement does not apply. Question 37. DIR's prevailing wage determinations on public works are issued by craft and locality and are generally updated. Is it A, once every 5 years? B, only when the legislature amends the labor code? C, semi-annually, twice each year? D, daily, based on union dispatch rates? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 1773, the Director of Industrial Relations determines per craft, per county prevailing wage rates and publishes general determinations on a semi-annual schedule, typically February 22nd and August 22nd each year, with special determinations as needed. Question 38. Under current Labor Code Section 1776 procedures, how must contractors on most California public works projects submit their certified payroll records to the Labor Commissioner? Is it A, by certified U.S. mail only? B, by hand-delivered paper copies to the awarding agency? C, by fax to the local labor office? D, electronically through DIR's online ECPR, Electronic Certified Payroll Reporting System? The correct answer is D. Labor Code Section 1776 and DIR regulations require contractors on public works projects monitored by the DIR to submit certified payroll records electronically through the DIR's ECPR system, generally at least monthly while work is being performed. Question 39. If a DIR audit on a public works project finds that a contractor underpaid prevailing wages, what is the awarding body authorized to do under Labor Code Section 1726? Is it A, withhold from progress payments amounts sufficient to cover the assessed wages, penalties, and forfeitures? B, cancel the contract immediately without any process? C, refer the contractor for criminal prosecution only? D, ignore the finding because only DIR can take action? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 1726 directs the awarding body, upon notification of an underpayment, to withhold from progress or final payments the amounts assessed by the Labor Commissioner for unpaid prevailing wages, statutory penalties, and forfeitures until the matter is resolved. Question 40. Under Labor Code Section 1735, a contractor on a public works project who refuses to hire a qualified worker because of the worker's race, national origin, or sex, is it A, has no liability because hiring decisions are private? B, is in violation of the Labor Code and forfeits a statutory penalty for each offense, in addition to other remedies? C, must only attend training and may continue bidding? D, loses only the right to claim retention release? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 1735 prohibits discrimination on public works on the basis of race, religious creed, color, national origin, ancestry, physical disability, medical condition, marital status, sex, age, or sexual orientation, and imposes a forfeiture for each offense in addition to other remedies. Question 41. Under Labor Code Section 1771.4, when a contractor is awarded a public works project subject to DIR compliance monitoring, the contractor must post job site notices regarding, is it A, only OSHA safety posters? B, only the contractor's CSLB license number? C, prevailing wage and worker rights information required by DIR, including job site posting requirements? D, nothing, posting is no longer required since the law was repealed? The correct answer is C. Labor Code Section 1771.4 requires contractors on DIR-monitored public works to post job site notices about prevailing wage rates and workers' rights as specified by the DIR, in addition to the certified payroll and registration requirements. Question 42. A material supplier on a $400,000 California public works project has not been paid by the subcontractor that ordered the materials. To recover from the payment bond required by Civil Code Section 9550, the supplier should, is it A, file a mechanic's lien against the public building? B, sue the awarding body directly for breach of contract? C, wait for the state controller to issue a refund? D, make a written claim on the prime contractor's statutory payment bond within the time allowed by law? The correct answer is D. Mechanic's liens cannot attach to public property. Civil Code Section 9550 requires the prime contractor on public works over $25,000 to furnish a payment bond protecting laborers and material suppliers, who recover unpaid sums by making a timely written claim on that bond. Question 43. On a public works job, an electrical contractor employs 5 journeyman electricians for a full 40-hour week, 200 journeyman hours. Under Labor Code Section 1777.5 Standard 1:5 ratio, the minimum apprentice hours the contractor must employ that week is it A, 40 apprentice hours, B, 20 apprentice hours, C, 8 apprentice hours, D, 0 apprentices are optional? The correct answer is A. The Section 1777.5 ratio requires at least 1 hour of apprentice work for every 5 hours of journeyman work. With 200 journeyman hours, the contractor must employ apprentices for at least 200 divided by 5 is equal to 40 hours, drawing from a state-approved apprenticeship program. Question 44. Cal/OSHA's high heat procedures under the Heat Illness Prevention Standard are triggered when the outdoor temperature reaches or exceeds, is it A, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, B, 85 degrees Fahrenheit, C, 95 degrees Fahrenheit, D, 105 degrees Fahrenheit? The correct answer is C. Section 3395(e) of Title 8 requires high heat procedures in covered outdoor industries, including construction, once the ambient temperature reaches or exceeds 95 degrees Fahrenheit. These procedures include effective communication, pre-shift heat illness meetings, and observing employees for symptoms. Question 45. A personal fall arrest system anchor point in construction must be capable of supporting at least how much force per attached employee? Is it A, 1,800 pounds, B, 5,000 pounds, C, 8,000 pounds, D, 10,000 pounds? The correct answer is B. Title 8 Section 1670 requires that anchor points for personal fall arrest systems support at least 5,000 pounds per employee attached, or be designed by a qualified person to maintain a safety factor of at least 2. Question 46. For Type B soil, the maximum allowable slope of an excavation wall from horizontal, when sloping is used as the protective method is it A, 1:1, 45 degrees, B, 1.5:1, about 34 degrees, C, 2:1, about 27 degrees, D, vertical, 90 degrees? The correct answer is A. Under Section 1541.1 and Appendix B, sloping for Type B soil requires a horizontal to vertical ratio of 1:1, which is approximately 45 degrees from horizontal. Type A allows steeper, 3/4:1, and Type C requires flatter, 1.5:1. Question 47. Which of the following is not one of the required elements of a written injury and illness prevention program, IIPP? Is it A, system for identifying and evaluating workplace hazards, B, procedures for investigating occupational injuries and illnesses, C, an employee training program, D, a written drug-free workplace policy? The correct answer is D. Section 3203 lists 8 required IIPP elements: responsibility, compliance, communication, hazard assessment, accident/exposure investigation, hazard correction, training, and record-keeping. A drug-free workplace policy is not among them, although it may be required by other federal contracts. Question 48. A serious injury or death of an employee on a job site must be reported to Cal/OSHA within what time frame? Is it A, within 24 hours, B, immediately, as soon as practically possible, but no later than 8 hours, C, within 5 working days, D, within 30 days? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 6409.1 and 8 CCR Section 342 require employers to report any serious injury, illness, or death to Cal/OSHA immediately by phone or email, but no later than 8 hours after the employer knows or with diligent inquiry would have known. Question 49. A recordable work-related injury must be entered on the Cal/OSHA 300 log within how many calendar days of learning that the case occurred? Is it A, 1 calendar day, B, 3 calendar days, C, 7 calendar days, D, 30 calendar days? The correct answer is C. Title 8 Section 14300.29 requires that each recordable injury or illness be entered on the Form 300 log within 7 calendar days of receiving information that a recordable case occurred. This is separate from the 8-hour immediate reporting rule for serious injuries. Question 50. Under Cal/OSHA's Lead in Construction Standard, the action level that triggers employee exposure monitoring and training is it A, 30 micrograms per cubic meter of air, 8-hour TWA? B, 50 micrograms per cubic meter of air, 8-hour TWA? C, 100 micrograms per cubic meter of air, 8-hour TWA? D, 500 micrograms per cubic meter of air, 8-hour TWA? The correct answer is A. Section 1532.1 sets the action level for airborne lead at 30 micrograms per cubic meter, 8-hour time-weighted average. The permissible exposure limit, PEL, is 50 micrograms per cubic meter. Question 1. Under Cal/OSHA's Construction Asbestos Standard, which type of asbestos work involves the removal of thermal system insulation or surfacing asbestos-containing material? Is it A, Class 4 operations? B, Class 3 operations? C, Class 2 operations? D, Class 1 operations? The correct answer is D. Section 1529 defines 4 classes of asbestos work. Class 1, the most hazardous, involves removal of thermal system insulation, TSI, and surfacing ACM. Class 2 covers other ACM removal, flooring, roofing. Class 3 is repair/maintenance. Class 4 is custodial cleanup. Question 2. Under Cal/OSHA's hierarchy of controls, which method should be considered first when addressing a workplace hazard? Is it A, elimination or substitution of the hazard? B, personal protective equipment, PPE? C, administrative controls such as job rotation? D, warning signs and labels? The correct answer is A. The hierarchy of controls, recognized in Section 5141 and Standard Industrial Hygiene Practice, ranks controls by effectiveness: 1. Elimination, 2. Substitution, 3. Engineering controls, 4. Administrative controls, 5. PPE. PPE is the last line of defense, not the first. Question 3. Which classification of Cal/OSHA violation applies when an employer intentionally and knowingly commits a violation, or commits it with plain indifference to employee safety? Is it A, regulatory violation? B, general violation? C, willful violation? D, serious violation? The correct answer is C. Under Labor Code Section 6425 and Section 6429, a willful violation is one committed intentionally and knowingly, or with plain indifference to the law. Willful violations carry the highest civil penalties, currently up to roughly $158,000 per violation, and may also be charged criminally. Question 4. A Cal/OSHA serious violation is one where there is a realistic possibility that, is it A, the employer's records are incomplete or missing? B, death or serious physical harm could result from the violative condition? C, an employee will file a complaint within 30 days? D, the contractor will lose their license? The correct answer is B. Labor Code Section 6432 defines a serious violation as one in which there is a realistic possibility that death or serious physical harm could result from the actual hazardous condition. Maximum penalty per serious violation is currently around $15,800. Question 5. An employee who believes their workplace presents an unsafe condition may file a confidential complaint with Cal/OSHA. By law, the employee's identity, is it A, must be kept confidential unless the employee authorizes disclosure? B, must be disclosed to the employer to allow a response? C, must be published in the inspection report? D, is disclosed only after the inspection is complete? The correct answer is A. Labor Code Section 6309 requires Cal/OSHA to keep the identity of a complaining employee confidential unless the employee specifically authorizes disclosure. Labor Code Section 6310 separately prohibits retaliation against employees who exercise these rights. Question 6. On a 100-degree day at a residential framing site, the Cal/OSHA heat illness prevention standard requires the employer to provide shade sufficient to accommodate, is it A, at least one supervisor? B, only employees showing signs of heat illness? C, half of the employees on recovery break at any one time? D, all of the employees on the meal/rest period or recovery period at one time? The correct answer is D. Under Section 3395, D, when temperatures exceed 80 degrees Fahrenheit, employers must have and maintain shade that can accommodate all employees on recovery or rest periods at one time, and during meal periods accommodate the number of employees on meal period. Shade must be open to the air or actively ventilated. Question 7. At a remote construction job site without a nearby clinic or hospital, Cal/OSHA requires, is it A, every employee to hold a CPR certification? B, an adequate number of employees trained in first aid to render first aid? C, a licensed paramedic on site at all times? D, no first aid coverage if the job lasts under 30 days? The correct answer is B. Section 3209 requires that where a hospital, clinic, or infirmary is not in proximity to the workplace, an appropriate number of employees must be trained and certified to render first aid. A well-stocked first aid kit must also be available. Question 8. Cal/OSHA's construction fire protection rules require that portable fire extinguishers on a job site be, is it A, provided only inside enclosed buildings? B, inspected once every 5 years? C, provided, maintained, and accessible based on the area and class of fire hazard? D, replaced after any use of more than 30 seconds? The correct answer is C. Section 1645, and related Article 38 sections, requires portable fire extinguishers be provided on construction sites, sized and located based on the area covered and fire hazard class, maintained in operable condition, and accessible to workers. Question 9. Before each use, Cal/OSHA requires hand tools and portable power tools on a construction site to be, is it A, inspected by the user for defects and removed from service if unsafe? B, calibrated by a licensed engineer? C, tagged by Cal/OSHA? D, sterilized to prevent disease transmission? The correct answer is A. Title 8 Section 1699 and related sections require hand and power tools to be inspected before use. Defective or unsafe tools must be tagged out and removed from service. Employers must also ensure tools are used for their intended purpose. Question 10. A general contractor employs drivers who operate commercial motor vehicles, CMVs, requiring a Class A CDL. Federal Department of Transportation, DOT, rules require those drivers to participate in, is it A, voluntary annual wellness checks? B, drug testing only after an accident? C, drug testing only if hired through a union hall? D, pre-employment, random, post-accident, and reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol testing? The correct answer is D. Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration rules at 49 CFR Part 382 require drug and alcohol testing programs for CDL drivers covering pre-employment, random selection, post-accident, reasonable suspicion, return to duty, and follow-up. These federal rules apply even where California state law restricts non-DOT employer drug testing.